the link in the description. So you should see it wherever you're watching if everybody did their job.
Okay, we are live on the Another Voice channel 2 now. The video is showing, so yeah, great.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a really active channel now. Okay.
We have had hundreds of thousands of people in the streets over the over lockdowns, over this kill the bill. I mean, internationally we have. Every time a cop shoots an unarmed black person in the US, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people get out on the streets, and there's no fucking coverage. Or if there is coverage, it's only, you know,
Phone
like
cameras.
some violence from, you know, 9 times out of 10 agent provocateur started it, and then that's what you see. Derek Rose, who's now a friend of the show, said if 500,000 people show up for a protest and nobody hears about it, did it really happen?
Good point.
I mean, yeah, it's a great point. Because I mean, most people around the world, if they don't see this, they're not going to know that this protest happened, and more importantly, they're not going to know what cause it's for. Like, what are the motives that are of the people here, especially when there's limited coverage. In the case of a lot of the anti-lockdown protests, you think that the motives of these people are solely, oh, it's because they're anti-Semitic, right-wing, crazy QAnon, conspiracy theorist Nazis, when that isn't the case, and that isn't the case almost all the time with the anti-lockdown protests, especially the ones in London and in Europe. So, yeah.
Yeah, at first they lock down the press and nobody says anything, and then they lock down the whole planet and people still comply. So I guess, you know, Alex Jones was right. It is a prison planet now. So, well, yeah.
Do we want to play this is actually a pretty great speech, I think, that Julian Assange gave in 2011 at, oh god, where was it?
Oslo.
It was a Stop the War event in London. But it was before he went into the embassy. I'm going to grab that link because this, I believe, I'm not 100%, but I believe this is the one where Julian flat out draws a straight line between the media's complicitness, I don't know, in covering up all this shit, and labels them as part of.
I think it's complacency.
Yeah. Well, complacent means lazy. Complicit means you helped.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah. Let me try and. But I mean, it's both. We have a complicit and a compliant and a complacent fucking media. We do. It's like gross.
That was the one. I think it was. Was this the one where Julian basically said if wars can be started by lies, then peace can be started?
I believe so. We'll find out.
We'll run it.
Struggled to get here today because for 306 days he's been placed under house arrest with no charge. Someone we all know, someone we respect, someone we admire for what he has done for the truth and for news around the world. Please welcome Julian Assange.
Well, what a wonderful crowd. It's not a crowd that I often get to see, but it's very heartening to see that so many people care about the values that I hold dear. And that is something I want to talk about. What can we do with our values? What can we do at all in relation to this war? Because the reality is Margaret Thatcher had it right. There is no society anymore. What there is a transnational security elite that is busy carving up the world using your tax money. To combat that elite, we must not petition. We must take it over. We must form our own networks of strength and mutual value, which can challenge those strengths and self-interested values of the warmongers in this country and in others that have formed hand in hand an alliance to take money from the United States, from every NATO country, from Australia, and launder it through Afghanistan, launder it through Iraq, launder it through Somalia, launder it through Yemen, launder it through Pakistan, and wash that money in people's blood. I don't need to tell you the depravity of war. You are all too familiar with its images, with the refugees of war, with information that we have revealed showing the everyday squalor and barbarity of war. Information such as the individual deaths of over 130,000 people in Iraq, individual deaths that were kept secret by the US military, who denied that they ever counted the deaths of civilians. Instead, I want to tell you what I think is the way that wars come to be and that wars can be undone. In democracies, or the pseudo-democracies that we are evolving into, wars are a result of lies. The Vietnam War and the push for US involvement was a result of the Gulf of Tonkin incident. A lie. The Iraq War famously is a result of lies. Wars in Somalia are a result of lies. The Second World War and the German invasion of Poland was a result of carefully constructed lies. That is war by media. Let us ask ourselves, of the complicit media, which is the majority of the mainstream press, what is the average death count attributed to each journalist? When we understand that wars come about as a result of lies peddled to the British public and the American public and the publics all over Europe and other countries, then who are the war criminals? It is not just leaders, it is not just soldiers, it is journalists. Journalists are war criminals.
We are, and I do kind of want to play the last like minute of this clip because this is where the money shot is. But I mean, Julian Assange just called the journalists the criminals because they help facilitate these war crimes. So we're going to allow this to play for the last minute. We are just now joined by Deepa Driver and Juan Passarelli.
Jumped in at exactly the same time.
Hi guys.
If you'll be patient with us,
Hey.
Deepa and Juan, for about just another minute and 10 seconds, we're gonna finish playing the clip here, and then we'll get to what I hope will be a lively discussion. Juan, it's so good to see your smiling face 2 days in a row, man. I feel like I'm getting away with something.
Hi, Juan.
All right, I'm gonna finish playing this clip, and then we'll get into some yapping. Come on, do the thing. Why aren't you playing? Why are you playing? Maybe I won't. I don't know. Screw it. We're done. We'll go straight to the panel.
Aw.
It's all right. How's it going, Deepa?
Not too bad. Really.
Lovely Deepa. She's super fucking busy.
Always busy.
Yeah, just a few days more, and then hopefully on the 8th we'll have this festival, and then I will withdraw into a shell for a few days.
I'm very, very looking forward to the 8th and the Whistleblower Festival. Deepa, if you kind of want to give an overview of what that is and what it's going to be, that would be fantastic.
Sure. So it's called an International Festival of Whistleblowing, Dissent and Accountability, and the idea behind the festival really is to get lawyers, journalists, activists, politicians, whistleblowers all together in one space to talk about some of the important things that we've all been campaigning for, especially those of us who've been campaigning to free Julian Assange. And through the day we're going to have music, art, film screenings, discussions with some interesting people, and quite a lot of interaction with all those who choose to join. So if you want to attend the festival and participate in it, go to www.whistleblowingfest.org. That's www.whistleblowingfest.org. We're trying to make it, we're trying to live by our values. So it's not going to be on Zoom. We're going to be using Big Blue Button and Jitsi for some of the stuff. We also have this really exciting part of the festival, which I've not said much about so far because it was all being tested. It's something called.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry,
Sorry for interrupting you, Deepa. I'm gonna have to come back in about half an hour. Is that all right?
Certainly, Juan.
Is it too
I'll
late?
still be here.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
I'm gonna be here for like another at least 2.5, 3 hours. And then I have to go do something, but I think these guys are on for however long they're on. So
Well, we're going all night, Juan. So you can just jump in whenever.
Fantastic. I'll be back. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Deepa. Deepa's event is going to be absolutely fantastic. It's an amazing feat what she has managed to organize. And it's going to be probably one of the most, well, I would say probably the most enlightening event of the year so far. So you have to join. And I'll be back. Sorry to interrupt, Deepa. Keep on going.
Cheers, Juan. Thanks. Yeah, so this, in some ways, this festival is kind of bringing together all the people most of us like. So the kinds of people we like to hear from and read, the kind of people whose courage we admire. So we've got people like Ray McGovern, John Kiriakou, John Pilger, John Christensen. I'm just trying to remember all the names. Nancy Hollander, Eva Jolie, Neil Smeltzer. So all the nice, interesting names. Steve, I don't know if you can put up some of the names on the website and
I have
mention them.
let me share screen here real quick. I have the website up.
Thank you. so the idea is we're trying to kind of live our values in that we're trying to make sure that this is not about any one individual or this is about us coming together in solidarity and just talking to each other and trying to learn from each other and having fun with each other. It's a festival. We even have this amazing thing. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to tell you. An amazing thing called Whistleblow World, which is this online kind of alternative universe, I would say. And you can visit Guantanamo there.
Ooh, Jeremy Hammond.
Oh yeah, Jeremy Hammond's on the list of speakers. Yeah,
I didn't know he was allowed to do that. I thought it was conditional to his probation that he wasn't allowed to hang out with any of us.
Well, I'm glad he's doing it. I think he's taking permission to specifically dial in only for a segment just to make his contribution.
That's awesome.
That's awesome.
So we realize that he's under very severe restrictions. So we're going to be really respectful of that and, quite, in fact, a little bit, I guess, protective of him in some ways and just make sure he has this opportunity to talk to people and then, do it in a way that is acceptable to whoever's managing his probation and that kind of thing.
Nice.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I'm stoked to see all of those names. I'm stoked that a lot of those names have been previous guests on our show and on the Vigil. Yeah, good stuff. This is one of the things that I really wish that I could have personally been more involved in. And just there's no way it would have fit into my world this year. But just looking at it, it's wow, dude. And I think that if it goes well for you in the UK, there might be some value in looking into trying to do a live and in-person one this fall here, if we find ourselves still fighting this battle, which I have a sinking feeling we probably will be.
I guess Julian's battle, they've made it so hard for everybody, and it feels like a never-ending battle, and it feels like something that I was just thinking, what would it feel like if Julian were released? What would I do with my life in some ways? Because I spent quite a lot of time thinking about various things to do with his release. Obviously, I've never met the man, and I don't really know him as a person on a one-to-one basis, but of course, very inspired by some of the things he's done and some of the things some of the ways in which he's conducted himself, whether it is in terms of protecting those who are vulnerable or whether it is in terms of imagining something so big and so powerful, but also based on this idea of having a platform that is not dependent on any one kind of big giant who will then suddenly take you offline. I think that's pretty cool. But I do think that we're probably going to have to be in this fight for the long haul. But for Julian's sake, I hope, and for his family's sake, I hope the struggle ends quickly, and I hope the US's appeal is thrown out of court.
I mean, it's one of those things. We on our first round of attempting this live stream today, we had our friend Mo, Mohammed Almazi, he had a article up in the Canary a couple of days ago, kind of just laying out everything that was going on with the case and bringing people up to speed. And it was sort of a thumb in the eye of what World Press Freedom Day is and the irony of it. I was going somewhere with this. I was, but just kind of the idea that there are people I'm sorry, let me back up here for a minute because I'm still kind of spun about the audacity of Tony Blinken's speech and words today. about World Press Freedom Day, where the U.S. Secretary of State is in London making nice overtures for the concept and the idea, while he's literally 2 miles away from where press freedom is being held in solitary confinement.
I thought your tweet was really great, you know. The one that you said, you know, here's press freedom held in solitary 23 and a half hours a day. And I just thought, well, spot on, because that's exactly what's happening, right? Because all these people, they talk about caring about these liberal values of press freedom and oh, here's a sense of community, and we're going to provide, for example, send airplanes to India with support for people. And actually, what the big thing that would help India at the moment is to, amongst other things, is to remove the patents, right? If you want to help other parts of the world, then go for that. But instead, they do everything they possibly can. Firstly, not to give people a minimum wage. Secondly, not to give people support at a time when they've shut down all the shops and they've shut down all the small businesses everywhere. Not to give them any COVID support, or rather to reduce it. And then now they talk about press freedom and everything. I feel as though I'm living in this alternative universe where everything is a mockery. Here we are with Boris Johnson as Prime Minister when we could have had Jeremy Corbyn. You know, this corrupt, racist, sexist pig is Prime Minister of this country at a time when, you know, when we are going through the world, one of the most serious crises where, you know, in terms of how many people's lives have been disrupted and how many people have been killed, have died, often not because of the disease, but because of the fact that we've underinvested so much and privatized so much in the NHS or in other parts of the world in terms of healthcare. For example, in India, where, you know, the problem is with getting oxygen because there's no infrastructure, and it's just so depressing. And it's almost like, it's weird. It's like hearing Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan speak about you know, helping the rest of the world and being cheerful and jolly, and actually, you know, having mates like Pinochet who put people in concentration camps. It blows my mind.
I think that's the worst thing about the Blinken's little press conference for World Press Freedom Day was that it was in London. Like, it's not just a normal conference that's held in America. He was literally footsteps away from where Julian Assange was being tortured in solitary confinement, and yet no one in the mainstream media and no one in the Biden administration could bring themselves to even say his name, and it's just disgusting. And in her response to that, Stella Morris said it was brazen hypocrisy, and yeah, it is. And so many people around the world are taking note of that, because as much as the empire wants Julian to die in silence, there's a very key group of people that are taking notice of this, and that's authoritarian despots around the world. They're looking at this and saying, oh, wow, this is brilliant hypocrisy from the West here. Now I can get away with whatever I want because they have no moral high ground anymore. And it's disgusting to think that this is where we're heading because of the impacts of this case, and to see no one in high levels of government or in most of the media able to say anything about it is just astounding, especially on Press Freedom Day.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite interesting that, you know, I think those of us, at least people like me who grew up in a country that had been colonized, do not see the West as necessarily the, you know, the freedom providers, those at the forefront of liberating people by any means, because we know how our countries have been exploited and destroyed by governments in other parts of the world, and how things can, you know, stories can be made up. But on the other hand, you know, we also grew up, at least I did, with this image that if, you know, this false idea that if you work hard, if you do the right thing, you'll succeed. If you tell the truth, that's good. But actually, when you look at what's happening today, here's a man who's done what's really important to tell the truth to the world. With all these people taking the knee, Keir Starmer shamelessly taking the knee, saying Black Lives Matter. And actually, he doesn't care about the lives in Iraq and Afghanistan, the black people who died there, or the black people who died anywhere else in the world where the US has chosen to bomb them, or where Britain has gone in, or where Australia has gone in. And these hypocrites are now being considered the poster boys of what should be acceptable behavior. Does Jeremy Corbyn wear his tie as nicely as Keir Starmer? Who cares, right? We want peace and justice in the world, and that's part of the reason for this festival, to say, actually there are a bunch of people who care, and there are a bunch of interesting, cool, good, wonderful people who do care, and we're all coming together. And even if we're split, doing different things, somebody's working on race, somebody else is working on class issues, somebody else is working on whistleblowing, somebody else is working on COVID, whatever it may be, we're all coming together because we think this is important, and we think we have critical mass. We're strong. And I think that's something that I took away from what Julian had been saying from the prison. He's saying, we are not in the minority, we are the majority, we are the 99%. And we have to behave like that. We have to behave like we can take control of the agenda.
If you reminded me when you were talking about who becomes the poster boys for this, who becomes the arbiters of truth and whatnot. Caitlin Johnstone has an article up from
she's amazing.
Couple of days ago that really kind of underscores what you were saying, and I'm going to pull it up on screen here for a little bit. Maybe we can read through some of it and kind of see how we react to it. But you can tell how backwards our society is by how much easier it is to thrive in it as a sociopath than if you have any other serious mental disorder. If instead of money, our society valued connection, emotional intelligence, and empathy, people with schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or other severe psychological issues would get all the support and care they need, while sociopaths would flounder. It would be a handicap instead of an advantage, because attributes like compassion and vulnerability would be valued instead of the willingness to do whatever it takes to get to the top, no matter who it hurts. A highly emotional, conscious world is what we should all want, since most of our world's problems are ultimately due to the fact that people without functioning empathy centers in their brains get to the top in the way that we've set things up now. If we become deeply caring and healthy, sociopaths won't be elevated. Capitalism is like polyamory. Sure, it might work okay for some people, but generally the ones who reap the most rewards from it are the ones who don't care about the other people's feelings. Introducing Slave App, the app that summons a criminally underpaid individual to provide whatever service you want. Slave App, you know it's wrong, but God, it's convenient and affordable. I'm going to pause here for a minute just to kind of get what's your take on that, Deepa? Just the idea that we've got an entire society where the primary business model is based on the elevation and protection of sociopaths.
I mean, I think she's spot on, because I work in something, in my day job, I work on something called corporate governance. And a lot of what I teach and write about is about how we're constructing corporations in ways where all they do is leech off the rest of the world. And whether it is, they are parasitic in terms of, offshoring things to the next poor country, which has poor labor protections, to then exploit the workers there and then go make it even cheaper in the one after that, or they're exploiting us through using tax havens and pretending that, like if Amazon and all these big companies don't pay tax, guess who's paying the tax to keep the roads going, to keep the hospitals going, to keep the mail going? The rest of us. And so we're subsidizing these companies, not just through our labor, but also through our taxes. And essentially the people who run these companies, many of them pretend to be good citizens, many of them pretend to be decent human beings. You meet them in the community and you would think they're nice people, but it's almost as though when they get behind this veil of the corporation, they turn into absolute sociopaths, as you say. And whether it is in the fascist way in which they run the corporation with no tolerance for dissent, no tolerance for alternative views, or whether it is in the exploitative way, in, for example, in the way Chevron has polluted the waters in Ecuador, and now Donziger is in house arrest, he being the person who revealed this corruption, or whether it is our friends, the guys who Stratfor, making loads and loads of money from advising companies with, as I think John Kiriakou said, with junk information, advising countries with that. Or it is the likes of the big consulting firms going into, no matter which sector of the economy you're in, whether you're in higher education, whether you're in prisons, whether you're in elections, they're everywhere making money out of telling the government not to do things for us when we elect this government and we pay their wages. And it's just astonishing, isn't it, that we appreciate and revere these corporations. Oh, they're the Fortune 500. Oh, they're the 5 biggest companies in the world. And actually what we should be doing is saying there's something seriously wrong if a small group of individuals is able to make so much money out of the misery of everybody else.
Yeah, well, I mean that's a plutocracy or an oligarchy, or it's not government. It's not. I mean, I guess it is a system of governance, but it's not anything approaching a parliamentarian system or a representative republic or a democracy or any of these marketing terms that we use in the West to sort of subdue, stupefy, and pacify the masses. I have no evidence, Deepa, that we have elections here. We have a production, but the voting machines are privately owned. The software is proprietary. Right now in Arizona, there's an audit going on. And we don't know whether or not the federal government will step in. In the past, when they've had these audits, when the people have demanded to see proof that their vote counted in what is supposed to be a public election system, the federal government has interceded and said, "Oh, no, we can't do the audit because then we wouldn't be protective of the private information of these voters, and we, the government, are certainly very concerned about the private information of our citizens, to the point to where we now own it. But you guys can't have access to the private information of these citizens in order to determine whether or not."
No, we'll just send it to Palantir instead.
Yeah. The Palantir, who now also controls telehealth, like almost worldwide. That's Peter Thiel is now has the health information of almost the entirety of the West, and also provides the software that is going to help determine diagnostics and whatnot. Like, I don't know if you saw this, Deepa, but just April 30th, the American Heart Association came out in their journal that we had to pay $35 to go look at the study for, because Aaron Schwartz is unfortunately dead. The SARS-CoV-2 virus, not a respiratory illness. It's a vascular disease. This is what the American Heart Association is now saying, and saying that medical professionals going back over a year or more now have all known. Like, we just deliberately misdiagnosed this thing and sent people to ventilators for treatments for a respiratory illness, which in fact attacks the vascular system.
You know what, Steve? That's one thing. COVID is one thing where I'm really cautious about saying anything, because I don't understand the science. And while I, don't get me wrong, I completely empathize with everybody who's really concerned about the ways in which dissent, in which lockdowns, etc., have been implemented. When dissent has been curtailed, due process has been curtailed, Data has been fudged, and there are lots of real concerns there. But I'm going to duck that one because unlike many other people, I find it really, I don't know about you, but I find it really depressing that all the things that I do, whether it is my trade union work, whether it's my work in Assange, whether it is the stuff I'm envisaging, we're trying to do through this Center for Global Justice, all of them are quite depressing things. And when I look at the COVID data, it makes me even more sad and worried. And maybe I'm just locking myself in a bubble to avoid having to deal with it. That's really shameful, I know.
It's just, I have found in the last 14 months since this whole mess started that I can't avoid it due to the nature of the reporting that our show does, because we have a pretty specific lens on national security reporting, international, intelligence community reporting, and things of that nature. And there's just there's so much overlap with the names and the corporations, and down to the agencies involved, like the rollout of vaccine distribution here was called Operation Warp Speed, and it involved the Pentagon, and it involved the Department of Defense, and it involved DARPA, and it involved IARPA, and it somehow got added and tacked on to the National Security Council, and all of these new telehealth and medical system software and networking programs are all being developed and attached to the race to get supremacy in the AI era, because it is now an acknowledged and accepted fact that, at least in the West and certainly Asia, we are moving into what is being defined as the era of artificial intelligence. And so the overlaps with privacy concerns, civil liberties, and whatnot are massive, because it's the same demons.
I know what you mean.
But this goes back to the whole oligarchy thing and the small group of incredibly wealthy people who became that way by profiting off of our misery, which kind of elevates the concern that they're in charge of our health policy.
Well, I mean, and to go back to what Caitlin said as well, I'm sure that some of the people watching the stream have heard me harp on this before, but I'm going to keep harping on it to overcompensate for the fact that our media doesn't harp on it. But the difference in status between Mike Pompeo and Julian Assange. Mike Pompeo, who literally sat in a room on video and gleefully admitted that as the CIA director, that while he was a CIA director, they lied, cheated, and stole, had whole training courses dedicated to that. And it reminds him of the glory of the American experiment. For him to admit that he lied and be elevated in society, as opposed to Julian Assange, who did quite the opposite of that. He exposed the truth, and he's being tortured in Belmarsh prison for that purpose, and for the purpose of preventing the rest of the people around the world from being able to share the truth. It's insane, and it'll never stop being insane. And I'm glad Caitlin points that out, to where you have these ultimate sociopaths of society that are uplifted. Like, oh my God, the difference in dynamic between Hillary Clinton, or as opposed to someone like Steve just said, Aaron Schwartz, where they literally killed him for wanting to ensure that research was accessible to all citizens. Meanwhile, someone like Hillary Clinton, who's who's laughing about the fact that they regime changed Libya to the point of having open air slave markets is having fun with podcasts while Bill goes and goes on the Lolita Express for the 27,000th time. It's insane, and it'll never stop being insane. So yeah, I'm glad Caitlin pointed that out.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Glory, whether you grew up in an environment where people talked about these things. But at least where I grew up, or when with my family, we never talked about these kinds of, what's really going on in the world. We kind of assumed the BBC News is okay, and what the newspaper tells you is okay, and you never really question it. And even though you would say, "Oh, didn't you have any cognitive dissonance where you can see different from how you're thinking about the world?" And I didn't. I grew up quite sheltered, quite in that sense, quite narrow in my perspectives. And I just wanted to share this blog, and I was mentioning it yesterday on the other show. It's at medium.com, and I know Medium have a status, so I'm really sorry, but the person who wrote the blog is as technically unastute as I am. So it's called Elephants in the Room. So it's medium.com/elephants with an S in the room. And it's got these little 5 minute, 4 minute kind of reads, which explore the basic ideas about war, propaganda, why rich people become rich, don't they deserve their wealth, those kinds of questions. And I thought you might, and the funny thing about this is the website's called Elephants in the Room, but it's got a picture of a pig on the front cover, which is really silly, but that's the cartoon we could find.
Well, it's the world is the pig that's feeding all of these banksters and corporations and oil consortiums. They're all sucking at the teat of the world's resources in order to gain their wealth. But this is nice. They well laid out here.
Thanks. Credit to the cartoonist. He actually made it for us. So if you scroll down a little bit, there's a few images that might be a little bit, how do I say, disturbing, but the text within the thing, within these little, I don't know if you can scroll there, Steve. Is it working?
Yeah, it should be. It is on my end, at least.
Okay, I can't see it. It's quite stuck at one image on mine.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah, I can see it scrolling. So.
Oh, can you? Okay, cool. Maybe it's just my computer.
The Reservoir Dogs one is great.
Thanks.
That image.
I'll pass that on. My husband writes is the blogger who writes this.
Okay.
So we're trying to get more young people to understand this and think about it. And we'd really appreciate if any of you have contacts with, young people, to get them to start thinking about this, to start talking about this. And we can even, if people are interested, arrange a little teach-in so that, I don't know if you want to arrange this one day on one of the vigils or on one of the Action for Assange ones.
Yeah, let's make that happen. I'll talk to you about this off camera a little bit later in the week, Steve. I'll text you and we'll set that up. That sounds wonderful.
That's great. Yeah, we'll be glad to do that. And because we really want more people to have their eyes open, unlike us, because we grew up not knowing these things. And you start fighting the wrong evils, and you just, yeah.
Yeah, I'm so glad you have an understanding propaganda section too. By the way, I'm gonna pull back from the share screen here for a moment. I've been thinking about this because when we started doing the teach-ins for the Assange Vigil series, that kind of like, boy, that was a lot more work than we originally thought it was gonna be, and those did not get done at the time or rate that we had like envisioned. But it became so evident that, like, just because we know all this stuff because we've been living it and breathing it, you know, that we're extreme outliers in that, and trying to find a way to make the information digestible without being condescending.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know. That's what Rod's my partner. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to make it easy for an intelligent 16-year-old or 18-year-old to read, and you know, not you can go and read lots of textbooks, right, when you get really interested in this stuff. But if you really want to have a quick understanding of some of these topics, that's what it's aiming to do. And he's been doing these lectures for, not lectures, whatever, teach-ins for our local community group. And lots of people really enjoy it. So we'd be glad to do it for others. And we've already had one set done. So, yeah.
Guys, I have to jump in real quick. I want to thank. Hey, sorry. Just 10 seconds. I want to thank Bruno from Anonymous Portugal International for just starting the stream too. And so the first part, if you missed this whole conversation, because we've been live for like over an hour, it will be like on the Anonymous Worldwide YouTube channel. But to all Portuguese listeners, I want to thank you guys, and much respect to Bruno, of course, for doing this. And yeah, carry on, guys. Sorry, I'm just sharing it around. This is what I'm focusing on right now because we lost some Twitter accounts and stuff. So,
real quick, I should take this opportunity to thank some people over on the Rockfin: Peter MacArthur, J9 Campbell, and Zox. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. And I was gonna say too, for what it's worth, I think young people, the Zoomers, even though we definitely could use some direction as a generation, I think for what it's worth, we're already a lot more prone to hate our government and our system, which kind of leaves an opening to learn more about kind of the crimes we committed, and more so not only alternatives to that, but kind of how we got to where we are. So yeah.
So there.
Yeah. I am amazed at how many of I teach at the university, and I'm amazed at how many of my students are so much more switched on than I am. But also, I think it was Chomsky who said that if you're, I'm paraphrasing here, if you're so busy paying these mountains of fees, you don't have time to be critical, if you know what I mean. And I guess that's a problem with a lot of these young people I see at university today. They have so many more stresses than we did when, you know, university was not as expensive as it is today, although fewer people probably went to university. I just think that, I do think young people are much more switched on nowadays.
and one thing is, right now we're in a time that we are losing free and open internet. We are losing our free and an open press. And the danger is that the new generation who gets born right now will not know about how it was before that. And when you're talking about defending your freedoms or your human rights, there is the danger is because they don't know what it is. They have never lived in another world, in another society. They won't know what to defend. And that's the danger we're facing.
Yep, I was gonna say, I say this myself to kind of drive the point home, but like, I'm 20. I don't know what a pre-9/11 world was like. So, I mean, like, I can't really, I don't know what a pre-9/11 world was like. So, I can't exactly describe to you how it could be. Like, I just know that we kind of have to get rid of the national security apparatus that was formed and strengthened because of 9/11. But yeah, just kind of say that to drive the point home.
Well said. Well said.
We when we were in Los Angeles, little less than a month ago when we did our events around the 2-year tragiversary of Julian being trafficked out of the embassy. Our friend Amber, her daughter Freya, got up to speak on the megaphone. 10-year-old got up to speak on the megaphone. And shout out to Roar Media as well, and Amber and Chanda and that whole crew. And she said, Julian Assange has been some sort of locked up for my entire life. That's how she opened, and it's accurate. Julian has been in some form of arbitrary detention or confinement for slightly more than a decade now, and was on house arrest prior to that, for a number of days. And that's just in the same way that like Glory doesn't know a pre 9/11 world. Freya doesn't know a world where, Julian Assange has not been some sort of persecuted or detained. And I mean, that's just heavy. Like that's ridiculous to think about. I mean, I have a 9-year-old, same situation.
And can you imagine what it's like for Stella and her kids? They've never ever had the chance to hug their dad, to sit on his knee, to go for a walk with him. Those kinds of things, simple pleasures, and it's wrong. It's terribly wrong. And I just feel sad for them. It's so unfair.
Which and like I sit stunned when I see the new press freedom rankings from Reporters Without Borders the other month, because both the US and UK got upgraded. And I'm like, did we let Julian Assange out?
We got upgraded?
Yeah, did the BBC apologize for targeting and threatening with prosecution under terrorism charges Vanessa Beeley? Did Eva Bartlett's name get cleared? No, she's on a freaking Ukrainian national security website listed as a Russian terrorist right now.
LAPD this year, right after we got back from our events on the 17th, at the end of March, LAPD arrested 9 journalists in one night because they were filming and reporting on protests to protect the Echo Park Lake encampment from getting swept up by sheriffs, despite the fact that they had a whole community there. And that's 9 journalists arrested in one night by LAPD this year, while Julian Assange is still in solitary confinement. And oh my God, for the US to get upgraded, especially after last year too, seeing how journalists on the ground were treated, for the US to get upgraded. Wow, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mystifying. Craig Murray. Yeah. Like Craig Murray is not walking around a free man. Deepa, if you need to get on out of here, you're more than welcome to. Just one more time, whistleblowingfest.org is where people can go to register and learn more about the event on May 8th.
Yeah.
Elephant is in the room on Medium. I dropped the link to that in the YouTube and Rockfin chats. And I will be following up with you over the next few days. We can try and put something together and figure that out, and maybe even throw it out as a podcast too.
Oh, that'd be really cool. Thank you. We are so this is what's been amazing about, I think, with the Assange stuff. Not only have I learned a huge deal about things I should have known a lot about, I've met some amazing people, and I count you guys amongst them, because it feels quite, for many of us who are thinking about these things, it feels quite lonely and quite isolated, because sometimes your family doesn't talk about the same things. Sometimes your friends or your colleagues are not interested in it at all, especially, for example, those who are. And so I think it's really nice, and it would be really nice if everybody could. It's a festival, so could everybody please treat it like that, as in, You don't feel obliged to stay the whole day. Just come in and go as you like, and we'll put up the schedule tomorrow, so you should be able to see everybody. People like Laurie Love, Jeremy Hammond. Um, oh yeah, I think for me, besides Jeremy, one of the other, I would say, rock stars of the show is this incredibly wonderful, I would say, down to earth human being called Mohamedou Ould-Slahi. He was tortured at Guantanamo, and he has been deprived of various rights, even despite being released without charge. And I think it would be really nice if many of us could show solidarity by turning up to hear him speak and to give him support. If you're interested in his story, there's a film called The Mauritanian that is available in various formats. But come and hear him for real, and let's talk about what it takes to say a part of this island is now outside of US law, so you can do whatever you like, treat people as you like, rectally feed them pasta and peanuts, waterboard them, tell them that you're going to rape their mother and therefore they have to agree to sign a thing saying they've done something. This is wrong, and this degrades not just the individual whom you're harming and their families, this degrades you. So if you're a soldier, if you're somebody who's in the government, who's even by some vague chance listening to this, please come and hear Mohamedou and listen to his. He's not a hero in himself. He's an ordinary person who was put through this, and he's somebody who's managed to come out the other side and not hold huge amounts of hatred for those who put him through it. And I think that's quite inspirational. So there's people like him. There's people like Marjorie Cohn, Nancy Hollander, who defended Chelsea Manning, and lots of really good people who've lived their lives in ways. Nancy Hollander, who defended Chelsea Manning, and let's stand by them and let's come together. And also, a big shout out, because I know some of the people who listen here are the tech geniuses who sit behind the scenes, who put all the things up together in the background, and also to Somerset Bean. He's done our lovely logo, and we're so grateful for all the things he does.
Oh, Bean is just brilliant. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Modern day hero, that guy.
Yeah. All right, Deepa. We'll let you get out of here. Thanks so much for your time. I really do just love the hell out of you. And yeah, I'll follow up with you on this, because that sounds like a really fun project.
Cheers. Thank you so much. Take care, guys. And sorry, I've been a bit unwell, so I'll hopefully be back to normal in the next couple of days, and then see you guys again properly for a chat. And Press Freedom Day. Let's get Julian Assange free.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deepa. Okay, just a reminder real quick on the 8th, that's the big event, the Whistleblower and Journalists event. So you guys missed the whole part, because especially for you guys, Anonymous Portugal, I know the stream started a little late for you guys. The first hour or so we have been talking about this major Whistleblower and Journalist event on the 8th of May. And so don't miss out on that. Can you like maybe show the link or something one more time, Steve, if you can do that from your end?
Yeah.
Because we have a huge group of Portuguese Anons, about like 2,000, who are on their own channel watching now, and they missed the whole part, I think, because they just literally started covering the stream.
So I'll pull the whole ass. I just dropped the links to the festival in our YouTube, or in the ABB YouTube, and Deepa's Medium blog, and then I'll do that again, and I'll pull up the whole ass thing for the festival right now.
Okay, great. So that is Whistleblower, Dissent and Accountability, and it is an international festival on May the 8th.
And Deepa wants you to treat it like a festival. This is not supposed to be a goddamn funeral. Um,
It'll be Jeremy Hammond's chance
Jeremy
to
Hammond's
talk.
fucking getting in for a minute.
Bro, they got Jeremy Hammond in there. I'm like surprised, but like, yes.
Yeah, he confirmed.
John Christensen, Marjorie Cohn, Naomi Colvin, Victor, the big homie, Victor Dedage.
There's also a guy named. There's also a guy named John Doe. I can't confirm or deny who that is. I can't confirm or deny who that is, but he is very a good speaker.
I'm looking forward to hearing from John Doe.
I heard he's got a goofy accent.
Yeah, he's got a goofy accent, definitely.
Loki's gonna be in the fucking building. Ellsberg, Andrew Fowler, who has an incredible book called "The Most Dangerous Man in the World." It's an excellent biography of Julian Assange. It's been updated recently. I highly recommend you go try and find the updated version of that book. Nathan Fuller, Nathaniel Frank. Which I mean, hey, nobody could prove that the name that was communicating Nathaniel Frank with Chelsea Manning was in fact Julian Assange. It's never been proved. George Galloway, our homie Kevin Gostola, Deepa, Tarek. Dude, I love Tarek. I do. There he is, Jeremy Hammond, Nancy Hollander, who does Deepa mention. Defended Chelsea Manning, Dr. Liz Johnson. She's a good friend. Eva Jolly. Yeah, dude. The packed
Lori
house
Love,
there.
David
Lori Love,
McBride.
yeah. Grandpa Ray.
Ray, Fidel Nevares.
Stefania. Melzer. Yeah, Craig Murray. And Mohamedou Oudslai. That's who.
Jose Passarelli.
Yeah. You know, once I've never actually met one's brother, but what?
They got Piers Robinson.
Yeah, I know. Friend of the show, Dr. Piers Robinson.
Dr. Piers Robinson.
Friend of the show.
This is honestly one of like the most impressive lineups I've seen, like in like recent history.
Huge, dude.
That's an all-star lineup.
Yeah,
it really is. I honestly, man, like I hope it does more than what Deepa expects it to. I really do. I hope it gets like I mean, we'll put it out, but I'm gonna ask a couple other people if they would be willing to pick it up too and like pirate stream it and shit.
Yeah. She won't mind. I mean, she already said like the lineup is impressive. We just need as many viewers as possible, and yeah, it's important, right? There will be workshops for journalists too, to learn about like how to securely communicate. And also, one thing I can already say, there will be also workshops on how to organize protests to like digital methods, living in a completely censored internet. Right?
Nice.
So, yeah. There might be a fellow called John Doe who is going to explain some things.
Oh, yeah, John Doe.
Yeah. Okay, so that's it, I guess. Yeah, but that lineup is impressive. I mean, and I'm surprised he was able to get Jeremy Hammond on. Yeah.
She said he had to like get specific permission to be able to call in, and like his fucking it's arranged, I would imagine, through his PO. So like he'll be calling on a phone that doesn't belong to him, or from a camera that doesn't, probably in his PO's office or some shit like that. Or there'll be like two cops standing right there.
Yeah, it'll be like 15 minutes. Nothing about the conversation will be encrypted. Like
out. You know, just fucking standing there with fucking zip ties, like, say something, man. And, you know.
How dare you? You know, they don't like the circles that Hammond wants to run in, so they don't like us. But that's cool.
Not everybody likes us.
Oh, he's not allowed to even be close to like Anonymous or like what is it called, dissident movements or something. I saw it in the documents.
No.
Yeah, no, we put the whole thing on camera, the conditions, or at least that we were allowed to see as were released by whoever runs the support committee Twitter.
Yeah, it was like no phones. He can't use encryption at all, and basically he can't talk to us.
Yeah. You know, any
activists, anarchists, political dissidents, none of that did
Us.
Whoops.
Okay.
Sorry, Dad.
Yeah, so we're expecting Juan to jump back in later, I guess.
He said he would be like half an hour, I think, but I mean, yeah. We also told him we'd be here for hours, so it's not too much of a rush on his part, but I don't know. Yeah. Oh, and I didn't know that Christophe Delwire or Delore, I don't know how you say it, but the executive director for fucking Reporters Without Borders met with Secretary Blinken too. So it's like even though they bumped up the US in their rankings, they've acknowledged the prosecution of Julian Assange. So was this brought up to Secretary Blinken in conversation when they were having that meeting with him? Like, if not, then fucking shame on you. Shit.
We live in like weird times now that everything is happening so fast. Like they're cutting down on everything. Like I mean, okay, even Twitter now.
We're already in May.
Yeah.
We're literally already in May 2021. It's been 4 months starting tomorrow since Julian Assange was initially denied extradition.
Yeah.
So 4 months into the appeal.
And like around the end of the year, there should be more about that case, I guess. I mean, it should continue again.
I mean, at this point, it's becoming clearer and clear that they just want to drag this out and hope he dies in prison. Because, I mean, even though Julian Assange wasn't extradited, there's still an open door for the very same thing to happen to another journalist. The way that Vanessa Baraitser's decision was written, like, this can very much happen again to another journalist if they don't have the same mental health as Julian. So, you know, I understand that why the U.S. would just want to let Julian die in silence and then really extradite someone the next time when someone else like Julian comes along.
Well, as Steve also said before, this is like already like the punishment that we have. They keep this going to scare other journalists into submission, and it's kind of interesting. This happens during all of this whole lockdown stuff, this COVID stuff, and a lot of journalists who would normally have been like very critical over all this, and also about the whole vaccine thing, are perhaps being a little less critical right now, because yeah, you can see what happens to journalists who say a little too much.
Yeah.
Everybody but a handful of us, movers, has been tempered and trained by what Julian Assange has had to endure, and whether or not they'll acknowledge it. I mean, that's the elephant in the room right there.
Yeah.
Is that there are newsrooms all over the globe that are operating under the fucking like Assange principle, in that they don't want to become him. So they're going to make for goddamn sure they toe the line. And even people who you would expect to be critical about these things aren't, and just aren't willing to entertain it until way after the fact. Like, now that it's too late to mobilize my giant platform in an effective manner to resist this, I'm going to go ahead and rub up against the idea that my government and Big Pharma may have not been entirely forthright with me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, it's a sad story, actually, and it's happening. And the weird thing is, it's happening all over the globe. Like, in every country of the world, this same stuff is going on. Even like, there's one journalist now, like, visibly locked up in Belmarsh, and everyone can see it, and there's a lot of attention given to it. But the entire world is now facing the same things. Like, the lockdowns happen everywhere. Big Pharma is influencing everyone everywhere. Authoritarians rising up, and all the press is being silenced. Like, social media, everyone's losing accounts. Like, YouTube accounts are just dropping like flies, and now it's Twitter accounts dropping. Like, I can't even explain why they're dropping. Like, my own accounts too. Like, can't even explain why, because I've never broken any TOS. I don't even write much about COVID or whatever. Almost never. But it just drop out, and it's again. The last time I was personally censored was it happened once when Assange was taken from the embassy, like 13 hours before it happened. Suddenly it was like shadow banned everywhere. It was during the height of the trials, like in September last year. I was completely censored, and now it is 2-3 days before World Press Freedom Day. I lose everything. I lose all the accounts. Like, I already tried to make like 2 new ones. They were gone too, like the same day. I can't explain it. Like, I've never broken the TOS. They know this, and I can assure you, 1 or 2 days after this broadcast, after World Press Freedom Day, these accounts will be back, and nothing will be like nothing happened. So that's the thing, and I've seen it happen before too with the ACTA 2 protests. They were big. Were over 250,000 people in the streets in Europe against internet censorship. Almost everyone got shadow banned until the meeting and the vote was done, and everything was restored to normal instantly. It was like nothing happened, and we couldn't even complain about it because like, everything was working again. Like, but it's like they keep some kind of list, and when there is like an event going on, they just put the list on offline or something.
Yep.
Yeah.
They go at you right before your events.
Yeah. Yeah, and like when Assange was taken from the embassy, I was every day I was like asking people to go to the embassy and to at least like protest, record what was going on, and a lot of yellow vests and people showed up in those streets, and they were actually like trying to form like some kind of human shield, right? With ABB we had the camera aimed at the embassy. We had like the permission from Ruptly to use the live stream. I asked for permission from Ruptly to do it, and we were just talking on air while like looking at the live stream, knowing he would be taken out any second, right? And then it didn't happen, and then that night went to bed, and next morning I woke up, he was taken from the embassy. So yeah, yeah, I can't even explain it. Like, this is they now have complete control over the major social media, and that is one thing we have to also mention. Like, we need to work on alternatives fast, and we need to all move there to these alternatives. You guys have Rockfin, etc. It's a good project, and more people need to move to it. And there's other projects we need to focus on. We have Summon.social coming up in a month or two.
Mm-hmm.
And
and Ryan Christian from The Last American Vagabond is also working on an alternate streaming platform.
Yeah, superu.com. I already checked it out. It works great on Firefox for me. It had some issues still on Chrome, but it is up and it works. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we gotta get our shit out there because it's only getting worse.
Yeah.
And just
No, it is getting worse, definitely. And now it's like so visible. Like they don't even hide it anymore. Like in the past, they would like just shadow ban you, and they wouldn't really talk about it. They would not like just not respond or whatever. Hey, hey, Alex. Alex, I see you in the chat on the YouTube. If you want to come on, just send me a message on the Discord. I mean, just jump on air with us.
Alex.
I can DM you a link, Alex. Right, meow.
Yeah, I invited her on before already. I lost a Twitter account, so it's hard to communicate with me right now.
So this thing we're on right now is a server and not just a call.
No, it's a server.
That's stupid. We should use something we can discard, like some Zoom call or whatever, and have everybody come on and stop being faggots. And of course, I have no problem with homosexuals. I mean, faggot PH type. Stop being, on top of everything. We need to decentralize this operation if we're going to be successful. So we're asking everybody to join the team. Don't feel you're not qualified to be part of this effort. Contact us.
That is true. Anyone should be. Your guys are all welcome to jump on. That is correct. What Thor is saying. I mean.
Yeah, I'm just not publicly posting the link because it's Sleepy Josh's server that this is being hosted on, and I don't have his consent to do that.
Where is he?
But if you wanna do that, Thor, and you wanna do it through this kind of medium like Jitsi itself, it is good for that, and you can stream directly from it.
Yeah, I thought we were just on some call app. I'm not familiar with this site, so.
Okay, but look, Steve, you have to go in like 2 hours or something, right? Or 1.5 hours. You have to leave, I think.
Yeah, I gotta. The Union of the Unwanted starts at 4 my time, which is just under 2 hours. Okay. So if you want to jump over to another call at that point and do it that way, fuck yeah, dude, go for it.
We'll probably switch to Discord then, and then just anyone can just jump in the Discord voice chat. I think that is healthy.
Yeah, that's an option, I guess. But next time we should set up a Zoom call or something that people could use a video on and share video and stuff like that,
Okay.
Yeah, no, we've seen a couple of the Zoom calls get hacked and porn bombed and shit like that. The reason it runs on this is more for the sake of our ability to continue doing this.
Yeah, but
and I understand where you're coming from. It's that if we would like to keep doing this, and so in order to do that, we've kind of got to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I've been doing this for a few years now personally, so I'm well familiar with all the ins and outs of this operation. But first of all, I follow stats, I follow reach, I follow what we're trying to do, and like Mark said, we are dead in the water. We have zero anything. So right now we're just talking in a circle into, the choir as such. So I want everybody to feel like they can participate. This has long been a pretty exclusive operation where you have to, know the right trendy words and know the right tech, stuff to be part of the click and crew, and that part of it's just stupid, and it's not getting us anywhere. I want to
don't
say,
agree with that.
I don't care if you're wearing a Guy Fawkes mask or a fucking face mask for Corona. If you want to help us make a better world, come and join the team.
Don't exaggerate, Thor. A face mask for Corona. It's a little bit much.
Well, a lot of people just follow, and we need a few of them in too. We can't just have people who are like gung-ho, yo. We need to actually connect with the other ones too, the sheeple as we like to call them.
Okay.
Because, like, let's be honest here, we are not the majority. That is just a straight up illusion. If we were, we wouldn't be in this mess.
That's fair.
I mean, yes and no. Yes and no. I think that there are more people who realize that something is fundamentally wrong than there are people who think that this is operating the way that it's supposed to and everything's going generally well. I think that people are fucking beaten into silence and shit their pants scared of sticking their neck out even a fraction of an inch because of the response that historically that gets individuals or groups, and I think that fear is what has kept a legitimate majority, that and division, manufactured confusion, making people hate each other over nonsense issues.
If we look at the actual statistics here, what we see is not that people are generally scared and uneased by the whole situation. Most people are just as happy as ever. And
where are you? What statistics and who's determining the?
Well, we're talking market. We're talking market statistics, and we're talking, of course, who is complying with.
Are you putting forth the argument that
let
the
me
market
finish.
is a
Let me
legitimate
finish.
determiner
Let me
of
finish.
happiness?
Let me finish.
Finish.
Okay.
And the people complying with the fucking Corona shit, that's like 90% Don't come here and tell me where the fucking majority. That is full fucking
Where are you
shit.
getting that from, though? Where's
Look at the fucking world. It's locked down. Are you blind?
I mean,
never mind. Okay, never fucking.
Yeah, it's true. Like a huge majority just follows everything, right? And they're wearing all these masks.
And that's true, but we also have, again, like hundreds of thousands of people in the streets all over the UK. It's just like I understand that there is a disappointing percentage of compliance. I do. It hurts my soul every day.
I'm simply addressing the majority question. Majority versus minority. We are the minority until we become the majority, and that was my point. Okay.
Okay. Hey, AK.
Can I get a mic check?
Hey, you're welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's all I wanted to know. Now you guys can continue arguing.
Is that Tyler?
No, it's AK. AK jumped in too now. I haven't heard from you in a while, AK. I mean,
Right?
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Here, buddy. How you been?
Been pretty good. Just very, very busy. Like Somi and everything, we're just launching an IDO sale. So, been busy doing that. And
Well, talk to us
lot of other
about it. What's going on in the world of Somi?
we just launched a second token for. Basically, it's going to be the Somi ad token. So, users will stack sats, which is the token ticker, to unlock ad share revenue on the platform. So we ran this sale, and we raised $1 million to continue the development.
Yeah, congratulations.
Hey, and you're releasing on the 5th, right? I mean, in 2 days.
Yeah, we're releasing the open beta, public open beta with all the text features and everything. And then May 30th, at the end of the month, we're going to be releasing encrypted text features, encrypted video, group video chats, live video, and normal video. So basically, the whole 9 yards is getting released. All the social features will be integrated by the end of May, beginning of June. And then blockchain stuff will be integrated by the end of June, early July. So we're getting closer and closer to being able to pull the trigger and release this.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. In other
I
words,
know a lot of people have been waiting for an actual, like...
alternative social media.
Yeah, not just alternative social media, but just people who can actually do it, because in order to build a social media site, you need connections. You need a lot of connections to a lot of influencers and celebrities and everything else. And everybody up to this point has tried, and they didn't have those connections to pull it off. So with this,
it can't be a commercial operation. It will fail. It will be the same as Facebook and everything. It needs to be open source all the way. And we need to make Facebook and Twitter and, of course, YouTube public property by now. It's such a big thing. It's such a wide influence. A few people can't be in control of that.
but you can't just take a business and make it public property. That's not going to work. But with
watch me. I'll bring that thing down.
But with Somi, it's completely community controlled. The governance token ONG is for voting on governance proposals, and basically the whole entire network is going to eventually be decentralized with nodes and everything. So that's our plan, is to decentralize everything. Right now, we do rely a little bit on AWS, but we don't solely rely on AWS. So we've learned from the mistakes of sites like Parler and Gab and others who have tried to leverage AWS and got shut down because they wouldn't remove certain content that goes against AWS's kind of terms. So it'll be fully community controlled, community moderated, everything, all community based. Once we get this all kind of out the door, so to speak. And I've been working on it for like 4 or 5 years now, and Chris has been at it for 8. So and there's other people involved that have been, involved with Chris and everything.
But is there like a kill switch? Can somebody kill the whole thing?
What do you mean by a kill switch?
I mean, like, if you're decentralizing, that means nobody can pull the plug on it either.
Well, when you get to the point where you're decentralizing nodes, that means that anybody can run their own node.
Exactly, that's what I mean.
For the app, yeah. So that's where we're heading, but it's just to that point yet. Decentralizing social media is a very hard thing to do. There's been a lot of people who have tried. They haven't gotten it right. And the biggest issue with decentralizing social media is how do you control basically, how do you control that people won't post illegal content? Because if it's decentralized, it can't be deleted, right?
But what is deemed illegal content?
Like kid fucking.
Well, that's one way to put it.
That sounds like evidence in a court case to me.
You can't. There's laws. Regardless if you're decentralized or not, there's laws that have to be followed in
Yeah, but if they can't actually pull the plug.
No. There's international laws that have to be followed in regards to certain content has to be removed within a certain period of time.
Yeah, but if nobody can actually pull the plug or remove stuff,
there has to be a way to remove that content. That's the thing.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Freedom of speech down the drain again. I get you.
No, I don't think posting kiddie porn is freedom of speech.
Well, if you have the possibility to actually trace where that came from, that's evidence in the case again. Like I said, are we just going to pretend it doesn't exist? We should just stop it. If somebody's posting kiddie porn, we should scour the planet until we find that person and save the children.
Well, speaking of which, there was a big, huge darknet takedown. I don't know if you guys heard or not. Several.
If you have an article, stick it in the chat, and or share screen or something like that.
It's from directly from Europol.
Okay.
Basically, I'm going to try to pull it for you, but basically, there was a huge raid on several kiddie porn sites on the darknet, and they took down a forum. This is the only one they publicized, but they said that they took down several. But the one that they publicized was it's called Boys Town. Yeah. And
this is a well-known one. I've heard of this.
Yeah.
But did they just shut it down? What they should do is infiltrate and get information and get to the bottom. If you just shut them down, they go underground, and you don't really deal with the problem. Sometimes
they no doubt have infiltrated and they didn't just shut it down. They've infiltrated and was for sure social engineering some of these pedophiles. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Here's the article there.
Okay.
I'll jump off Discord so it stops beeping. So they took down several child pornography websites, and it's pretty big. It's one of the largest takedowns in, I think, since Playpen. I think since the Playpen takedown that they had a few years ago. This site had 400,000 registered users.
Oh my god.
Big fucking number, dude.
400K. Yeah, several other sites on the dark web used by child sexual offenders were also seized on the same occasion. U.S. is part of Europol, by the way, because
yes.
we're a European country.
Well, no, it's not that the U.S. is a part of Europe. It's that
I know
they work with the Europol authorities on matters of child exploitation and kidnapping, and there's a few others.
That's what we should be putting our resources into. Getting rid of these kidnappers, child traffickers, and the actual people doing the abuse. It seems like they put a lot more resources into shutting down these websites and more or less just covering over the problem. I want to see people in jail, but that's me.
Well, they arrested 4 people. And,
oh my god! Out of 400,000? That's what I'm saying.
Well, no, the 4 people are the operators. That's the thing. They arrested all the operators of the website, the admins. Now,
but what about the people posting the fucking pictures and the people actually doing the stuff in the pictures? That's who we want to chop the heads. Put in jail.
Yeah, that they'll go after them. There'll be more arrests to come for sure.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, opening everything up will make it easier for us to find these people, and shutting it down is the wrong way to go.
I mean, they have a whole case file. Like they didn't just shut down the website; they seized the website.
I'm not talking about the website. I'm talking about the whole internet structure, because this is the excuse the authorities use to censor us. We have to have, at the end of the day, some way to pull the plug on you.
Okay, that's fair for the Tor browser. They tried that in our country too. Like, they came on the media and said, like, Tor browser is only used by pedophiles, and we need to make it illegal to use. So that is being used, but yeah, it doesn't make these websites less disturbing, of course. I mean,
of course, there's ugliness on this planet. There's nasty, fucking evil people on this planet, and if we work together, we will make this world a better place. If we let some, authority above everything take care of and sneak around and be the Secret Service to police this stuff, I don't think it's going to go away. Because half of those people are the ones doing it.
Yeah.
Nobody's watching them. We need to police the police and not defund them. But put them on the job. Like, go after the fucking traffickers. Go after the pedophile, picture posters and whatnot.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's a lot of these networks on the darknet are interconnected, and they say that in the actual post too. They say that once they go after one of these sites, they're resilient, and others pop up.
But I say again, who cares about the fucking sites? Get to the fucking people, physical, actual people. Are people stuck in the Matrix now? These are real world people doing these acts, making these pictures. Unless you're talking about Photoshop stuff, we have to go after them in real life. Use the website as an information gathering point. I know we have hackers on the team who could actually, bleed that whole thing dry.
It's been done before. That's the thing. It's been done before. There was Anons who dumped several pedophile websites years ago, and recently too with the. I think it was earlier this year. To be honest, it was either earlier this year or late last year. There was several child pornography websites on the darknet that were actually hacked, and all of the names, usernames, and emails and everything were dumped online.
Yeah, good. Put them on the fucking 6 o'clock news. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, the problem with that is that a lot of those names probably came back to people on the 6 o'clock news and in law enforcement and in federal law enforcement. The FBI, hosts the most kiddie porn on the internet.
Pretty much.
The FBI was at one point in time, they were hosting the site, the Playpen, and they were doing it to entrap people. And you can say what you will about that, but I mean, how else are they going to actually go after people who are actually harming children?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's a moral argument.
Well, if you put it into context, that over the last 100 years, they've been bombing us with sexual imagery and trying to sexualizing everything and making everything into some kind of psychological control loop, all based on Sigmund Freud's research and his fucking crazy nephew. What's the guy named?
You're talking about the entertainment industry, right? You're talking about music and
no. If you think it's the entertainment industry that actually picked up, if you think that only advertisers picked up on that, I'm talking about military intelligence. I'm talking about social engineering on the level that is way beyond somebody trying to sell you a lollipop, dude.
Well,
you should know this. You should know this.
If you're talking about MK Ultra and stuff like that,
I'm talking about yeah, and the depths of like I'm talking about eugenics. I'm talking about the whole like how can you get people in lab coats talking about such fucked up stuff? But you had that back in the 20s and the 30s, and led up to World War II, Nazis, and all that fucking shit. But you know, a lot of that stuff came from the United fucking States, dude.
You mentioned Edward Bernays, right? I mean, and that it kind of like was a little bit on low volume, but people should actually look into
You know what
this.
I'm talking about. You see in the Century of the Self, that long documentary that details how they put, you know, penises in our heads, more or less. It's all a phallic symbol now. Who has the biggest fucking missile?
No, but those are primary evolutionary propaganda methods. Like that is like the going back to the base.
They work the best.
Yeah, they do. And that's the same as with making turning enemies into animals, which is a primary thing. Feeding into the group mindset of when the group is threatened, you look up to alphas in the group to protect you and to reduce your rights. You're allowing them to take away some of your rights to protect you, right? That is because the alphas are best at protecting the herd. These are all, these are like they go into your primal feelings, the very basics of what a human is.
You know where the basic or the primal nerve is, and then you push it, you press it, you apply pressure exactly where you need to, and just look at the planet now. It's like a mass psychosis. It's fight or flight. It's just like reptilian complex taking over.
No, it's not even a bad comparison. The reptilian complex. Like, I mean, people always think about like David Icke and these people talking about it. That's
the metaphor.
Yeah.
We're just talking in pictures here. We don't mean reptiles from planet X. We mean actual reptilian complex with parts of your fundamental brain.
Yeah.
Now
feed into your primal needs, which is then to survive. The sexual needs. These things and the primal needs.
Of course, to feed yourself.
Yeah, I was going to say the primal needs includes sexual.
The feeding and the survival, right? And when you use those methods of propaganda, and they're very, very skilled at it, it works best, definitely, and everyone understands them too. You don't even have to use many different words. You can make it very simple. And
just look at today's mentality. Everybody's an individualist, but they all fall in line anyway. It's so ironic, but they can't work together to do anything. Everybody's waiting for the order from above, you know. So they're so packed into that herd mentality, and still they're sitting on each of their own anthills and being individualists. I laughed my head off.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned Edward Bernays, right? Because Edward Bernays, who was a cigarette salesman originally, he was behind making cigarettes like a sex symbol, right? Saying like if you smoke cigarettes, you'll be better at sex and everything, right? He came up with these things.
Yeah, but he was the one that more or less identified smoking as like a phallic thing, you know. So if you empowered women with that same sort of masculinity, then you could sell them cigarettes in bulk, and he did. He was a fucking genius, but that doesn't help us.
Yeah, and people should actually look into works he made. For example, the engineering of consent is an interesting work by Edward Bernays. To look into what it's not to confuse with manufacturing of consent by Noam Chomsky, but engineering of consent is a much older book written by Edward Bernays. You can learn some of these tactics.
And it does detail, today's political landscape, it sort of predicts it, but it was evident back then too. That now everything is like, actually trying to sell you a lollipop. They're trying to paint everything as comfortable and nice and stuff that will make your life more, cushy and yeah.
Well, how different is it really to sell you a lollipop or sell you new human rights restrictions in return for safety, right? How different is it really? You see similar methods.
That's back in the days it used to be, oh, we're on the job now, we have to make these important decisions. But then it just went straight into full theater land. It's a puppet show now, and talking heads are just that. They're to distract you from the people making the real decisions, like the military and economic, financial, bank, whatever. The stuff you never get to make decisions about. So, everybody's complaining about the politicians. And I say, yeah, let's fire them and make a direct democracy system, and we can blame ourselves for the fuck up. But maybe we can actually fire some people and fuck it less up. Unfuck it. That's my 2 cents.
No, it's a crucial thing to talk about on this World Press Freedom Day. I mean, because it's the independent press that's going to have to combat this, and if there is no like a collective voice against it, then yeah, it's going to be very difficult.
What you do to control a mass is to keep the mass at beta levels. An alpha would be an adult, but you never let them reach beyond adolescence, because then they look to a leader, then they look to an adult for advice. And now the government is there to tell them how to live and what to eat and drink and such and such. So, that's how it works. It's so, again, that basic mentality, our primal, makeup.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's very difficult to combat this with like these huge explanations and all these long stories that no one's going to read on social media. What I've seen is people are very susceptible to like simple memes, for example, simple artwork that pretty much explains it like in 1 or 2 words or 1 or 2 sentences.
Well, I can put it into 2 words: grow up. But it doesn't seem to be translating, Well, but we can use that as a slogan. Just grow the fuck up, or something to that effect.
Don't be scared would be a good one too.
Well, that sounds too momish to like, fuck you, be scared if you need to be scared. Like, grow up.
How about fear is like one of the things they always use. They make you scared of everything.
But you're going to understand that if you grow up. Just grow up. The rest will come. I'm just kidding. Well, you get the point.
I don't think what I'm saying is like they make it so simple and like for everyone to understand. Like the most, like the intelligent people will understand. When you cater to intelligent people, you cater to like 1% of society.
Exactly.
That's not where the change is in that sense.
Keep it simple, stupid. Kiss, kiss, kiss.
Yeah, like this is what the propagandist Goebbels said. Who worked for the Nazis? Like, you have to make it as simple as possible.
Explain to people that if they're over 18 or 21, all depending on where they live, they're supposed to be adults now and take responsibility of their own life. We have to put the line somewhere, so we put it around it. But this is where you have to like empower yourself with all kinds of knowledge and stuff like that if you want to make rational decisions. And not like hide behind, oh, I'm not smart enough to make a decision about that. You're smart enough to listen to other people. You can be part of the discussion at least. A lot of people do not want to have responsibility, and that is part of the problem. So they give that responsibility to other people, hence the representative politics system. Well, what has that done to us other than make an elite that is pretty much well content with the big fight on the planet because it keeps them in power. It's not in our interest to have that elite there. We tried to get rid of the fucking kings and the monarchies but then we just put in our own elite. Isn't that stupid?
Well, I noticed that too. That is like the first step with many people when they wake up to what like the mainstream media is doing. That instantly they're searching for new leaders. So they're looking at like the strong voices in like the alternative media, and in many cases, those are people dragging them into like a lot more shit. Like,
yeah, exactly. So lead yourself, human. That's the whole. Yeah.
Yeah, it needs to empower the normal people, and people need to just do their own research and look at all the things themselves, and don't ever take anything from any media, including alternative media, as truth. Just be skeptical about everything, right? I mean, I know it sounds weird, but if you
at least confirm the information firsthand before believing it as such, you know.
Yeah, I know it sounds like fucked up or whatever, that you have to like question everything, but
no, that doesn't sound fucked up. Question everything. It's okay. You should be skeptical. We live in a fucking universe of manufactured confusion. There are people whose job it is to put out disinformation. Lots of people have that job. People in the media have that job. People in the independent media have that job. You should be skeptical of fucking everything that comes across your fucking vision. You should. That's fucking healthy. It is, because it leads you to being a more discerning individual when it comes to like relying on sources for information. Fuck, man, it's okay. It is. You definitely fucking like the idea that some one person is the sole arbiter of knowledge, truth, and all that is right and good in the universe is just fucking ridiculous. Yet I see people apply it to like a news outlet or a politician or a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer.
I was gonna make a joke, but I'll leave it.
Oh no, make a joke.
No, I'm good. I mean, I agree with you there. I've seen some people kind of like worship certain people opinions when it comes to discussing certain topics. For instance, like Glenn Greenwald. You know, when he was talking about how it's impossible for direct energy weapons in Cuba and in Japan and all this other shit, and saying that it was just a crickets, like that shows that he's not very knowledgeable about direct energy weapons and what the military is doing, and
has done for the last fucking 15, 20 years.
Well, he had the insight into Snowden's documents, and I can like guarantee that at least one fucking document was talking about direct energy weapons. I mean, come on. In the hacking team files that WikiLeaks released, they had a portfolio of different types of weapons that could be ordered, and in it was direct energy weapons. So you can't tell me that Snowden, who worked for the NSA, didn't have any type of direct energy weapon documents or anything like that, unless the whole direct energy weapons thing is going through DARPA, which could be possible. But regardless, you know, for Greenwald to say that what was going on in Cuba was just crickets is insane. There was actual physical damage done inside of their ears and brains.
Yeah, no, so they call it Havana syndrome, but we call it that. In Havana, they call it the CIA set up and used direct energy weapons and blamed it on us. The fucking, like, it... I don't know. I mean, look, I believe Bill Binney. I mean, there's fucking if you go to like the online magazines for the military. Like, they have fucking whole ass articles and fucking promotional videos and shit like that. Dude, the fucking the police have admitted to using like ion pulse fucking guns.
Yeah.
And shit like that. I mean, that's directed energy.
Yes.
Just to get this in, according to the mainstream, it's the Havana syndrome is a mass psychogenic illness. It's a psychotic episode by many people at the same time, according to the official story. Just so you get that part.
Right.
So, and according to the scientists, if you have enough this hysteria in your system, you can manifest physical symptoms and such.
AK just dropped out. He was trying to speak and then he dropped out.
Yeah, I heard that.
Weird.
Glory, your volume's way down.
Yeah, I had some audio issues myself. I had to drop out and come back in again.
Okay.
We still don't hear you. You're like a whisper.
I moved my mouse so fast I exited out of the web browser. I don't even know how I did that. It's pretty funny.
What's up now?
There you go.
Okay, yeah, I was saying, like, Lockheed Martin has fucking ads about this shit, about directed energy.
Yep.
You can look it up on their official channel. The time for laser weapon system has come.
I'm gonna pull it up.
It's no secret that they exist. Just like we have microwave ovens, everything that exists has been tried to be turned into some kind of weapon. And microwaves and other kind of radiation, of course, it's a weapon. They have made weapons out of it.
The secret though is what type of direct energy weapons do they have, and that's where it gets into a lot of sci-fi type of stuff, because you know that they have the lasers. Everybody knows they have the laser weapons, and they try to say that that's the only direct energy weapon that they have. But direct energy can be used in multiple different ways. Direct energy can be used to induce problems in somebody's body, such as killing certain body functions, like, say, a kidney, or causing a heart attack. These are all things that can be done. Inducing brain trauma. Directing sounds, making people hear certain sounds, so that's really what it comes down to, is that what we're being shown is that they have these direct energy weapons that utilize energy, such as lasers, to take out missiles, and for they also have the Gatling gun that they released as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they're showing us, but in reality they have a lot more well thought out technology that's in compartmentalized circles all throughout the government. So
okay, there's all new stuff. I didn't know that.
You didn't know what?
I didn't know any of this stuff, all these laser weapons and things. That was interesting.
Oh yeah.
The direct energy weapons stuff is very interesting. I've written about it extensively. Some of the stuff is well buried. For instance, the one of the first things that they did was in Desert Storm. They actually used direct energy weapons in the form of sound.
Quite surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They used it once.
I thought this was common knowledge.
Yeah. Well, it's common knowledge for us, but most people have no idea that they use that.
That's the problem. We're too clicked in here. We need normal people. Join us, normal people. If you're listening.
The issue is that this technology is so far out there that you would think that it's fake. Reading a lot of the patents and stuff like that,
Yeah, but that would make a microwave oven magic then.
Well, no, because what they're doing is they're using electrodes, and it started out with electrodes.
Well, we're talking about, in principle, the same thing as bombarding stuff with electrons, photons, whatever, to make them, shake about. And that's pretty much how a microwave oven works too. And this technology is something we had for quite some time, and that the military wouldn't be using it for weapons purposes. That's just, then you're just naive if you think that. So
Right.
of course, and the military has been sponsoring sci-fi movies for years and putting all kinds of stuff in these sci-fi movies, almost like they want to have something to go back to say, oh no, that's just sci-fi. It's funny that you mentioned sci-fi,
Yeah,
But
no, you're right. You're right that they do that. They hide things in plain sight, and they do it so they can go back and say, "Oh, well, that's sci-fi. That's not real." But
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that a lot of technology that has been suppressed, quote unquote, is going to come out. Starting with some of the direct energy stuff. An Israeli company just this year released a speaker that you can hear only while in the vicinity of the speaker. So anybody else who is in the room with you,
this technology has been around for a long
Yep.
time.
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
The-
Well, it's a
like-
form of direct energy. It's a form of direct energy.
Yeah,
and-
I know, but it has a specific name too. I just don't fucking remember it right now. But you had headsets doing this years and years ago. They didn't actually send any sound. It just connected to your actual eardrum and shook your eardrum around.
Well, no, this does. It plays that. What it does is it plays the sound in the inner part of your ear.
Yeah, but that's
So-
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It uses an energy wave to take control of your eardrum, and it vibrates it so it makes sounds inside your ear instead of sending sound waves into your ear canal. There's a difference.
Right, it goes right to your eardrum. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an audio engineer, by the way.
Okay.
Hobby. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that, but anyway, so basically, what they do is they use this type of technology for marketing purposes and stuff like that. It's been used over the years. Years ago, there was I think it was a movie poster. It was Paranormal Activity, and they had when you walk past the Paranormal Activity billboard, it would play a sound inside your ear, and it was like the most freakiest shit. And they've used this technology all over different industries for years, but the military weaponized this type of technology, and they have the ability to play voices inside your head. Now,
The police also uses similar stuff, for crowd control, and
Yep.
yeah, they play around with those frequencies.
yeah, another form of direct energy weapons that we saw at a lot of different protests is the heat cannon. The heat cannon, basically what it does is the closer you get to this thing, the hotter you feel. So, it's literally like putting your hand on a hot stove and just keeping it there. As they move these heat cannons closer and closer to the crowds, people start to get really freaking hot, and they start to have sweats, and get dehydrated and everything else. And they use these for crowd control, but they're also very, very dangerous because what it's doing is it's heating the inside of your body.
Yeah, it fucking cooks your innards.
Yeah,
This fucking microwave. That's what I'm talking.
You're like roasting a human being. I
Yeah.
don't know why this shit hasn't been fucking banned outright, and these people tried as fucking war criminals.
Yeah,
Because the military-industrial complex
I mean, I know,
are the ones in control of this planet, and the rest is a puppet show. Sorry about that.
I gotta take a call real quick.
So yeah, people are just sleeping on the job because this stuff is hidden in plain sight. You know, I've seen so many documentaries and specials about weapons like this, and I've even cut some of it into my own videos and put music to it and stuff. So yeah, I really
Please
thought
tell
this
me
was
it's like Ode to Joy or Perfect Day or some shit like that, where it's just incredibly ironic background music for something so heinously destructive.
It was my own production. It's very eerie type, like Twilight Zone feeling, and yeah, like
That's fair. That's
yeah,
fair.
like
Yeah.
watching something you can't believe, but it's still true, and it's like on a documentary type stuff. So yeah.
yeah. Well, that's when it comes to this direct energy weapon stuff. Everybody believes that it's crazy, this and that. Oh, it can't happen, but they've been experimenting with this stuff for probably 50 years or more.
More like 70 actually.
Well, I gave it the benefit of the doubt and just said 50 years, but
In the 1950s, you had people putting electrodes in monkey brains.
yeah, that's a good point. And we're in 2020.
Yep.
One right now.
Time
so-
flies, dude. You're getting old.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, like, I know that, and I didn't know this before, but I know a source told me that they had in the Navy, in the was it OSI, OSS, whatever it was.
OSS.
They had been experimenting on frequencies, and they had operations. It was Operation Darby Hat, and there's an Operation. What the hell's that other one? I can't remember off the top of my head right now.
Well, how old is that book, The Philadelphia Experiment?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is fucking old.
Yeah, the Philadelphia experiment. But I think, honestly, I think that some of the information on that is tainted. And
Yeah,
I think
I'm just making an example. It was already in the mainstream and in fiction. So
right. Yeah. Yeah, I do think the Philadelphia experiment happened. I don't think that that what is online about it is 100% accurate.
well, it's very hard to get a grip of what they're talking about. But as far as I gotten, it's about some people getting melted into a ship, like
Yeah.
fused with the metal.
Yeah, basically it
and
says they
playing
tried to
around quantum
teleport.
physics.
They tried to teleport a
Yeah.
ship, and when it like reappeared, all these people were like fused into the ship and stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
It
what
doesn't
they
sound
Right.
very-
Yeah, I don't believe that part. there's no proof about that either. Like
So some like colonel didn't come home with like a bolt stuck to his ass. Like, sorry, the military. Like, I'll get a compensation. I don't know. Yeah, it does sound a bit strange, but
it's very out there, and I think the people who put out that story, who are also they were also said that they were involved in fuck, what was it called? I can't remember off the top of my head. The Manchurian candidate experiments at Plum Island, I think it was.
yeah, I don't remember.
Plum
I can't
Island?
remember.
Isn't that like that island where that like a former Nazi professor was allowed to do like experiments and stuff?
I think that's Jackal Island.
Oh.
That's not no.
I had a story about the Montauk monster and stuff too.
Yes, yes,
that
yes.
island.
Yes, yeah, and the Montauk chair experiments and everything. Those are the same people pushing the Philadelphia experiment. Now, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I think it's very weird with some of the connections that are there. Some of the guys' connections with the Montauk chair experiment, some of the people who talk about it, their family was formerly intelligence or former military or something similar like that. And their stories are so far out there that I think, in my opinion, it's used as disinformation and to make people look crazy.
Okay,
Who believe that?
Okay, but
so just so we get this cleared up for the audience, disinformation is not the same as misinformation. Disinformation is a deliberate attempt to misguide you using the truth. It's usually full of actual facts, but skewed in some particular direction.
Right. Yeah, and that's how I think that the Montauk chair is kind of led. But there was a leak that came out of the military in 2019, I think it was. It was called the Matrix program. And the Matrix program is very, very, very similar to what they were talking about with the Montauk program. So, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. But I think a lot of these people were probably put into a simulator where they had their memories kind of screwed with, and they believe what they're saying because that's what they think they went through but didn't actually go through it. Now, if you think that that's crazy...
I think they're just military disinformation agents, and that disinformation is an art in itself. And
they program people. That's the thing.
Hollywood belongs to the military. It's a propaganda tool.
I agree with you, but some of these people, they program them. They literally put them...
I don't know about that. That would be very circumstantial for me. I have to see evidence to believe stuff. So I'm not going to take your word for it.
You don't have to take my word for it. It's literally written in the MK Ultra documents. They put them through mass trauma, okay? They put them through mass trauma to the point where they are open to being programmed, essentially.
Yeah, but that's how you make an assassin. An advertiser.
It's not just an assassin. You
just pay an advertiser to do his job. I can show you 1 billion fucking people who have so shady fucking morals. They would do that job almost for free.
Well, yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. But the thing is, they have, in the past, programmed people in multiple different ways.
I know, I'm not arguing with that part, but that usually more, extreme type stuff. And those people usually, end up as wrecks, commit suicide or even homicide, and usually not the functional kind of advertiser type,
The thing is, there's a lot of weird stories out there of people who claiming to be a part of intelligence or military, and one of which is the story of Corey Good, if you know who he is, the blue avian guy, and his story. The way he tells it, he believes it. You can tell that he believes what he's saying, right? Now, it's either
like David Icke and his reptilians. I know crazy people. I met a few.
Oh no, he's not talking about reptilians. He's talking about blue avians, which is not reptilians. They're basically blue birds. He said they're blue bird beings. Anyway, point being is that things like that, right? I think are plants for disinformation to flood through the community, so people are accused of being crazy, this and that, right? But it's very possible that some of these memories that people have, claiming that they have some of these crazy memories of like the Montauk experiment and everything, it's very possible that they had those memories implanted because the military and the intelligence services were investigating how to implant memories decades ago in the not decades ago. They were doing it in the 1960s, right? Well, there's documents on that.
I object speculation, Your Honor.
It's not speculation.
You're speculating a bit now. You're putting context where you don't have proof of context. You might be right, but we need proof.
Okay, listen. You have that interview with that old Lockheed Skunk Works guy, right? He was a former high level Lockheed Skunk Works guy, and he sat there about 30 years ahead of the rest of us with technology,
Right.
military technology, and that everything that we can imagine, they've already tried at some point. So that includes teleportation, that includes these things, right? So whether they failed or succeeded, they will have done it. And also, when you're talking about the Montauk monster, genetically engineering people to have longer fingers, to be more capable of steering certain equipment with using longer fingers and stuff, they've tried it already.
Oh yeah, that's only messing with genetics. That's nothing.
Yeah, but the eugenics movement is over 100 years old.
Yeah, so it's just like to paint a picture that people think like, yeah, this is such weird stuff and they would never do this. Well, if you can imagine it, they have an unlimited budget, and you can imagine it. These professors can imagine it. These researchers, scientists, they will try it at some point.
You know that the fucking Nazi Mengele, he tried to sew cats and babies together and stuff. It was fucking crazy. He tried all kinds of genetic experiments and cloning and cross whatever.
Crossbreeding. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you imagine
and also teleportation, by the way. There was just this year a successful attempt, not humans, but fruits. They were able to teleport fruits. But there's a catch to this. The core was out. So they teleported an apple, and the core was missing, or it was outside the apple, or I forget what it was, but
Okay, let me guess. Monsanto made this.
Yeah, because that's
No.
the part you don't eat anyway, so it's probably Monsanto, Jeff.
Perfect. You could just start selling, and selling the seeds too, fruit and seeds.
no, it was just a whole bunch of group of scientists that were able to do this, and they've also been able to successfully teleport messages and
Yeah.
data and everything that they've been working on. There's a lot.
Well, I'll have to, pull a I don't believe this here. I don't believe this. I don't believe this for a second.
You don't believe that they can teleport
No,
objects?
nope.
Well, they've been testing with it for a while. I mean, it must be 20, 25 years ago that they were already
That you can
teleporting.
send something from one point, like point A to point B. I have no issues with that at all.
That was in a
you
lab
can,
environment, and they were able to teleport some particles to another thing in a lab. But this is decades ago, so I don't know how far they are now.
Well, you can send an electron to the other side of the planet, no problem. We're doing that right now. But is that teleporting? Are we teleporting ourselves to other people right now?
Well, I didn't say teleporting people. I said teleporting objects like fruit. That's what they did.
Well, if we're talking about photons, electrons, and such, no problem. We're teleporting right now.
Teleporting humans, I don't think that'll ever be possible because
Well, humans have more than photons and electrons. They have a few, other stuff. Protons and yeah.
and organs, organs. Yeah, those.
Yeah, but organs are technically part of the proton group, the proton, electron, atom, molecule, and such.
I mean, yeah, if you break it down all the way, yeah.
Yeah. So you don't send the proton, you just send the electron. You know, that's the difference. Or the photon from the light, you know. You don't send the actual proton that makes up the light, or the light source, I mean. You just send the light beam, which is technically photons. Am I getting too technical now? I am. I should.
No, that's like basic science.
So that's what, like, are we teleporting electrons to the other side of the planet right now?
I mean, they said that they did it.
Yeah, I'm talking. You know, it's like a perspective thing. You know, well, what kind of teleport are they teleporting protons? Like real mass? Then I have difficulty believing that. How would they break it down and then rebuild it? We tried that part. We can rip it apart. That, like, with the microwaves and stuff, no problem. Putting it together again, problem.
Well, here's something recent from. Well, when was this? 2020, I think. Scientists teleport a photon from Earth to orbit for the first time.
So they teleport, they don't send. But are we talking like quantum entanglement type thing here? Or are we talking actual disappear, reappear? Because there's so many perspectives you can put on this. The sun sends photons to us all day. Look, we can send photons back to it too. Like, there's not a problem. Photon is light. We're sending photons right now through the screen to our eyes. You know? Yeah, I guess it's all in the interpretation, but you know, that they actually moved the physical protons through, and like, that's the problem. A photon moves everywhere. We all know, when you look at something, you move a photon. Do you get that? That's the observer effect. That's the problem with, like, shooting photons at stuff you look at, and why you're in the way of the quantum experiment. You're the observer, and the observer effect has been reached. Am I getting too technical again? I should smoke this bot.
I gotta get up out of here in about 15 minutes. But
Yeah.
no, you're not getting too technical, I don't think.
Steve, if you have time later tonight, you can just jump in back again. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I'll be done. It's like a 2.5 hour show. I'll probably go get some food after that, and then if this is still going, I'll pop back in for sure.
it will be, because there are some others supposed to come on too. So I don't want to like cut it off before they had a chance, at least. I mean, it's a once a year thing, and they need to be all like allowed to speak.
Who's coming?
We have that guy from Independent Left Media. We have
That guy from Independent Left Media.
Yeah,
I don't
because because his name is Independent Left Media.
Just one guy. That leftist, you know, just one.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, really, that's a great description, Mark.
Okay, and so we have Alex. Already got a DM. She's from Candles for Assange. And we have let's see, who else did we have? Oh yeah, Let Me Look TV we talked with. We might have Jeremy Zimmerman coming on. We're not sure yet. It depends on if he has time today.
Right.
Some others also. We have people from Ambazonia Tigers, right? Operation Cameroon. They want to talk, of course. Yeah. So anyway, there's others supposed to come on. But like when this broadcast drops, like with Steve, I'll put on the picture. We take like a break, I guess, maybe like half an hour, and then we go on air again, broadcasting from Discord, where everyone can just jump in.
Yeah. Can't you play one of the videos from May 1st?
Yeah, if you
Or
drop me like a
some of
link, can you drop me like a link to the video?
I sent it to you in the Discord chat already. All the protest vids, dude.
Okay, just
I can find some again, of course, but yeah, I'm also stuck on this call, just like you.
okay. Yeah, because I can't really switch in the browser. I can switch on the Discord and see it. Okay. Yeah, and I also want to play that other one by that lady who gives the Nobel Peace Prize to Assange. That was a good speech she was giving. What's her name? May Reid. Okay, I'm just going to play that.
Are you playing a video?
Should I start a video? It's May Reid McGuire. She gives the Nobel Peace Prize to Assange, and then she gives like a speech about why he deserves it. She is.
That's from last year, right?
Make
Yeah.
sure that when you're getting ready to queue it up, on the lower left hand corner when you open up the share screen, hit click audio, otherwise it won't play. Or click on share audio, rather. And it's new on Jitsi. I just showed up a couple of weeks ago, and it's easy to miss.
You know, I can share it through Jitsi, or I can just load it in the OBS, right? I mean, doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we love the OBS.
I love OBS too. It's like it's a good tool. And also shout out to Restream, I guess. I mean, it's really
Yeah,
nice.
Restream. Yo, you can give us some more channels and pages though.
Yeah.
But yeah, word up.
No, that Restream is really, really a thing. Like a lifesaver.
Yeah, very useful tool. If we had like an open version of that, yeah, we would be reaching some stuff again. But what we really need, and if somebody's listening out there, we need some Facebook technicians to come over on the dark side and help us beat the algorithm with insider info. Thank you.
Yeah. No, we do.
I'm just putting that out there, just in case some Indians want to join. It seems like the whole operation will be India now, but I guess
Yeah.
that has something to do with the CEO.
Well, they have the best technicians at the lowest prices. So yeah.
Yep, and they have the bulk.
Yeah.
Because
Pakistan too, by
Facebook
the
is
way.
getting to be, it's getting to be quite a big operation over 2 billion people. You know, it's pretty much the biggest thing ever on planet Earth.
And also intrinsically connected to part of and should be considered as government. Not just,
Yeah, that's why I say we should give it some rules and make it public property. You know, it doesn't qualify for any private company anymore. They have too much power. Now they try to push this vaccine. They told me to help them push 1.3 billion vaccines on the planet. Sent me a notification.
gross.
Yeah. Evil people. And yeah, control the media, control the narrative, control the people. You know.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna pop. I realize I gotta run into town real quick before I go do another 2-hour stream. Always pleasure to be in the company of you fine gentlemen. And Lubers, whenever you kick Union of the Unwanted doesn't stream on this channel, but if I can clip it out and upload it after the fact, so this will still be open if you want to keep a stream going here.
Okay.
I'm more than happy to, leave a World Press Freedom Day stream up while I go do something else. That's fine.
Okay, to
Can't
all.
you give him admin rights or something?
He already gave me mod, I think, before. But so okay, I'm going for listeners. I'm going to launch the speech now by Mairead Maguire, and in the meantime, we'll be cutting off the Jesse thing here for now. We might return later. Go enjoy this video.
But yeah, that shouldn't fuck with the Rockfin stream at all, though.
No, I don't think so. We'll just
so yeah, for everybody who's watching this on Slow News Day Rockfin, this is still gonna be up the whole time. In about 40 minutes, I will be live on Union of the Unwanted. I guess the topic is near-death experiences, which I've had a few. So if you want to catch that for a little bit, you can join me and Charlie and Ricky and Sam Tripoli and Robbie Burmis and the rest of the frequently censored content creators that we have out here.
Speaking of that, I wanted to talk to you about getting your content streamed to more pages and channels, and setting up this network for people who already have content to stream. We could give you stream keys and access to pages, channels, etc. You can use the restream we were talking about and the technology available to.
The third award goes to Julian Assange. Julian Assange, we have a video of him, and also we have an audio, the latest audio he managed to send from before being captured in the Ecuadorian embassy.
Okay, the video started.
Since 2010, we've warned that Julian Assange would face prosecution and extradition to the United States for his publishing activities with WikiLeaks. Unfortunately, today we've been proven right. Mr. Assange was arrested this morning at about 10 o'clock at the Ecuadorian embassy after the ambassador formally notified him that his asylum would be revoked, and he was arrested by British police. We've today received a warrant and a provisional extradition request from the United States, alleging that he has conspired with Chelsea Manning in relation to the materials that were published by WikiLeaks in 2010. This sets a dangerous precedent for all media organisations and journalists in Europe and elsewhere around the world. This precedent means that any journalist can be extradited for prosecution in the United States for having published truthful information about the United States. I've just been with Mr. Assange in the police cells. He wants to thank all of his supporters for their ongoing support, and he said, "I told you so."
Well, the only thing to add to this is the fact that this is a dark day for journalism. As Jennifer said, this sets a precedent. We don't want this to go forward. This has to be averted. The UK government needs to make a full assurance that a journalist will never be extradited to the United States for publishing activity. This pertains to publishing work 9 years ago. Publishing of documents, of videos of the killing of innocent civilians, exposure of war crimes. This is journalism. It's called conspiracy. It's conspiracy to commit journalism. So this has to end, and we urge everybody to support Julian Assange in fighting this extradition. Thank you.
Okay, and now the audio message from Julian.
What is occurring is not about this protocol. What has occurred since March 28 is about something much more serious. It is the Ecuadorian government positioning itself in order to violate the asylum, positioning itself in terms of its public discourse, gagging me in order to rebut the allegations that is making in public that it is apparently deliberately leaking out to the press selective, scandalous material. It's all about setting the ground in order to violate the asylum, to hand me over to the United States.
That was all.
When was that?
It was just a few days before his capture, his arrest. All right. And now the award will be given for Assange to Mrs. Mairead Maguire. She's the Peace Nobel Prize of '76 from Ireland.
Good evening, everyone. I consider it the greatest honour to sit here and to receive the prize on behalf of my good friend Julian Assange and WikiLeaks. Julian Assange, for all of us, challenges us at the deepest level to ask the question, in conscience, is this right or wrong? I am not an international lawyer, but I am a human being who tries to look at a situation and say, is it right or is it wrong? And in conscience, can I do it? Julian Assange asked that question himself, and he came up with, no, I cannot go along with this policies. I have to speak out. He was deeply aware that when he spoke out, his world would be shattered and he would suffer deeply. And we have examples tonight of people who had the courage to speak out and paid for it with their lives. But Julian Assange will be remembered long after many of us have faded, because people will tell the story of Assange, the whistleblower, the publisher, who called and spoke out against killing and war and government policies which were destroying children and families in their home. Snowden, who told us that the American government was carrying out surveillance around the world and here in your European parliaments, and we should wake it up, because surveillance of every single one of us is going on today by the American government and others. What does surveillance mean? Let Julian Assange tell you what surveillance means. It means that when the American government have details on all European countries and what makes your economies work, they don't need to put boots on the ground and armies. They've become superfluous. They have the information on your governments, and power is powerful. They can take down governments by manipulating their infrastructure. We witnessed this in 3 visits to Syria, when what was happening in Syria was not what the Western media were telling us about. What was happening in Syria was a training, a funding of mercenaries from outside Western governments to take down an elected executive, an elected government. We are witnessing in our world today something that if we do not waken up, we will never turn it back. Julian Assange told us the Iraqi war, what happened? The Afghanistan war, Libyan war. What's the next country to be taken down by the almighty governments of America and NATO if they don't do their bidding? Julian Assange refused to do their bidding, as did Chelsea Manning, now in solitary confinement in an American prison because she won't testify against Julian Assange and tell lies tonight. Chelsea Manning might never see the light of day again out of an American prison. So we are privileged to have freedom, but we must pay the price of that freedom by telling the truth and defending people like Chelsea Manning, like Julian Assange, like Snowden. One short story. You see, the Western media has demonized Julian Assange, and I'm deeply ashamed that they would stoop into the gutter to talk about a good man and his cat and him not being clean enough. What kind of media have we got? And that is the limit of their intellectual thinking. They can't think and see the dangers ahead of us for war. We're going to war if this doesn't turn around and stop. But let me tell you about somebody who regards Assange as a hero. When we were in Kabul and we went to the airport with the young Afghani peace activists, and we told them we were going to London to visit Julian Assange in the embassy. We visited him twice. I've nominated him for the Nobel Prize because in my eyes he's a real hero speaking against war and destruction. And you know what the little Afghani kids said to us? We love Julian Assange. In WikiLeaks, he told the truth of what's happening to save us here. And they had kids who died up in the Kabul mountains, gathering wood to light fires because they're hungry, and being assassinated on the hillside with drones from NATO and America, many of our governments. What kind of a world are we creating where we drone kids on the mountains gathering wood? And they said, let us send a message to Julian Assange. We love him. He's our hero. And they wrote a letter, and we took it to London to Julian Assange, and a lovely photograph of Kabul where the sun shines. And Julian hasn't seen the sunshine in 8 years. And we took it, and he just loved that. We must demand no extradition for Julian Assange out of London. With the UN Committee on Arbitrary Detention, they said, the UN, Assange is innocent. He must be released immediately by the UK government and given compensation by the UK government and the Spanish and the Swedish government, who have been cowards in the whole situation. and he must be reimbursed and released. And the Australian government, instead of defending their citizen, have only last year acknowledged and given him a passport. What does that mean to us today, that countries cannot protect their citizens? So please, let you as a European Parliament, and I congratulate you on this great award and this great initiative. We need the whistleblowers, we need the truth tellers, but I hope the European Parliament will create such an award, and I hope the European Parliament and Europe, who's been passive in the whole Julian Assange matter, not a word practically from Europe, who are supposed to be defending our human rights as ordinary men and women in the world. Where is your voice? So I hope the European Parliament will take serious its responsibility to uphold international human rights and law, which the UK government is denying. And I hope the UK government will not let Assange out of London, but rather give the man his truly earned freedom. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're live again with the World Press Freedom Day broadcast. We jumped over from the Jitsi into the Discord. So, so today is all about press freedom, something we all miss so dearly. I'm not sure if anyone even remembers having real press freedom, but lately it's gone really, really bad, and we are losing our free speech, and our journalists are in jail, and this is why it's very important to discuss this subject on this specific day, now that the world is paying attention to it. Sad that it is just one day in the year that the world is paying attention, but whatever, we'll just run with it. So, and welcome back, everyone. There should be more guests coming on soon. Stay tuned for that. For now, we got plenty to say, I guess. Hey Rob, so you joined in too. If you want to pitch something.
You were really spot on there. We really didn't have freedom for a long time. Because, I mean, like, even in the days of the independent newspapers, they were just trying to get listeners and viewers and stuff like that. They were just bullshitting all the time. So, this idea of we had a free press, we got to keep fighting for it. And when the people are doing well, during the war and everything like that, everyone has money. No one really wants to question it. So then it just gets corrupted.
Yeah, also Thor on live explained a while ago, it's they're selling you a product constantly, and now it is this whole product of fear, I guess. They're using this fear to create all these new rules and to restrict your rights, just because if you're scared enough, you will look up to those people in power to save you, to protect you, I guess. That's kind of the product they're selling, the protection product, I guess.
Yeah, and I mentioned the documentary Century of the Self earlier, and it has a section called The Rise of the Politics of Fear, where you see this, whole neocon type, advertising campaign. And they use that, as an example of, how they manipulate you with feelings and, try to simplify everything into, lowest common denominator. And that's what politics is today. It's not about weighing options and going through stuff. It's about top-down power and a theater to keep you in line. So, yeah.
Yeah. Guess that's it, right?
That's pretty much what you get.
To keep you in line. So, and how are we seeing this? Okay, so we're losing social media accounts. We're seeing that speech is being completely controlled. We see that journalists are being intimidated, even jailed right now. We see that there are popping up all these strange fact checker websites that no one ever heard of before, but they're all popping up as being the authority group that has all the answers to everything. Not surprisingly, that it is always the mainstream narrative that they're looking to push.
Yeah.
So what other ways? I mean, they're making protests illegal more and more, under health reasons or under whatever other reason. Freedom of assembly is being removed.
So What are we doing about it? That's the question.
I think the problem is that, like, even when I see what my family, my father, my coworkers, they're still like indoctrinated to believe in higher authority, whether it's religion or society. And it's always this idea of like there's a scientist watching over us, or this politician or whatever. And I think it's not going to happen until until it gets worse. Then people are going to be like, well, what the fuck? Like, we believe these people and they fucked us over.
Yeah, so again, it's about, growing up, and the adults on this planet need to start acting like adults and taking responsibility. And now we have these evil people in power, so we need every strategy available to beat them. And one is, of course, taking legal action against governments and institutions and stuff like that. Of course, these media outlets and such. But the whole censorship thing, and it's ironic to see America, who's always on about their constitution and how great it is. But as far as I remember, the first one is free speech, but that's not being taken or protected now. It's been taken away. So if people heard that the Second Amendment was being threatened, they would be marching in the streets with their AKs or whatever. But who cares about freedom of speech when you don't have shit to say anyway? And that's how people are taught to be. You don't have a voice because you're not an expert and you're not a scientist and you're not an authority as such. So yeah, it's a big problem. Hard to find a solution to it.
Yeah, the problem in the United States is a lot of these Second Amendment gun people, they know like there's conspiracies going on, but then they still kind of have their authority hanging over their head. A lot of cases, religion and stuff. And what I find funny is that whenever they stood up to the government, like in Michigan, I think at the beginning of the lockdowns, the government was smart enough not to attack them, because then there would have been a fucking firefight. But they're putting the seeds in after this January 6th bullshit to say that these guys are militant and blah, blah.
Say that again, militant and...
that they're trying to say that they're militant, like terrorists, like domestic terrorists. That's the big thing now, to try to silence any, whatever you call it, Second Amendment groups or whatever that might one day say, hey, we're against the next lockdowns,
Yeah.
Yeah, so when they're openly attacking freedom of speech and freedom of assembly / movement, then people should be screaming their heads off. And yeah, I guess I have to be the voice of reason, but you're under attack. And you need to retaliate. You need to be smart against this powerful enemy too. But no, at the end of the day, you outnumber them. Billion to one.
Yeah, I'm reminded.
Go ahead.
Sorry, it was a delay. I'm reminded of when Jimmy Dore had that Boogaloo Boy on, and that really stirred up a lot of anger from the left, and even the World Socialist website, World Socialist, whatever the hell he is, guy was saying like, oh, you can't be talking to that guy because he's a right-winger. And it's really messed up that there's still no unity. The right wing sees the left as like an enemy, and the left wing sees the right as an enemy until they realize that both parties are full of shit. They're not going to be able to defend each other. At least the Boogaloo, they defend the Black Lives Matter and press also. I mean, if they're around with their guns, the police are not going to come nearby and try to start anything. But who knows what's going to happen with this anti-domestic terror bullshit.
That's why we try to stick to the rules and defend them, like the freedom of speech. And that's not to be infringed upon. But, like, people are just letting it happen. And, like, freedom of assembly? Come on, that's kind of the basic tenet for any, you know, system to work. That people can actually gather and you know, make new assemblies and make new rules for themselves. So, you know, they're pretty much cementing the dictatorship forever here, and we have to do something about it.
Well, what Rob is right about, and that's what also happened, for example, in the Occupy movement, right? That the establishment did whatever they could to change it from a 99% movement into like just a left-wing movement. And so you're putting yourself in this box of left and right, and just like in the old Indian caste system, these groups are like created to fight each other, so they never focus on the real problem, the people running these groups, people on top.
Yeah,
right?
that's the problem. You know, each side demonizes the other, and you know, wants to use cancel culture in their own special way. But if we just stuck to the fucking rules, like free speech, where we actually let people talk, and that's where cancel culture is shooting itself in the foot, because you're now allowed to say no, that guy can't speak. Well, what when you're the one who was on the receiving end of that, and you're not allowed to speak anymore, what then? That's why we defend the freedom of speech and the right to actually speak up. That's why it's important. It's not just so like you can insult people on social media. There's a bigger context there too. You know, governing ourselves type stuff.
I think, though, the education of the last, 50, 60 years, I don't know how it is in Europe, people are always taught this bullshit of, like, your turn will come, and I've seen it at my job, you know, when there's problems going on and people sit there and they're quiet because they don't think they have a right to say anything. And if you can't say the truth even to your, let's say, your girlfriend or your wife, or your sister or your brother, then you're never going to be able to say the truth to the world.
Yeah, that's the problem in cancel culture, mob mentality, peer pressure at the end of the day, and people are weak.
Peer pressure, exactly. I forget what the term is called in psychology. They found with animals, like if they had, actually, here's a good one. They have a room, they put a bunch of people in there, and most of them are actors, and there's one or two real guys, and then they'll have smoke coming in the room.
Standing up.
Yes.
Everybody's standing up on the signal, and after a few goes, you know, the people who are not actors start, you know, playing along, because they don't want to, you know, be a sore thumb and stick out from the crowd. So everybody starts like standing up when the bell rings and sitting down when a clock chimes or something like that. I know this experiment. It's been done over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, and the other experiment that was interesting was the Stanford prison experiment, where they had a lot of these like whatever you call them, like students. You know, they're totally liberal. They're not fascist, and the ones that became the guards became fucking fascist, and the ones that became the prisoners started becoming more extremist left. And it's like your environment shapes you.
Yeah. Again, classic experiment, very well known, and we see that. You know, the fascist dictator is more or less embedded in the person, And whoever said power corrupts was dead on the money, because it does. And if you give people absolute power, like these governments have today, well, you see the result.
Yeah, and I almost see that happens on the left and the right, where in the left you have a lot of these people that are like very, well, the black people are going to rise and then we're going to have our own nation and blah, 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 blah. Or then you have it with white power and you have it with other minorities. And that division is exactly what they want us to have. And that's what you see in the media too. Like,
But you cut out.
They ended with the media too.
Yeah. It sounds like it keeps cutting out there, but yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought.
Oh, he's right too.
Sorry about that. I had my Wi-Fi on and the Wi-Fi sucks over here. What happens is that I see it with my father, for example. He watches Fox News and they'll point out stuff that they didn't point out when Trump was in office. And I'll ask him, I'm like, what now it matters, but it didn't matter back then? People still are segmented or something. Like they have two different realities. They have like this group think reality that they're still in. And I think they're not going to wake up until they see that groupthink is not actually giving them anything.
The proper term is compartmentalization of the brain. And that is, and or the mind. I mean, you can put people's minds in different categories and like cement in this reality, and change them over to different, totally different mindsets, and these two worlds that they never really connect with each other. It's almost like Manchurian Candidate type MK Ultra programming. But
wow, actually that reminds.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry about that. It reminds me of an experiment that Pavlov did with dogs, and he had the 4 temperaments. There was choleric, sanguine, I forget what the other 2 are. And there are different levels of like how long it took for them to break down the dog to just accept torture without fighting back. And it turns out the ones that were the most angry, the ones that flipped out the hardest against anything, even if it was right or wrong, were the ones that were the most hardest to break. And I don't know if this is what they intended, but the Nazis said they put fluoride in the water to keep people dumb. And there's also all these medications that people take with fucking fluoride in it. And fluoride is an ion that's it's in the periodic table right next to iodine. And iodine is the one that gives you intelligence. But if you don't have enough iodine, your brain will take everything else. Fluoride, bromide, whatever. And it's almost like engineered that way. I don't know if it was, but you could see that the ability of, like, your intelligence might be high. You might have 5 degrees. You might be able to read papers that are hundreds of pages long. You might be able to write them. But your common sense intelligence is like gone. I mean, I'm not saying you, I'm saying in society. It's almost like we're in this period where it's like common sense is not common.
Yeah, we do have some classic knowledge gained from Pavlov and his dog experiments, and yeah, I guess one of them is that if you
I think you got out now, Tor. Yeah, we have Grizzly jumping in. It's working for you. You have yourself muted still, though. I'm not sure.
I guess we'll continue on that. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. In this society is kind of like, I remember reading some weird book where they said that, like, in this society you don't even need to have any intelligence to survive. And in nature, animals and whatever, you do need intelligence. I mean, even the stupid mouse has a lot of intelligence to survive. But humans, they, you know, like everything has a warning label and you're supposed to not say this and not say that. It's almost like they bred us to become like these pets, like a dog that's never leaves the house.
Yeah. Yeah, and it also makes me think about Huxley's Jonah and the Whale. Like, people are put in this safety whale, and they're like constantly have this entertainment going on, and they're drugged up, and they're being so-called like protected by this shell inside the whale. They feel safe because they are entertained continuously, and they get their cookies, even though it's like always less cookies than the day before, but still they get the cookies from the establishment, and it's very hard to like leave the whale because it gives you this safe feeling. Like, that's we're in that situation. It can get out of the bubble too, I guess. I mean,
yeah, it reminds me of how a lot of abused people tend to go back to their abusers because they have like a false sense of safety with them also, and it's like Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, sorry, I dropped out there for a second. Having some audio difficulties. What was the last thing you caught?
Oh, Mark brought up Jonah and the Whale, Huxley's story. And yeah, it's like Stockholm syndrome. Like, people are they're given like some kind of false sense of safety.
Yeah, false sense of safety. Yeah, and that like, so you have this continuous fear campaign spread everywhere, whether it's COVID, whether it's terrorists, whether it's whatever. There has to be a constant fear pushed into the minds of people. Because then
but you just hit it right there, and Pavlov did an experiment where you know he had these whistles and bells with different triggers on them, where he taught the dogs to behave in certain ways based on different sounds. Well, one time he tried to trigger all of the sounds of everything at the same time. And what happened then is the dogs just freaked out and went to a corner and started like whimpering. So he called that, a disassociation syndrome or something to that effect. So that's pretty much what happens when you get bombarded by problems and terrorists and fear all day and night. You disassociate.
Yeah, and actually, Charlie Robinson of Macroaggression said that his friend had a CIA handbook, and in the handbook, they were pointing out the COVID agenda, and they said that like, what they'll do is the first thing they'll report something that it's not a big deal. Like in February, they said there's no big deal with the United States with the COVID, and then the next month, then they're in a panic, and the same thing with the mask. Oh, you don't need a mask, and then they make a panic. But the truth was the first one. But they use that panic to create this thing where, well, we're not sure, but it is real. And people will jump on the biggest lie ever because they feel like you could say the emotionality of their leaders means that it's true.
Well, that's funny because that sounds like it's out of another book. The Communist Party of China's playbook. And oh, I forget, this virus came from China. It's funny how we suddenly listen to China, isn't it? People might even say that this was just a strategic move to take over the market from China. While people would say, oh, how would anyone go along with that? Anyone, you mean the whole market that pretty much depended on China? And half of them that's in China's pocket? Yeah. When did we start listening to communist fucking China? We just yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, the delay. Yeah, what happens is funny because, like, I think it was only 4,400 people died in their Wuhan thing or whatever. You know, official numbers. You know, who knows? But like, if there was actual citizen journalism, like I don't understand why we need a full-time paid journalist. If I'm a plumber and I see something, I could report on it. You know, if we had that kind of network going on without this censorship, then they would be like, yeah, this is a hoax. I mean, look at the video. There's like random fucking people falling asleep.
You're talking about new world architecture now. We're talking about internet and people and grassroots architecture. That's not part of the plan of the old architecture because it involved that certain people were specialized in certain trades. And, you know, the whole access to information thing was not just a given. Right now, we could, you know, just put direct democracy straight into work. We could make our own decisions and just fire the fucking politicians, and they know they are scared. So they're trying to avoid that any way possible. You know, lock us down any way possible. But of course, the bubble is going to burst pretty soon.
Yeah, I agree. And I think this whole social media was them to try to steer what the internet could do and steer them into like a honeypot, right? Because now they control the outlets. They control what gets shown, what gets promoted, whatever. But if it were like a more, you could say, kind of like a decentralized system where it's like localities have their own little networks, but then the networks communicate with others, you would have like, it would be much harder for them to censor anything. But the problem is that most people are too lazy. They just want to turn on the TV and see what the fuck is going on, put on YouTube and get the algorithm. Cause like my girlfriend, she's on TikTok, and that's it. Like that's the shit. She knows that they're trying to feed her stuff, but it's one of those things that it becomes convenient.
Yeah, TikTok. That's a psyop if I ever saw one.
Oh my God. Every time I joke with her about that, you know, that's the only way I can get to her anyway about it, to make a joke about it. And she'll make a joke about me listening to Slow News Day or Action for Assange or the Anon. And I'm like, yeah, but you know, at least I'm learning something new that's outside of where I live, you know, because TikTok is all like just American girls, whatever, cooking shows. And I could see that on TV if I want.
Yeah. And that's what they want. You in your echo chamber, not complaining and not doing anything. And they're not going to let, you know, go of that control because, you know, the snake doesn't let go. It runs on pure instinct. And fear is the number one factor here. It's the motivator. It won't just let up when they say, oh, it's looking good now. It will make sure that it retains power forever. What you're seeing here is not rational people making decisions for the world. It's a mass psychosis that we need to do something about.
Well, I remember reading something that said that the people get the leadership that they deserve. And I used to think that was kind of messed up and, you know, we deserve better. But then I'm seeing it now. It's like, it's so obvious, the lies out there. It's so much bullshit. And the people just don't care enough. Like you and I and a bunch of people here, we go on and we'll search something and we'll try to figure out what is really going on because we smell the bullshit. But they almost want to hear the bullshit. They want to. It's like that song, the Stevie Nicks song, "Tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies," and that's it. That's what they want. They want to hear a lullaby. They want to go to sleep. They want to have their food and their fucking medications and their vaccines or whatever, and that's it. And that's why.
That was Fleetwood Mac, by the way.
Oh yeah, the singer
was on the song. Technically, you're right, but it was Fleetwood Mac. You know,
Yeah, the name escaped me.
Yeah, tell me lies, tell me sweet little lies. And that's what they want, to be deceived and led behind whatever. And you know, ultimately justice is served. And for the rest of us who actually have moral integrity, oh well, we'll just have to go along with the social karma, whatever. No. You know, I'm gonna make sure that, you know, this collective fuck up doesn't fuck it all up. I'm gonna unfuck it, and I'm gonna use the collective to do it, because it's a collective job. I'm not gonna be watching this stuff. I've had enough of this, like, you know, poetic justice bullshit. I want this world to live and function.
Hey, Grizzly. I see you unmuted. You can just say whatever you want to say if you're ready. Is it working?
1 2 1 2, Grizzly Adams, are you there? Now he muted himself. I think we're having some audio issue. Yeah. I used to watch that show, Grizzly Adams, growing up. It was a nice show.
Why is like my message not arriving in the chat? Like, not sure if people can see this. Can you still hear me though?
Yep. Yeah, but somebody is throttling our performance.
Yeah, like the chat. My message is not arriving in the chat. I said, "Can you hear us?" And Andresley.
I'm seeing a lot more bugs than that, and I'm also counting that delay.
Okay. Well, thanks Discord for throttling us on Press Freedom Day. Really? Yeah. Like we never get throttled. Like, and now it's Press Freedom Day, we get throttled.
Didn't they just take down my fucking account like 2 days before we were supposed to get started?
Yeah, well, they took my Twitters down too. I mean, yeah. Cool story.
Yep.
It's not like it's going to stop us, but it's just making things very difficult, like, for such a day.
And that's what they want. You know, they keep on tripping you up just enough for you to give up.
Yeah, but that's no option. That's like after like what is it, 1.5 decades or something of this digital form of activism.
I think Grizzly gave up there. He seems to have some issues connecting.
So we have the independent left news coming on in like an hour or something. He had to play that first, he said. So. But I also messaged Juan Passarelli again. He probably jump in later. I'm not sure. He had to leave real fast when he was on like a few hours ago. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
But yeah, speaking of those videos I mentioned, if you scroll back on our conversation, you will see the links I dropped in there. That's like far back a few days, like whatever. I can find them and send them again, but there's some videos there you could play. Some from the London protest on the 1st. That was a big fucking thing. And Paris too.
The anti-lockdown protest, you mean, right?
Yeah, well, it was the May Day march, which is of course a traditional thing, but it was of course just about the lockdown this time. But thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. Lots of fucking people and almost no press coverage at all. I had to fucking go look for it. And the French people were beating up the police. But they always do that. It doesn't really count.
Yeah, I think the London protests, the BBC didn't even bother reporting on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And the other ones had like tiny, like footnotes.
The thing what people forget is whether you're like in favor of lockdowns or against this, these are legitimate opinions you can have, and you're allowed to like protest for whatever you believe in. This is a legal right you have in this society, and you're not harming anyone.
Yeah, but they already subverted this. Now they can call it health disinformation and a danger to the whole thing. And now, because we're in the middle of a quote-unquote pandemic, they can, restrict you from doing stuff that otherwise would be protected by rights, constitution, whatever. So it's a strategy right now. You're watching military tactics in use.
Grizzly, try talking.
Yeah, I think I might be working now.
Yeah, it works. I think I can hear you.
Is it bad?
It works, but we can hear ourselves through your speaker. I think.
Yeah, you have to turn down speakers or put on headphones or something.
Or push it off.
Okay, well,
yeah, because we're getting a nasty feedback there.
We have patience. It doesn't matter. Yeah,
Grizzly, you could do push to talk.
Corona patients.
Yeah, push to talk is a good idea. You can set it to push to talk, Grizzly. At the little wheel on the bottom, you can click on like voice settings and stuff, and you can choose like a push to talk, like a button. I use the shift button.
Yeah,
when I press the shift button, I can talk.
And when you want to talk, just push it. Push it good. Push it real good.
Hey, so that health disinformation thing, that's a good point, right? That's what they call it.
Oh, they're even worse in the UK. They're doing that law against, like, if someone inconveniences someone in a protest, they can arrest that person or something like that. So, like, if someone has a migraine 100 meters away, they'll shut down the protest because, according to this new stupid law, it's like the UK has turned into Orwell's 1984 or V for Vendetta or Children of Men. Like, it's just they are actually sadly the first to do this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Orwell was trying to warn people. You know, he saw something that he didn't like, and he just made a satirical version of it. But now we're like soon beyond that point, and
much worse, I think, though. Much worse.
To look like, starting to look like some.
Yeah, like a lot of sci-fi, like Philip K. Dick, William Gibson, they all showed the future as bleak, and a lot of people didn't like that. They wanted to see, like, nowadays you see the sci-fis like we're going to Mars or we're going to this place, but back then they showed the future as like these super mega cities, which is what the UN global agenda kind of pushes now, and all these things. But they said it like way back in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, and it's amazing that that's what's happening.
Yeah, and it takes part from those theories and parts from those books, but you could argue that at this point it's getting much and much worse, because they could have never predicted how deeply the internet would be embedded into our society.
Oh! I guess you people skipped the last chapter of the big fat Bible book, because it talks about this stuff. It puts it into a strange language, but if you haven't seen the beast yet, you're pretty much blind.
Yeah, if you would take it literally, like Revelations and things, that all the information fits in the palm of your hand and that everything will be known about everyone, you can take those parts from it.
It's perspectives, it's symbolism. You have to understand and see beyond what that simple word says. Look around you. Don't you see the snake? Don't you see the beast? Don't you see the dragon rising?
Okay, so but you have to differentiate between making a
I'm
religious.
going to explain this again. In your basic makeup in your brain, you have a reptile. It's called the reptilian complex. It's the most basic part of your limbic system. The snake. Have you seen the snake now?
Okay.
The snake is spreading on the planet. It's spreading its powers and its wings. Yes, the winged serpent. I told you about this. Now it's time you start listening. You see them. They're sick. Demented.
Yeah, I remember watching a video called Alphabet and the Goddess, and it's this doctor in an unrelated field, but he saw that with written language, that's when we started becoming more warlike and greedy, and then agriculture, hoarding of food. And as soon as you have this hierarchy, that's when you have these religions which are like the all-seeing God, all Big Brother, basically. And it's Big Brother all over, and it's always laws, 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 and there's no common sense. It's that people are told how to behave. And I asked my girlfriend, because she's Jewish, and she did go to the yeshiva school, I said, why do they need so many rules for people? Like, some of these rules are just common sense. Like, were the people like raping and beating and killing each other? Like, were we lied to that people are these vindictive killing machines, or is it that religion tries to pretend like they solved the problem?
Well, religion is trying to force a solution, and that makes a bigger problem out of it. You have to understand the problem in order to deal with it. And right now most people don't even see it. They think that all these people have some rational reason for acting the way they do.
I remember,
but I've seen mass psychosis before. I've seen the mob go crazy more than once. I know collective intelligence is much lower than individual intelligence.
oh yeah, I mean, I watched a lot of stuff on tribes, and one of them, they were looking at language, and they said that this tribe didn't have recursive language, so you couldn't refer to something from a past sentence. You would have to repeat it. So if I'm talking about my dog, I would have to say, my dog Barky, my dog Barky Brown, my dog Barky walks. And when they asked him they tried to tell him about Jesus, he said, do you know Jesus? And he said, no. He says, oh, so someone in your family knows Jesus, or your friends, right? And he goes, no. So how do you know of him? And he said, from a book. And he says, then why do I need to know him? So it's like history. The people who write the history are usually the ones with the power, the printing press, the religious figures, now the internet. The curators of history are the ones that control. And that's what Orwell said, right? He who controls the past controls the present, and he who controls the present controls the future, right?
He who controls the children controls the future, and the parents are in power. And that's what you have going here. If you keep everyone adolescent or like childlike in the mind, you will be able to rule them like a parent. And if you even make them think that there's an almighty daddy sitting on a cloud somewhere, they're going to have that embedded in their psyches.
Yeah, that's like in evolution, there's a heuristic. Heuristic is like you guys know, right? The terminology, but I'll explain. It's just like an approximation. Instead of having to calculate the whole situation, you can assume. And the assumption that if there's someone above you that like looks like they're taking care of you, then like you'll delegate your authority to them. And that's one of those things that is actually anti-conspiratorial, because like people don't believe pharma or the media or the military are lying to them, even though they have lied to them, because it's like this, like the serpent, like you said, like it's latched onto their base instinct of needing like this protection or this comfort or this support.
Yeah, and anything that doesn't fit with a narrative will just be, thrown out, discarded. And of course, you can't make a true believer, think rationally about stuff. He's going to make up excuses like the trust the plan people, QAnon people. They still trust the plan, even though there's no plan.
Oh my God, that whole that Q stuff was ridiculous. I had a friend into it, and even the years before when Trump was in office, and I would just say like, well, if Trump really wanted to stop the war, why did he put Elliot Abrams? And they would say, well, he's going to do something with. And I'm like, that 4-dimensional chess analogy they use, like you have to be a nut job to be good at like real normal chess. You have to be really, 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 really strategic and very mathematical, almost, right? Precision. Now to do 4-dimensional chess, it sounds like bullshit to me. It's more like I need to figure out what he's thinking about me, because and if he thinks about me this way, then I could think about him that way.
It's actually 5-dimensional chess, because the 4th dimension is time, and all chess is 4-dimensional. It has 3 dimensions in width, height, and such, and it has the time dimension that you're actually playing a game. That is chess, 4D. So that is one stupid. There is 5D chess. You get 3 chess boards on top of each other, and you can play through them. Top to bottom, not just in straight lines on a surface. So it's very complicated playing 5D chess. I've tried that. But, they probably meant 5D originally, but they fucked up that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just mean that, like, if you have to consider another dimension of things in your, like, we as humans are always trying to find these superhuman abilities of being able to see past time, whatever. In physics, it's now a big thing. Like, oh, we're gonna figure out how to do this or do that with quantum theory. But like the reality is, I have 5 senses, and I only can sense the environment with these 5 senses. To try to simulate something in my head, to try to figure out how I can manipulate you better than you can manipulate me, that's when you get into game theory. And that's what the mathematicians, remember, it was in one of those Century itself. The game theory they wanted to say applies to human beings, but they found out it only applied to psychopaths and economists. And these are the people, these are people who are the ones who think they have the solution to bring peace. Even though, like, it's weird, right? Like in 1984, where they say war is peace, freedom is slavery and all that crap. These are the people who think that they're going to bring order to this world instead of looking at what...
This is, even though some people can mask it, and some people can actually... break free from that control. That is in bed. That is the snake. That is what it wants. Control, because, it's afraid. And that is why we had the rise of fear politics. It's the easiest way to power. Just scare people the fuck out. There's terrorists and evil everywhere, and we have guns.
Yeah, never mind the terrorists. Why are they there? Why are they pissed off? Oh, it's because we did something 40 years ago, 30 years ago, or 5 years ago. No, we can't remember that.
We actually financed them, over years, and then suddenly they turn into our enemy because, whatever. You know how many of these terrorist operations the CIA, personally actually started?
Yeah, and the same thing with the immigration. Why are there all these refugees in Europe? Because of the Syrian war. Why do we have Mexicans crossing the border to the United States? Because we fucked up South America and Central America. And Americans don't want to hear that, it seems. Even the neoliberals, they don't want to hear that. They think that as if like they're coming here because we have the greatest thing in the world, but no, they're coming here because we fucked up everything else to make our own. Like that's the thing. We are well off, but we are not what we should have been. You know, like if you really have democracy, there wouldn't be need to waste. What is it? 70% of the United States spending or whatever is on military, and we spend more than the 10 countries below, and our police is still ranks above those bottom 9. Like if you counted all the police spending, we are basically a police state, and the people think it's for their safety.
Well, again, you can't really, you know, reason with this snake. It's already, you know, fully armored and ready to go to war. And people start like, why are we using so much money on this and that? It's on like a mission, and it's been on a mission for a while. You know, it's not gonna like, oh, this suddenly doesn't seem very viable anymore. I should stop trying to amass power and take control. It's not gonna go like that. It's fucking crazy. I told you already. It's fucked up. It has a psychosis. It is the psychosis. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And anybody who would say no to that is part of the plot. It's part of the fucking plan. It's all about amassing power for oneself. They have some dream that they will be sitting on some giant orgasm of money and power in the future. And that's what's driving them. Yeah, pretty much. You suddenly went down in volume. I don't know if
I was
that's
going to
just
say it,
up.
but yeah.
Okay.
I'm testing a headset with my Android phone, but it sucks.
Your headset really sucks, Rob.
Well, the quality is good, but the volume is low. Maybe you have a button to put it higher. Oh, and Grizzly also has problems with his mic. Well,
yeah, everybody's having audio issues today.
I know when I first started the app, it told me something, whatever that Discord uses, Trello or whatever the hell plugin, failed, and then it reloaded the voice chat, and I guess it just had to disable that stupid plugin. I think it's like an echo cancellation thing.
Yeah, it's the feedback cancellation thingy. And it keeps on failing. It failed on me too. So.
I mean, like, how the fuck does it fail? It's like such a simple thing. Like, it's built into like my 5-year-old Android phone, and this app has like some kind of weird plugin that I don't even trust because it has like its own disclaimer. Did you see it?
Yeah. And it flashed so fast I didn't even have time to really see what it was, but of course I understand how it works. But yeah, that everybody's so fucking in love with Discord. I said this sucks more than you would actually think. Okay, and these people are not any nicer than Facebook or Twitter. I promise you.
Yeah, but while it lasts, I mean, it's easy to use, sign up or whatever. It's like YouTube, you know, while you can, you stream on YouTube also.
Yeah, but I just lost an account here. Like, an account that somebody, like, more or less convinced me wouldn't be under threat anyway, because it's Discord. Well, fuck you. They took my shit away anyway. And, you know, we should concentrate on the bigger ones first, you know? And not keep like sticking ourselves in these nerdy servers where nobody is, or just game kids or whatever, horny teenagers. We need to reach serious activists, you know, and normal people too, of course. We need to reach your fucking mother. You know, when your mother sees you, then I'll shut up.
Actually, that reminds me of when I was a kid. I had that stupid back in the day VHS, VCRs, and my friend had a camera, so I recorded myself, and then I put it on the TV, and my parents were like, "Wow, you're on the TV," and they were like paying attention to it. But meanwhile, like when I would say something to them directly, they wouldn't pay attention. They're busy, they're whatever. So it's like people are still entrained by the TV and the TV channels on YouTube and all that shit.
Yeah, it's magic, the magic box. So just like filter it through the magic box, put on the mask, and pretend you're somebody else telling them something, and they'll swallow it. Hook, line, and sinker. Works every time. Just look at this anonymous crap. Everybody's eating out of my hand. Oops! I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's like you get the point. Yeah, if I were to just tell you up front like a normal person, you probably wouldn't bother listening. And when I come sneaking around the corner like some super hacker with all kinds of special technology and connections, think, oh my god, this is important.
Yeah, because that was in my generation too. It had that movie Hackers and all this stuff, and those people had a mystique. And it seems like in Western and first world culture is like this idea of like the mysterious person is someone that knows something.
Let me just say, I learned from the best, and Alice in Wonderland and the Emperor's New Clothes and
Well, let me throw something else up too. Like, if you live in a completely digitalized world where everything is more and more digitalized, then some kind of power or like an alpha what people look up to is not like the fighter on the street. It is someone who is capable of maneuvering through this digital world, right? So and hackers obviously are, but at least to some point. But then, so we're living in the society that we discussed. They're pushing people into fear, looking up to powerful people, right? So who are these people going to look up to?
This is the problem. People only see, fake alphas or betas as such exercising that power, and they never do it the right way. They get they get greedy when they get power in their hands. But the real alpha would give up his or her power, willfully in order for the system to work. That's a real alpha.
Actually,
that's where people like us come in. We tell you, we could have hacked your world into smithereens, but that would not have been any different from this big snake trying to take control. We would be part of it then. So we want everybody talking and coming to an agreement and making a contract. We enter into a contract and we honor that contract. We can function as normal beings again, without that thing having control over us. And you will understand that thing is real one day.
It actually reminds me, the whole alpha thing reminds me of Robert Sapolsky. He's a biological evolutionary studier. And he was studying chimpanzees? No, bonobos. And one of the tribes, the alphas went and they would eat the food at the resort. And one day they got tainted meat and they got TB and they all died. But they were insane. Like, they would fight other tribes for that junk food instead of like foraging, And when those alphas died, the whatever you call them, betas, you want to call them, the ones that were sensitive to the community needs, not like the ones like, we're the boss, we're going to get the food, we're the boss, intimidating, punching everything kind of animals, just like our psychopaths that run our world. Then they ended up becoming an egalitarian society. and they groomed each other, and sex was distributed more equally, because for monkeys, that's a big thing, their reproduction. And it turned out that some of these members of this tribe went out to other tribes, and they started converting other tribes. So who knows what Mother Nature has in store for us?
Well, some people have had a bit of foresight into that kind of thing. And our current track here doesn't look like it's going to be very harmonic for us in the future.
Yeah, I almost feel like when we were growing up, I mean, I don't know your generation or mine, like the idea of an alpha was someone that like fought everyone. Like, oh, I can kick his ass, I can kick his ass. But the real alpha, when you look at like more of the indigenous tribes, is someone that like at one moment, he's the one that's really good at hunting birds. And at another moment, there's another alpha. He's good at finding water. And they found that with wolves too, like wolf packs. There is no one alpha. The thing is, our society programs us to think that there should be one alpha. Well, the reality is, you're good at this, I'm good at that. We take our turns.
Yeah, and the problem is there's always an alpha. There's always a bigger fish.
Yeah, but the thing is,
especially in the hacker.
Sorry, the alpha, the idea of an alpha of alphas, that's the problem. Like, that's what we have. We have like a total like recursive loop of like alphas that have to be above alphas, that have to be above alphas, and then the rest of us are...
You misinterpret what an alpha really is. A beta would be a politician, or policeman, and somebody who follows an order as such. An alpha would be a true leader with moral integrity and such.
Yeah, I agree. But even with the bonobos, until those savage ones died off, there was no way, because they were ruling by intimidation. And that's the one thing that you see, like you or I wouldn't want to execute someone just for disagreeing. But these are the psychopaths that they don't really care about anyone else. I mean, like, you're right. The real alpha has empathy, but these guys that are whatever.
A real alpha is above that fear. A real alpha has confidence in himself to the degree that he would take on another alpha one-on-one. So a beta doesn't scare him at all. So he doesn't need to silence. But alphas are fewer than the betas. That's the problem.
And the problem is too, like I noticed in a lot of these chats, disagreeing about vaccines or whatever, some people who are really betas put up this facade like they're an alpha, and they sound like they are confident in their decision, but all they're doing is they're just a mouthpiece for some other alpha, Pfizer or whoever. And you cannot debate them. You cannot talk to them because they're just a robot, you could say, almost on some level.
Mm-hmm.
They're just a parrot, parroting and everything.
Well, they're trained well, for sure, right?
Yeah, and some of them never shut up.
Some are trained and they actually believe it, and some know it's not true, but they're just pushing it. Not sure which one is more dangerous.
Well, if you check your social media newsfeed, average social media newsfeed, you'll get like 100 of these people with their own podcast telling you, what's wrong with the world, and it's starting to sound like us. But yeah, that's kind of who you get served to, the fake alpha.
Yeah, but that's what you're dealing with, Thor. Like I said it before too. Like, people lose their trust in the established media, and at first, when they do that, they are searching for new new leaders, new strong voices, someone can lead them. And actually, that's not. I don't personally think that's the solution. You have to empower people, every individual, to research for themselves and not trust anyone, especially not the alternative media.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the problem is though, like how many generations we've had this stable society in quotes, you know, but like this idea of the past being like brutal, like oh, in the past peasants had to farm and they were dying on the whatever. That was a lie anyway, but this thing keeps people wanting to believe in this society, and they're always like, well, it could be worse. It could be worse.
Well,
like it could be.
I say to all of these people, I did you a vision of the future, a booth stomping on a man's head or something to that effect. Wasn't that like 70, 80 years ago? Of course, it's going towards more brutal, more totalitarian. That has been kind of, a known fact for quite some time. And that's also why everything's getting, ultra militant, because they have to brace themselves for this, mass run for resources as such. Number one problem, human population. And of course, management of resources. We waste more than we produce almost. So, yeah.
I agree. And I was just thinking about the whole green energy movement, for example, where they're trying to solve a problem like the whole CO2 thing. It's a fucking disaster. We don't really know. It's a hypothesis, but they're already like spending all these rare earth minerals and huge systems of computing just to get this like solution to something that we don't even know is a real problem. And I think it's because not that it is a problem, but it gives them authority.
Yeah, but this is like when panic takes control. Not always, wise choices you see getting made. We have to rein in the power these maniacs have. That's the first trial. But people are still there. Oh, we need to elect smarter leaders. No, you need a Batman slap.
Yeah, the whole depopulation agenda.
Did you literally cut off after that word?
Oh, I'm sorry. The depopulation agenda, which I thought was crazy, 20 years ago. Now I'm seeing it happen, and I think I'm not. You can't really say, but maybe these jabs that they're giving out are part of it. We don't know, but here's the thing: if only the compliant people fall for it and they get sterilized or they die or whatever, then who's going to be the one that's going to be left? Maybe not so bad. I know it sounds a little bit dark, but maybe their depopulation agenda is going to backfire.
But then these people have a plan in place a long time ago. They know how to hoard resources and they know where to put their militaries. Of course, on top of the oil, everybody's dependent on petrol, this and that. And when people start getting agitated, well, then you start bombing. People forget how many hundreds of thousands of people we actually killed over the last 20 years. But we have depopulated quite. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so and about these jabs, specifically, Rob, there's one thing that resistance or alternative media, I think, are missing out on a bit, is that when you look at these vaccines specifically, they don't have to be the end goal, right? They could function as a Trojan too. We don't know what effect they have in combination with something else. And 5 or 10 years from now, they could be injecting these people or giving these people something that reacts with that vaccine.
Well, this has already done what it's supposed to do. This is like the room full of actors with two people who eventually play along. This is about control, and they have succeeded. You have bought the pandemic. You have, you know, you have agreed to like let your rights get taken away because you fears of some media virus. This is exactly, you know, this is an unmitigated success for these people. It's just what they had. This is an exercise, just like they told you they were going to run. You know, Agenda 21, wake up, it's 2021.
Yeah.
They told you about this in utter detail. So, yeah.
You know that Unabomber, Ted Kaczynski, he wrote like the way to fight the system. It's really hard when you're trying to fight, let's say, energy production and the conveniences of society. But when it comes to biomedical things, that's when it's going to become really hard for these people to get control. And I know because, like in the United States, they're pretending like most people are getting the vaccine, but it's not true. The Last American Vagabond was reporting that like a lot of nurses are against it, and they have to kind of like force them into it, and that's causing a battle. So it seems like once people start realizing that they have autonomy of their own body, that's when they can fight back. So it's like these crazy psychopaths already had control over energy and politics and religion and all that. But now when they start to come for your body, that might be the only hope. And he said that was the last bastion. Like that's the last stand.
No. That is not correct. The war is always going to be for your mind. And when they win that, they win everything. Now people have to wake up. This is about control of the psyche. First of all, they made up some bullshit virus, typical China propaganda too, from China even. Nobody gets it. Everybody like swallows the whole thing, and now the whole world is in a fucking lockdown. Everybody's wearing, you know, fucking masks and virtue signaling left and right. And yes, it is that test. And we're all following those actors up and down and up and down. But the problem is we're the majority and they're the minority, and we got suckered into this. Like, we should have known better. God damn it.
Yeah, but I have hope in that, like, honestly, like the people that are buying it up, they're gonna kill themselves. Like they trust in the medical establishment, which can't even cure 99% of the diseases that we know are caused by other things. So like these are the people that like are the bootlickers. They're gonna be gone.
That's nice, because my mother wears a mask, my brother wears a mask, my sister wears a mask. My whole fucking family wears a mask except me. I don't want that to be like, oh, well then it's all good anyway. No, I don't think like that. You know, when I free these people from the prison of the mind they have been put into, and you know, they can actually, you know, do the rest themselves. I don't have to be their leader, and that's what's good about this stuff. You want to like go the other way with this and like let them all die and fuck that bullshit. You know,
no.
Take the power assholes out of power. You know.
Yeah,
like,
but
be like Ted Kaczynski then, and go for the goal and just take one of them with you to make a point. Yeah, I hope you hear me out there, censorship assholes. I just incited the real violence there, but yeah.
It's all satire, of course. We would never incite violence.
Of course, I'm talking in the would-be scenario. We would be teaming together and now taking these corrupt assholes out forever and cleaning up our planet in the would-be scenario. in the would-be scenario, Elon Musk would be spending his money on Earth and not on Mars. Like, of course, I live in a fantasy.
Guys, 1 second. I have to say hi to Gambit. Of course, he jumped in.
Hey, yeah, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, they can't even pay their workers a fair wage, and they already want to go explore Mars. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think about that too. Like, why?
Because they're big fucking children. You know, they got a lot of candy or rather they got the whole candy store. And now they want to do other things that kids want to do, like go to Mars. They're not adults. They're not responsible. They're just like playing.
And what about providing internet to Mars and the Moon, but they can't even provide it to like Africa or to the people on the ocean? Like,
we can't even provide oxygen to the fucking planet, and they want to breathe on Mars. That's what I'm talking about. Like fucking children.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos could solve world hunger, but he wants to colonize Mars and not pay his workers a fair wage.
Your audio is very bad, Gambit.
Oh damn.
Well, it's okay. You sound like a little bit like a radio.
We can make you out, but it's kind of barely. You know.
Let's see what you do. I'm always having headset problems.
It sounds like you're talking into a pillow.
I can hear it okay though. I mean, you're hearable on the stream because I can hear it okay. But yeah, maybe there is something going on.
Maybe that's better.
Go ahead, Rob.
These guys like Bezos and whatever, they were all like just handpicked to run these companies. Like Whitney Webb was reporting, like Facebook started as a military app, whatever. But it's really funny that people kind of look up to them. Like I have a good friend, he's very smart, but he thinks Elon Musk is really good about space travel. And I'm like, can you explain to me how we got to the moon past the Van Allen belt, like with no shielding? How did those astronauts never got cancer? And that's the one thing that we have, this mystery of this like space thing, which is like the new frontier. And meanwhile, like you said, we can't fix anything on this planet. Like they're gonna dredge the oceans now. On Slow News Day, they were reporting like they don't even know what it could do to the fucking ocean life. And meanwhile, we're gonna go to Mars. That's bullshit.
Let me say something about Elon Musk for the starters. Like,
wait a minute. The astronauts only went to the Van Allen belt for a short period of time. But now the electronics have advanced so much, they have such advanced electronics that they're much more sensitive to that Van Allen belt. That's the reason.
Yeah, but okay, so Elon Musk, he was part of the PayPal mafia, right? He ran PayPal together with a guy named Peter Thiel. Now, Peter Thiel is one of the earliest investors of Palantir, and Palantir is a CIA operation from funded by a group called In-Q-Tel. So In-Q-Tel and Peter Thiel funded that Elon Musk's enterprises, funded Palantir, and now Elon Musk is suddenly embedded into the whole American missile establishment, creating all these missiles to go to Mars and stuff, to go to other planets.
Yeah.
In reality, he's also designing weaponry for these people, better working missiles and all these things, and it is just deeply embedded in Palantir and the military industrial complex. And the Facebook thing real quick. Yeah, Facebook, like you said, is originally DARPA's LifeLock, and DARPA's LifeLock went down in 2004, and that's when Facebook started at the exact same day. Yeah.
And we got the bullshit story. We got the sob story of he stole it from someone else at his school, and they sued him. And I'm sure that really did happen, but it was probably for show. Kind of like any of these heroes, like you hear Steve Jobs. He started in a garage. Yeah, but where the hell did they get all that money? Because computers weren't cheap back then.
Let me tell you another thing. These two guys he stole the ID from are now two of the biggest Bitcoin investors in history, and who is pushing Bitcoin now? Elon Musk. The military industrial complex.
We actually know a bit about how, you know, these private companies and operations you get, you know, put into military context. That you know.
But this doesn't take like you don't have to be an Einstein to do this. You can find all this data in like half an hour. You just have to do it. Like you search into Elon Musk and his history, and
imagine you get some official coming to see you and talking to you, and you're getting basically told that everything you're about to hear is under, you know, national security and such, and you're not allowed to repeat it under fear of being, you know, actually indicted for sedition. That is punishable by death. So then they tell you, because you have this and this, and we have this and this problem, we have to do this and this and this, and you have to play along. And that's how you get your Elon Musk or Steve Jobs or even Zuckerberg to play along.
Elon Musk, he has enough money that he can affect the Dogecoin market. You know, he could buy, say he puts $1 billion, he buys $1 billion worth of Dogecoin, it goes way up and everybody's like to the moon, and then he sells it all off at a high and buys the dips again.
But do people realize that Musk had a net worth of 27 billion early 2020, and that he's now worth 173 billion? He's like the second richest man in the planet. He's going to pass Jeff Bezos like in a month or two.
He did at one point. He passed him at one point, I thought. Or
That Jeff Bezos was rich off the lockdown too, right?
That was between Bill Gates. I think it was Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos were competing for #1 at the time for a little while.
Well, Musk is a lot richer than Bill Gates at this point. Just saying. At least on paper, right?
These people just have money. They don't really have any power. The military is in control of this planet, the industrial military complex, and people you don't even see, names you don't know, positions you couldn't even imagine.
And what a lot of people don't realize is that, like, people think like Elon Musk, like they say he's self-made or whatever, but really he's taking government subsidies, he's taking government handouts. That's what he's doing.
Of course, and taxes don't exist for these people. They have all these schemes they have running. So.
Yeah, I mean it's that long line of like the Rockefellers and the Carnegies and all that. Like these guys, I don't even know if it's true, but they have these rags to riches stories. Like Carnegie, he was spinning yarn or whatever. I don't know, but these people got powerful really, really, really fast, and I don't know if that's even possible.
No. And Rockefeller said,
"I'm paying more in federal taxes this year than Jeff Bezos." You know,
I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. Everyone, these people pay nothing. They use tricks for it. But the Rockefeller said, like, buy things when the blood is running in the streets. There's like a famous quote of the old Rockefeller, right? Who was like in 1913, I think he was big with Standard Oil. He said, like, the moment to buy things is from countries is like when the blood is running in the streets. That's the perfect moment to buy.
So we should be buying some Bitcoin then.
Well, thing is, these people are ruthless, right? And these schemes they set up, they're very smart. Like Starbucks, for example, has a good scheme going on. They pay for their brand on the little cups. Like you have like the Starbucks cup you buy for a buck. The profit is like 20 cents on it. But they claim they're paying license fees of like 40 cents for that little logo on it, right? And they set up an offshore company they pay the license fees to. So they never profit, Starbucks. They never pay tax. And the license fees go to like some company that accepts it, and that is involved in another tax scheme and another tax scheme. And in the end, they pay zero tax. They pay themselves license fees. So, yeah.
Well, it's like how Bill Gates.
If anybody saw on Facebook out there, when you see these ads, like I saw this ad for like a Gatling bubble machine, like a Gatling gun bubble machine. They wanted like $38 for it on the Facebook ad. I go to eBay, reputable sellers, a lot of positive feedback. They're like $8, $12. You don't have to pay these outrageous prices. You sell these Facebook ads.
I think that the modern culture also, we have this, like when Facebook was banning people and YouTube, people went like, well, that's a private company. But they're doing a government service. So they shouldn't be able to pretend like they're private for profit, and that's why they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah. And, Freenet.space had way less of a misinformation problem than the overly censored Facebook, and Freenet.space still got shut down. Pissed me off.
It's gone now. It's gone after ACTA 2 was put in place. Freenet.
Yeah.
What a good run.
Man. The Aegis Alliance had the second biggest group on that platform.
Yeah,
anonymous.
It's all gone. I know that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Rob, I mean, you're right. They say they're like private when they like censor you, but they present themselves as a public marketplace to such a level that politicians and governments use it to communicate with people, and then they start censoring people, making that. Like, some people get censored for their opinion, and they no longer have the ability to communicate with their own government. Like, that's a little bit much, right, for a private company.
Yeah. I wanted to say something. The Aegis Alliance, the EGIS, we actually won the 8th annual Acquisition International Business Excellence Awards for Best Internet Article Publishing Platform.
Okay, well, congratulations. Good job.
Thanks. I submitted the Epstein documents and the Lee County, Florida stuff that we did and last year.
Yeah, well, it's necessary. It gets published somewhere, right? It gets censored everywhere.
Right.
So, yeah. Aegis Alliance is doing a good job with that. Yeah. They published the uncensored documents, right? I mean, Epstein, Black Book, and stuff.
Yeah, first we published the redacted Maxwell depositions, then we published the unredacted. So the unredacted Little Black Book, Epstein's Little Black Book, and we published the Trump Epstein versus Jane Doe rape lawsuit. We put all kinds of files. We even got the flight logs. We got a bunch of other documents. We even have the FBI. The FBI ran the flight logs to an AI system to try to discern what the names are on the flight log, and there's a text file that has all the names that are on the flight log.
Did you get any trouble for those documents, by the way?
No. I thought about I could be sued, but I don't think it would come down to anything like Julian Assange for something like that. But I could be sued.
Yeah, well, it would stir up a whole new problem for themselves too, a publicity problem, right? So.
Yeah, we did put up a disclaimer though that like the Little Black Book, for example, like some of these people have said they don't really know Epstein, they're not connected to any of that. So you got to put it out there. Like, it may contain names of victims, it may contain the names of innocent people, things like that. So you don't want to just start using everybody in there. And that whole Julian Assange thing, that could have big implications for the Washington Post, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, all these guys. That's what they aren't realizing.
They don't care. 2012 Smith-Mundt Modernization Act legalized propaganda, and Charlie Robinson, Macroaggressions, was talking about it. He said, why would they want to legalize propaganda when they've been doing it all the time, with the CIA feeding them stories and all that crap? Well, now we see it with this medical bullshit reporting. Like, pharma doesn't claim anything. The media claims it for them.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
True.
The media and these fact-checker weird websites just pop up everywhere.
Yeah.
Though.
Yeah.
And like also like these fact-checker sites instantly take top positions in Google and these places, and they just pop up randomly.
Yep. Yep.
How is that even possible? Like we have like sometimes we work like 10 years on an SEO jobs. Like we have we push these sites go up slowly and slowly with more valid backlinks and these things. But these sites instantly top 3, top 5, or whatever search word.
There's a reason for that.
We
You
know
can
the
actually
reason.
read up. You can read up on the details about how the whole fact-checking partnership works. But these people are already hired to do this job, and they're put in to the system, like with full access. And they talked about this, especially Facebook, and the Facebook like Snopes and different people, how they interact with them, and how the fact-checking is done as such. But that's why they have access and come out on top, because they actually have full access. They're not like a normal user. They're like a superpower user, and they get information fed to them from the algorithm about stuff they need to check, like flagged posts, trigger words and stuff like that. So
I remember in 2020 I published an article about these during the George Floyd protests and riots. It was shortly after that, where these pallets of bricks being left and right in protest zones, and then and nobody knows how they were getting there, and then they got my article went viral, and then it got fact checked on Facebook. It's partly false, because all these major cities said protesters had nothing to do with the bricks. But one major city said that protesters had something to do with it. So my article was rated partly false. I had to take it down because Facebook punishes pages and groups for that kind of stuff. So
yeah, unfortunately, Facebook is basically just breeding Facebook, Twitter, and all them. They're just breeding like this new culture, this fake counterculture of the media. Like, oh, we found the free media, but meanwhile, it's as fucking crooked as MSNBC or Fox.
Well, I'm going to repeat this. I know I said it a few times now, but it's a military operation. It's a psychological operation, and everybody needs to wake up to that fact. It's not in the hands of any private, normal people anymore.
It never was. I don't think it was ever private. I mean, like when you look at Microsoft backdoors that they had way back, the antitrust thing in Europe was just like a show. Just a show. Like, look, you see this private company, they overstepped their bounds, and we slapped them in the wrist. That's it.
Well, technically, the internet is controlled ground. You can't really get, free there. Somebody owns the infrastructure anyway. So
There's a few big infrastructure providers. A few big ones. Cogent, Level 3, Telia, Sonera, they run the infrastructure, the actual cables in the ground. That's pretty much it. There's like... In the US, there's maybe 5.
Yeah, we have DNS. DNS is a problem too, because they could poison it easily.
Yeah.
See, if an ordinary citizen goes and steals $100 or robs a place or punches somebody, they're getting locked up. They're going to jail. They're getting at least a misdemeanor, maybe a felony, something like that. But if a corporation embezzles millions and billions of dollars, they get a slap on the wrist, Or if I went and beat a dog, I could get arrested for that. A cop beats a police dog, and he kind of just gets away with it,
Yeah, if you steal $5 million from a bank, your sentence is going to be like that. You have to go to jail and pay back the $5 million, right? But if Pfizer kills so many, or whoever came up with Vioxx, they killed so many fucking people, and all those deaths counted up, and all the damages and all the healthcare expenses, and they paid a stupid little fine, $20 million or whatever the hell it was. The legal system is beyond idiotic. Like they lock people up for. I think the UK law is like if you disturb the peace on a protest or whatever it is, cause harm, you can get 10 years.
Yep, the judicial system and the tax system is backwards in the U.S. You know?
All over, not just here.
No, it's everywhere. It's
it's everywhere. Yeah.
Like I live here in a tax haven here myself, and it is like I know how they deal with big companies.
The truth is that you're actually under martial law in America, but you don't know it, and they suspended your content.
Yeah, technically, 100 miles in from the borders is they call it a constitution-free zone. So, like, I live by coastal city. And yeah, technically, because immigrants and terrorists can come in this way, then they could suspend the Constitution anytime they want, according to their whatever the hell the law is.
And they don't really have to tell you about it, because that might actually jeopardize the whole security thing too. So when you have a lot of people doing a lot of stuff that on the surface looks like something you could put them in jail for, but still nobody touches them. You should ask yourself, are they exempt because of, their military connection?
Now, actually, that brings me to something that I was talking to Mark about before. I understand the importance of Assange, but why do we still have a centralized figure representing a group that can still go on without him? Like, we should still be having leaks of, like, financial documents or pharma documents. There are a lot of doctors out there that are against what's going on, but they can't say anything like publicly because they'll lose their job or their license. Why am I not seeing any of that? Like we're only seeing like Last American Vagabond. He's looking at CDC stuff to prove them wrong, but there's no leaks. Isn't that strange?
Now he's using the data from the establishment itself too, and that is
Well, I'm going to reference the World Doctors Alliance. And, there are thousands and thousands of health professionals who have signed, their statement about, not locking down the planet. And, how the whole COVID tactic is against medical, professionals' advice. And I can show you that website right now. This is all about who controls the narrative and what you actually see in your feed. On your TVs and everything.
Okay, so Julian did say like we have to be decentralized and we have to actually, he says this new generation is supposed to do it. We have to like defeat the mainstream media, and we have to do exactly what you were saying, Rob. Leak, provide information, right? It's not happening, and it has to do with this. I think it has to do with this whole fear thing. That as long as Julian is locked up, people are silenced because they fear they're going to have the same future.
Yeah, but again, where are you going to leak it if everybody or everything is under control? Every media outlet is controlled. Just like us, we're having a hard time reaching people because we're getting banned and, throttled and God knows what. And, that's pretty much the same with, like I said, the World Doctor Alliance. Just check it out. They have a big fucking website. Nobody's fucking listening. They have over 500,000 signatures from people, and I think that they're up to like 35,000 signatures from medical professionals. We're talking doctors, nurses, epidemiologists, etc., etc. But again, it's about who gets to be on TV, and they're not getting to be on the only context they get mentioned. You have these crazy people with this website spreading misinformation about Corona. That's the only context you hear it.
One thing that really pissed me off about the Pfizer vaccine is that like they had to have like these trucks with like dry ice containers, all this like they had to have dry ice containers. They had to keep it at a below freezing level, and like the truckers had to drive along and like refill the dry ice as they're driving along. Like that pissed me off. That costs a lot of money, and I mean that's capitalism right there. No matter the cost, they're going to get these things out. I mean, I actually personally I did take the Johnson & Johnson vaccine one day before it was paused. I didn't have any problems with it, and the Pfizer vaccine, it doesn't protect against that many variants. The Moderna vaccine doesn't protect against as many variants. The Johnson & Johnson actually took the time with it, and there hasn't been announced like you're going to need a booster shot or anything for J&J. You're going to need a booster shot every year for Pfizer and Moderna, so you're going to have to keep getting that vaccine every year.
I'm not getting any vaccine. I already said, like, I'm not getting any vaccine. I'm going to get the disease before I take a vaccine. I'm going to ask someone to make me sick.
So I just protect against more variants.
Yeah, and I'm not scared. I'm less scared of this disease than I am of this vaccine. I can tell you that.
Just let me say something here. I just Googled what I was talking about. World Doctors Alliance, just to see what Google is showing me. The first, thing on top says the infodemic. World Doctors Alliance spreads misinformation, and it says fake news about the coronavirus, blah blah blah. And that's the first hit. You don't actually get the website first. You get them warning you about, and then another one warning you about them. Then another one warning you about them. It goes on and on. But they don't actually give you the website. You have to put it in yourself manually. It's
like the Vietnam War. The only time the war the war looked like it was going to stop was when people started seeing that the government was hiding things, that they were hiding that guys were coming home dead, and that makes people curious. I know it's a stupid mentality of people like, oh, why did he get banned? So they start following these people, and then they start see, that's the hope I see with this alternative media, is that we are kind of building the framework, for when people do see that even Facebook and Google is full of shit.
Yeah. Right. So in my country, we do have somewhat of a resistance against this whole COVID story, mostly under the kind of like the leadership of emeritus professor Pierre Capel, who is actually was the teacher of many of these Dutch version of the CDC, because RIVM doctors. He's actually their teacher, and he does not agree with what they're saying, and he's saying this COVID thing is not as dangerous as they claim, and these masks don't actually help, and he's somewhat one of the leaders of this what is called with us the virus truth movement. There are legitimate doctors involved, and it is not like some kind of like weirdo disinfo campaign with like a tinfoil hat people who believe everything that is not in line with the establishment. No. These are all professors and doctors. I mean, there's it's healthy to be skeptic. I mean, you don't have to say go ahead.
Actually, the weirdest thing was that China gave the genetic code sometime in January, and 2 days later, Moderna was already testing a new shot. 2 days later, they already had this framework set up for their RNA platform. And then when they interviewed the Chinese guy, T-Lav had it, where he was like, we never isolated the virus. So what is this genetic code that they got from a soup of stuff? And if you guys are interested, Dr. Tom Cowan and Dr. Andy Kaufman, they go into that because they were like, they're not really like virologists, but they're like, let's see what happens. Like, let's see how do they get these codes. And they looked into the history, and they found that there was not one single virus isolated, like in the way that they originally had a theory of how viruses work. They couldn't even follow their own theory, so they kept doing shortcuts. And we really don't know what this coronavirus is, but I have a theory, because in the third world, it hasn't really hit that hard. And guess what happens in the first world during winter? You have low vitamin D. Mm-hmm. And a lot of these doctors, like this one from Iceland, she was like arrested when she was flying in because she was spreading the word about vitamin D, like D being important for, northern climates. And how is that like medical misinformation? Like vitamin D is good for you. No, let's do a lockdown. People don't get no sun, and we don't tell them to get vitamin D. Guess what's going to happen? You're going to get sick.
That's fair.
You know, it would help in the U.S. if these COVID test kits imported from China didn't already have COVID on them. You know, because I know I'm one of my close family worked as upper management for Kaiser, and they did a test. Like they had group A, B, and C. They had them all take COVID tests. You know, and like one group, none of them showed up. None of them came positive. The other group had mixed results. And the other one, they didn't even take the test. They put like an unused sample in. They all tested positive.
What is this, antibody test or PCR?
I think it was PCR.
Yeah, PCR is one of those. If you look into the PCR, the PCR test is one of those things that, like, depending on the parameters set, how many amplifications that the process works, you can get a false positive. Like the president from Tanzania, he got a false positive from a banana or something like that.
Yeah, it was also on a Pepsi Cola thing. It was also a PCR test.
A papaya and a goat. There's a papaya and a goat came up positive.
Yeah, and I think Pepsi Cola also gave a positive. But so coronavirus, that type of virus exists. The first one was discovered in the 1960s, right? It causes common cold, and the last one before this, so you have the SARS thing, and you have the SARS-CoV-2. But before that was in 2004 was also a coronavirus discovered, actually in my own country. It's called New Haven, and it now causes 3.5% of all pneumonia infections around the world. They claim, right? But it was 2004. And it was a very similar virus, and it spread super fast over the entire world. And they say it causes 3.5% of all the pneumonia infections now. But there was never anything mentioned in the entire media. There's no vaccine, no lockdowns, nothing. And it was discovered in my country, and in months later, the entire world had it.
Yeah, actually.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
They submitted unused cotton swabs. It's a PCR test, so unused cotton swabs. They submitted these unused cotton swabs. They all came up positive. Anyway.
Yeah, well, the whole thing about viruses causing certain diseases. The one really scary one that I saw in Tom Cowan's book was polio and DDT. And he has a graph of like when DDT was polio was dropping. That was when DDT was like starting to become banned, right? And this is like the number, whatever it is, let's say 100. Well, was going down to like 40 or 50. That's when the fucking vaccine came out, and the vaccine took all the credit for getting rid of polio, right? But then they had other side effects with the polio vaccine. You know what they did? They relabeled it as Guillain-Barré. And you hear that now, like nervous disorder. Like, yeah, you just gave someone whatever toxin or whatever that messed up their immune system, and now their nerves are attacked.
Okay. It also took them years just to develop a polio vaccine. We already have a COVID vaccine, but they're still working on research about how cannabis and CBD can help with COVID. They're still working on that research for a year and a half now, but we already got a COVID vaccine. Because the CBD actually, especially if you smoke CBD hemp flower, it acts as it's an anti-inflammatory, and it makes it so if COVID gets in your lungs, you have temporary protection from the CBD in your lungs. It acts as anti-inflammatory, and the COVID just dies off.
Did you guys hear anything like kind of interesting about the 1918 flu not really being caused by a virus?
Well, there are these stories about bacterial infections, right, caused back then by actually masks. But
yeah, and they.
Go ahead.
Well, they had these military guys back then. You know, the experimentation, there was no real safety or whatever. So they took the guy that was sick and they took his blood and injected it into 10 other guys. None of them got sick. So then they took his mucus and boogers and stuff, and then they made them swallow it. None of them got sick. But what happened at the same time was they were developing a tuberculosis vaccine. And here's the thing about the Spanish flu that always made me curious way back, is that it spread. Mind you, there was no like airplane, like fast travel. It spread to like a whole bunch of cities at the same time. And incubation periods, like it takes a day or two for you to have enough viral load to pass it on. Well, what happened is that how did this thing spread so fast? Well, they were vaccinating all these soldiers all over, bases all over. And that's the stuff that probably caused whatever happened. And guess what? Spanish flu affected more like the healthy people. It was an immune disorder where the lungs were like so overwhelmed, and then they had bacterial pneumonia and all that. I kind of wonder if that's what's happening right now, because there are people getting like, it seems like the more middle-aged people are getting like these crazy immune symptoms with certain vaccines now.
Well, I haven't seen too much of that, to be honest, and I haven't seen anything. I don't know a single person who's been diagnosed with any fucking corona, and corona is pretty much just plain flu season on media steroids, nothing else. But that's enough. That's enough. People will, swallow whatever the media tells them. Nobody fact check these numbers.
I think the numbers are a lot less than has been reported. Like the official COVID numbers, I think they're way less. Because you have a lot of false positives.
In any normal context, you would have a false positive of such and such amount. We haven't heard anything about false positive percentages in this context.
They want to push the false negative narrative.
And the basis for this whole lockdown was a mathematical model by Professor Neil Ferguson, who predicted that, in the UK, 500,000 people would die, and worldwide, pretty much 10 times what you have today would die. And that's what they based the whole lockdown and fear factor on. He was off by a factor of 10 to 12.
And he was wrong. He was wrong about a lot of things. He was wrong about mad cow. He was wrong about all these fucking diseases, hoof and mouth, and all this crap disease. He was full of shit.
There's another thing surrounding COVID deaths. If you look at that website, that worldometers.info or something, it has all these so-called deaths of COVID. You see, the top 3 has cardiac diseases and cancer and diabetes, if I'm correct. So you have heart problems, you're more susceptible to die from it. So it's possible you die from it. Well, they were using remdesivir as a medicine at first, remdesivir, and remdesivir causes heart problems. You're saying? So yeah,
just like AZT probably caused the AIDS epidemic.
Yeah, but look at the remdesivir. Look at the side effects. I mean, this is the
most important thing here is that we don't have any more deaths this season than we had, any other season. This is just in line with a normal flu season. That is what all the numbers say.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, call us conspiracy guys, but I mean, you can see that they were using remdesivir as a medicine against it. You type on Google remdesivir side effects. You get the official side effects thing from that medicine, and it says it causes heart problems. It can cause your heart to beat irregularly and stuff. And what do you see? All these old people in the list of the number 1 deaths, all are with heart problems. As a pre-existing condition.
On Slow News Day today, they had Steve downloaded a document about that they found out that COVID is a vascular disease, which means the circulatory system, the heart and everything. And the few doctors that warned about the spike proteins in the vaccines are saying the same thing, but they didn't read that report, I don't think. They're saying that these spike proteins mess with your blood clotting, And what happens is that if you get too much clotting, then you don't have enough platelets, and then you bleed out. And I think that was also common among like the plague. Like they said that people would just bleed, right? So I kind of wonder what the hell is going on with this?
Well, there's a new scare every year, but I actually do know of somebody who died from COVID, like actual COVID. So.
My dad almost died in 2018 from the flu, and he had the same symptoms. He couldn't breathe. They couldn't figure out what the hell it was. They kept saying it wasn't pneumonia. They put him in the hospital. They did an angiogram and all that stuff. He was in his 70s, you know. Since then, he's been fine. But you know what's really interesting about this COVID? This is where I saw the bullshit at the start. Average age of COVID death is above the average life expectancy. If you're a statistician, you know that means that COVID actually does not reduce the average lifespan. So if you're 85 and you die of COVID, the average lifespan actually went up, which is weird, right? Because normally a disease would be affecting people and reducing lifespan on the average. You know, whether old, like a 65-year-old dying, yes, that's a. But these people in New York, for example, were sent home to die, not home, but to nursing homes, and the other ones were put on ventilators, even when doctors were saying that you shouldn't use ventilators, you should just give them oxygen.
Yeah, doctor was saying it is very dangerous to use ventilators on older people because that damages their lungs and it is not good for them. And yeah, there were many doctors speaking out about that at first.
I mean, that's still somebody's mental.
Most of the corona deaths have 2 or more comorbidities. That means other reasons they died or contributing reasons they died.
Yeah, I have a family member. She was 82. She died. She had a cancer, terminal cancer, and she was under chemotherapy. So her entire immune system was collapsed. She got COVID, and she died. Right. But she was already on heavy chemotherapy.
And the death was classified as a COVID death.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
That's the bullshit we're talking about. And that amounts to, so many false positives that, this actually looks like a mild flu season.
Yes, it's actually less than 2018.
Yep.
I'm reading old people
right now.
People ask why did the flu numbers disappear, and they said because we're all wearing masks, there's no more flu. So yeah.
These old people are still somebody's grandma, grandpa. They're still somebody's father or mother, or whatever,
Yeah, but the medical system is what's killing them, not COVID or whatever. It's because they have other treatments like ivermectin and budesonide, and that. Actually, when you look at like Nicaragua, which didn't have a lockdown, and Cuba, they used those traditional treatments and it worked fine. Here is when they banned it. They told doctors, if you use it, we're going to pull your license or we're going to pull you off. See, that's weird. That's weird. And you still can't talk about them. This one woman in Buffalo, her mom's in the hospital with the ventilator. Jason Burmis was reporting on it. And she's sued to get ivermectin prescribed for her mother, right? And the court ruled in favor, right? Because it's her doctor saying this, and the hospital said no. Isn't that insane?
I remember there was a case, I think it's either Oregon or Washington, but somebody got hit by a drunk driver and they died. They tested positive for COVID. They died from getting hit by a car, and their death was labeled as COVID.
Yeah, you know what their logic is? They did it with a motorcyclist too. They said, well, if it wasn't for, maybe COVID made him not see things properly and he walked in front of that car or whatever. Bullshit.
Yeah. All right.
But that's when you realize it's a religion right now. It's the religion. It's like, during the plague times of the Bible, like anything bad that happens, they interpret as like a doom from God. And right now, the doom from God comes from, the pharmaceutical industry. They're the ones that are telling us what the curse we have.
I think a lot of this is about people just, following their team. They chose one team they think is going to win. either the pro-maskers or the anti-maskers. And you know, anything you say that contradicts their beliefs will just be discarded again because, you know, they're on a mission.
Yeah, actually,
but personally, me living in California, like even if I didn't want to wear a mask, I still wear one because I'd rather not get into random arguments with employees and random people, and you know, plus businesses like a lot of businesses in California require you to wear a mask. I don't want to try to have to prove to my self-righteous almighty point, you know, that you know just to not wear a mask or something, you know, get arguments and fights, and, you know.
Yeah, no, that's smart because what I'll do is that I'll wear the mask kind of down a little, and then like if they say something, then I'll put it up and I'll apologize. But like it's kind of out of respect.
Yeah. Yeah, same here. It says out of respect for others. You know, out of respect for others.
It sounds evil. Sounds like you're living in Nazi Germany. Nobody wears a mask around here. I go anywhere in any store, in, you know, any public building. Nobody's asking me to wear a mask except one place, and that was a hospital. And since it's a hospital, okay, I can go along with it. Nobody comes after you in the store for not wearing a mask or stuff like that. If they did, I would punch their fucking lights out right there.
I can't even go on I can't even go inside a gas station without wearing a mask. Like, they got a sign out front, like, no mask, no service. Can't go in a gas station without a mask here.
You know, you know, there's a legal argument against that, which is that technically they're not supposed to force a medical I forget what it's called. A mask is like a medical procedure or some bullshit like that. But like, we haven't gotten to the point where people can fight it. So they're still kind of like, but there are a lot of lawyers I've seen, like with Dr. James Lyons Weiler. He does a lot of good videos on it, like where they're fighting like these state cases because they know that they can't win on the federal level. So they have to fight it on the state level. And then when more states kind of open up, then they start seeing the pattern. And then you see the media right now, they're trying to say like Florida's a hotbed and Texas is a hotbed. And it's not true. You could see that, like, when you look at the data, them not locking down and them not using masks like as mandatory, their numbers are like any other numbers. It's because the season's over, you know, like you were saying earlier, it's a normal flu season.
Yeah, and they can't really, you know, force that on you. Not even a normal store, because it breaks discrimination laws. You might have health issues, you know, and they're not allowed to discriminate against your health issues. Discrimination against any type of, you know, health thing would be a no-no, but nobody seems to be going in that direction there, because they're using health the other way. But, you know, just say you're exempt, and you don't have to owe them any you know, medical anything, because they're not authority of any kind. But from their perspective, you know, they just have to follow the letter of the law that says they can't discriminate against you, and you have a medical exemption.
Yeah, and you don't have to, and you don't have to disclose what the medical exemption is, because that's against the. Because, like, for example, here's the crazy thing: if I'm going to get surgery in a hospital, they can't not treat me because I have HIV. But now with COVID, they could say, "Oh, we can't treat you because you have COVID. We need you to have a fucking quarantine." But what if I need surgery now or cancer treatment? They're using this COVID thing as like worse than HIV.
Yeah, and it goes against the letter of the law. We talked about discrimination more than once.
It's like it's worse than heart surgery. It's
you
know. Anyway, I think I got to get going.
Alright. Okay.
Thanks for your work.
You're welcome. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, keep going.
Yeah,
I mean, crucial documents.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It's like 650, 660 megabytes of Epstein documents. Maybe I think it's like 665 actually megabytes of Epstein documents.
By the way, did you hear that they served her lawyers, Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers, with 3 million pages? Like, that's a total. That's kind of like setting them up for some kind of like cover up or whatever, because now they're going to be like, well, we can't really go through all these documents, so we're just going to go with the basic charges.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell didn't kill herself.
I don't know if they're going to do that though. She seems to be a more hardened agent than Epstein. You know, like Epstein probably he was probably going to talk, but she's gung ho. She brags being able to fly. She was bragging about flying a helicopter. Sorry.
Epstein was about to testify against people in power.
Yeah.
I'm also considering something else. That because she is a recruiter of these young girls, Epstein might not have been her only buyer. She might be far more powerful than we think she is. But
no, she's very connected. I mean, she was bragging one time how she was flying one of these attack helicopters and she got to shoot up a whole village in South America or something like that. Yeah. And I'm like, wow, like who gets that? Like you can't just get that like by being a rich person. She's connected to some military. Mossad, maybe.
I thought all rich people did stuff like that. That's probably a thing if you're rich enough. Like they invite Elon Musk to like, shoot people in villages and stuff. I don't know, but it kind of sounds plausible.
Crazy.
You need to get yourself a better mic to the next show.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. Use my phone,
That works pretty good.
Yeah. All right, later, guys.
See you, man.
Bye.
Noise suppression. What is this all about? Noise suppression. Oh no.
Try turning it on and off. Let's see.
Yeah, I think he found it. Too late.
No, he's here. I think. Oh no, he went.
No, he just left.
Yeah, this COVID thing, man. The media, China, whoever, like, it's clear that they're metering information. Like they're not going to tell us the real picture. And if it was a real pandemic, you think they're going to tell us to worry? They're going to be telling us to calm down. They're going to tell us, don't worry about it. I mean...
They already told us about this a few years ago with the whole Agenda 21 and, the simulations they were going to run about this and that. And, also Bill Gates has been on about stuff like, what if we had a worldwide pandemic? What if? And then he's in the middle of, it's staged. Of course it's staged. Intelligent people get that, but it's like being a flat earther. You can't talk about that shit because people will attack you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care anymore. I got to that point where it's weird because before this pandemic, I did not feel the freedom to challenge anything because I was just questioning, war policy, the news. But now it's out and open. This thing that can kill you, right? Whatever the media says. And it's such a weird fucking thing that like normal conspiracies are like things are more dangerous than you're told, right? But this conspiracy is things are less dangerous than you're told and people still latch onto it because they want to feel scared. I don't know.
Yeah, but that that's how it works. The whole it's just in your mind. That's where the monsters are, and that's what they have been using for so long. You know, the biggest monster of them all is called Satan. Everybody knows Satan, you know. And then you have Satan's minions, and you know everything that they protect you from, whatever. It's the same, fear factor mentality that's been used the whole way. It's
Yeah.
always something that is supposed to come and scare you. It's the Wizard of Oz thing. Once you get behind the curtain, you see there's a fat little man who has instruments and rules the world.
Yeah.
Just hold on
Now
to
we
his
have
hand.
aliens. Now they're trying to push this whole alien thing, and like 20 years ago, I kind of believed in aliens, and now I don't. But now this whole thing of the aliens coming out, we have all this technology, all these cameras and stuff, and it's the same shitty, grainy footage, and it's all like, it's such an obfuscated thing to make people still kind of like.
It's real. Dude. It's real. The reptilians the Greys are real, and we have to build a wall to protect us against the space monsters. A space wall.
That's why we're
I'm
spraying
gonna
shit
run
in
on
the
it.
sky. Is that why we're
Yeah.
spraying the chemicals in the sky to protect us?
Exactly. See, now you have an excuse for that too.
Yeah.
You know why they're actually spraying that shit in the sky, right?
Yeah.
I know they're doing that. If you don't even have to search for like chemtrails or something. You can search for cloud seeding and you already find like a lot of scientific stuff about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like the
Yeah,
original.
Okay, go ahead.
The original technology, they were using cadmium, and cadmium is toxic, and now they're using some kind of silver, whatever the hell it is. But I mean, if they're allowed to do this, that's ridiculous. Because like, there's no.
Allowed to do what? What are they doing exactly?
Basically spraying whatever the fuck they want in the sky.
You know what's
Just like
weird?
they've been doing for the last.
You know what's weird about that too? That they are spraying these metals, right, to like aluminum and these things, and it all enters into the soil of the plants, and normal growing becomes more difficult. And what is exactly the answer to that? The Monsanto growing equipments make it easy to grow in metal-rich soil.
Yes.
But again, nobody explained why and what they are doing. Why are they spraying the sky? What is the reason?
You want to hear a hypothetical that came up a while ago that I kind of I dismissed the whole 5G thing as bull crap, but I recently got 5G on my phone, and despite the signal being good, it's no much faster than the regular 4G, right? Same frequency, just using a different coding or whatever. But one Israeli scientist, engineer, whatever, he was on Dr. Tom Cowan's show, or I forget, whatever. He was talking about how the 5G is beamforming, and what I think is the cell phone market is to train the system, because you need to have triangulation, and the police have that weapon, that directed microwave weapon that they could use to kind of make people fucking feel uncomfortable burning or whatever. You could do that with antennas. You could do that with enough antennas in a short. And I'm never worried about the power of those antennas, but if they figure out how to take 5 or 6 or 600 antennas that have low power and focus, let's say, the harmonic wave at one point, whatever size it is, that could cook something. And who knows if the spraying could make the air.
How is that related to chemicals in the air? Are they going to use these metals to enhance the signals?
Yeah, that's what I'm not sure about, because the thing, when you're trying to do, when you're trying to conduct electricity through water, for example, clean water doesn't really conduct. But if you put ions in there, metal, whatever, it bridges the path. And in the air, you have the same thing. I work in the electrical industry, and the biggest thing is dust. Dust can cause a flashover and kill you, in the power lines.
I know.
So all this, whatever you call it, maybe they're just, I know it's crazy, but maybe they're enhancing the environment for some kind of new system or whatever that they're doing. We don't know.
There's something called high auroral atmospheric heater.
Yeah, HARP.
Yeah, and of course, the more conductive, the stratosphere and atmosphere is, of course, the better that thing would work. But again, like you said, it's a hypothetical. I actually know what they're doing and why they're doing it.
Yeah, I mean, like the whole thing about the HARP is interesting.
Yeah, but it's not related to HARP. Let me explain, okay? If people paid fucking attention, they would know this already. We have a problem called the ozone layer. And no, it didn't fix itself. And we have more problems called the sun burning us.
Yes.
And what's happening is called global dimming operations. They're trying to dim the sun out because on September 11, 2001, they stopped all, aviation on the planet for some time. And what happened was the sun radiation went through the fucking roof. And all the scientists started screaming, "Whoa! We didn't know it was this bad."
There was a tropical storm that was riding up the coast that was going to hit New York around that time, and at the last minute, it took like a 90-degree turn and went out into Atlantic. Isn't that strange?
Yeah, but storms actually do that all the time. But yeah, further. After seeing this phenomenon of global dimming, they sent, all the planes back up and did the new measurements and found out that all these, all these chemicals being spread by these planes have sort of a damping effect on sun radiation, even though they're, polluting everything. They're actually stopping us from getting fried. So the next step then is starting to talk about how we would dim the sun out. And what do you know, aluminum and barium particles being shot up in the air and of course sprayed from these planes would be the solution. Hypothetical, no, it's happening. They're already doing it, and you can find it. You can find this information in the documentary called Global Dimming. If you want to Google that right now, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay, guys.
I've heard of that.
Guys, real fast. We have independent left.news jumping in, and he doesn't have like super much time. About an hour he said. So. Welcome,
okay, everyone.
Hey, okay. I'm going to put your volume up.
I'm just listening.
Okay.
Listening to you guys talking about 5G. That's not really my topic. My topic is press freedom and being able to write the truth and not be censored, which is what's going on all across the world right now. Deplatforming. This is why we're creating new platforms in order to be able to get around all that. But mega corporate
that was the main topic. We just got a bit sidetracked with this discussion about chemtrails. And I explained to these people about how this is a global dimming operation, and if they want to check those facts, they should Google that exact phrase, global dimming, and they will find that that's something that's been kept out of the news.
I think I actually saw it on ZDF, like a German channel in the past.
Yeah, that's right. It's like a BBC documentary from 2006, 2007, something like that. It's old. But yeah.
I think I may have seen something about chemtrails in some old documentary, but I don't know if it was from the BBC.
Yeah, I mean, like whether like you're like all into these theories or not. I mean, it should be possible to just freely speak about these things, right? And that's why this press freedom thing is so important. Like, you should be able to talk about everything, right? I mean,
ask
and
questions.
request information.
To ask questions. What we've seen over the last couple of months, with the number of channels that have been deplatformed, with the number of channels that have been demonetized, with the number of channels that are getting strikes and being told to remove their content. I'm a little concerned. I'm even concerned for what I'm doing right now, which is offering a platform for all of that.
And yeah, that's why we have to pool our resources together and start working in decentralized terms, and come sneaking up on them, flood the algorithm from every corner, and connect us to different channels, different pages, and of course different people doing podcasts and getting the truth out, and we stream it all through this new connected network. We have technology to set it all up.
I think the audience isn't there yet for true independent media. People are still like glued onto their feeds, like TikTok we were talking about earlier. It feeds you an algorithm, and if you feel good about it and you don't care about stuff, people want to feel comfortable. They don't want to consider that there's something going on. And this COVID thing's weird because it's keeping people afraid, but then there's this comfort in it because they feel like they're like Big Brother is taking care of them.
Yeah, and that's the problem. They feel like children, powerless and stuff. And I think if we offer them something to be a part of, that will probably, empower them a bit and make them feel like they can be part of the solution and not just like some useless eaters. And again, everybody listening who wants to actually join and, voice your opinions and get your content streamed and all that kind of stuff. We're setting this up, no matter what the naysayers say. Nay, of course. But yeah, we've seen this work before, so we know how to pull people in, and we know how to fuck up that algorithm. We know what people want. We know how to actually serve them a bit of that too, like a taste every now and again.
But how are you going to fuck up the algorithm when Google basically, you just showed earlier with that article, I mean the Frontline Doctors Alliance or whatever, how Google can just easily just put them on like the third page. And they've been doing that the last 10 years. It's just slow by slow. They're testing it. And now it's like blatant.
Well, there's lots of tactics we employ to do that. I'm not going to be talking about all of them right here on live stream, but
I mean in terms of like for the media, for the media to promote independent media, when you search for something, even if it's your story, like I could search for something of The Last American Vagabond or independent news, and I'll never get, even if I search by title, I won't get it on my first page.
That's like what I'm saying. We tie everything together. We get the fucking cooking show on, and
You have to get the cooking shows to start talking about this stuff.
We start sucking everybody into to our black hole then, and see what they do then, and we can be friendly. We can.
Well, we did that a little bit, Thor, with so I had these videos, and we used TikTok for it too. Makeup tutorials, and like these are fake makeup tutorials, and they would speak about the genocide on Uyghurians and stuff. Uyghurs.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is smart tactic. That's what we need to employ.
Yeah, you can fake a lot of stuff. Makeup tutorials, and you put these messages in. And,
but then go for gold. Find somebody who actually has some bullshit channel talking about nothing and having the reach of millions, and then get them into the fold. That's when you're starting to socially engineer on a real level.
Oh, you just hit these hashtags. Go ahead,
Those
guys.
people are afraid of censorship. Like, you know, like Jimmy Dore, you bring up anything about the vaccine, like he can't really talk about it because he doesn't want to lose his channel or lose viewership because they'll just hit a button and
I'm just gonna put it straight to them. Like, do you fear censorship more than you fear me? And then I'll like be there in their face and stuff. No, but come on, we can get through this. You know, the naysaying is it's not independent. It's very dependent. It's very peer pressure type mob mentality. And if you're a true independent, then you should see the possibility that this will actually succeed.
Oh, no question, it's going to succeed. Using the crypto platforms, finding alternate platforms away from the Facebook, Twitter centers of control, and people are noticing. You know, they know that these platforms are creeping in on everything they do. They're listening in on everything they do, and what they're looking for are voices that are going to tell them something that's outside the normal narrative. All of a sudden, they're going to realize that there actually is something outside the normal narrative. That's the problem, is that people are so wrapped up in the every day-to-day narrative that they don't even realize there's a whole other world going on out there.
Yeah, and censorship is actually feeding that, because once they start censoring things, that's when people go, why?
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's when they try to make the censorship invisible, you know, and just, you know, separate and divide people into groups, and then just spark some fights between those groups, so you don't have to, you know, keep on trying to camouflage what you're doing all the time. And that has worked to a certain degree, so, you know, that's problematic.
Shout out to Mona Carmona. She's watching right now. We love Mona. She's amazing. She's the reason, a lot of the reason why I know a lot of the people that I know, and why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. Just want to say appreciate it. She should have been in here with us. I didn't tell her that we were coming on, but
well,
next time
send her a link to the server. What are you waiting for? Get her in then.
I missed that a second. Who do you want to get on?
Yeah, let's get her in here. Right, people. I will send it over to her right now.
Yeah, join the party, everyone.
All right, sent over.
Okay.
So the other thing I wanted to talk about was an event that we're putting on. Speaking of Jimmy Dore, there are some folks that he's connected to and that he's pretty close with. You guys may know Graham Elwood, Ron Placone, the Combo Couch, Hardlands Media. All those folks are going to be coming to an event that I'm the event director for May 22nd on Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, called the U.S. Solutions Summit. We're going to have 6 panel discussions with a whole host of politicians, journalists, online personalities. It's going to be amazing. So hope everybody's going to be there. I think we're going to be streaming it to a ton of different channels. You're going to hear about it from a lot of people over the next few weeks.
Yeah, we can give you access to our stuff so you can stream to that too.
Yeah. Always, of course. I mean, if you use like Restream over there, you can always just stream to our platforms too. I mean, they're open, so it's fine.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to be doing. We're going to use OBS streaming through to Restream. So.
Yeah, you can just add like new channels, right? You can, I think, you can add like if you do it manually, you can add as many channels as you want. I think.
Right. All we need are the keys, I think.
Yeah, well, we can provide those. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I can add you to my stuff on Facebook, so you can pick up the keys.
How does that work on bandwidth? Like you have to use a stream for every output, or is it like?
A Restream is just one stream. Restream, you just provide.
Single pipe. All you do is connect.
Yeah. It just streams everything into one stream, and it creates a new stream key.
But who's the one that's sending? Okay, so like let's say I'm uploading to YouTube and Facebook and Rockfin. Right now, I would need 3 times the stream, right, to upload. But Restream is a separate server that does that.
Yeah. Correct. It picks up all the stream keys, and it just folds them into one broadcast, and it sends them out. You know.
But who owns that Restream? Like who hosts that service?
No
Well,
clue.
we don't know. They're just called Restream. They seem to be nice people. I don't know. It's just a free version you get. You can pay for it too. So I guess it's like an advertising thing.
There's a couple different services that do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want, like you can you can roll your own shit if you have a server too. Like that's what I do on.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. We have people with server resources and knowledge to do this. We should set up our own Restreaming, you know?
Yeah, that's how we do it on Slow News Day.
Hey, good evening, Josh.
Hey, what's up?
Nice you're here.
Jay.
Yeah, because that Restream or whatever service that people get dependent on, one day Amazon or whoever hosts it just goes, poop, pulls the plug.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
like, there's ways around that, thankfully.
Yeah, like I said, it's relatively easy if you actually have the server resources to set up such a system yourself.
Yeah, it's super easy. I literally just did that again like 20 minutes ago. It's really easy.
Exactly. So yeah, we're good on that part. We really just need people in and starting to connect everybody to everything, and of course going over some ground rules so people don't go all, you know.
Well, decentralization is important, though. I mean, you can't like put everything like on one source. That's like it creates a huge bullseye again for them. I mean,
we need to be blockchain based too. You know, at the end of the day, make our shit, you know, impossible to remove.
Yeah, you got to be everywhere, 100%.
Hey,
yeah, right now I've got everything up on. I'm on YouTube, Odyssey, Vimeo, and then the major ones. You know, the big four corporate ones, because that's where the eyeballs are. Problem is, how do you get the majority of the eyeballs away from that? And the only way is to expose the corruption.
Yeah. Well, Burmis does a good thing where he'll do like a 2-part. So he'll be talking about a normal, you know, conspiracy topic that he can talk about, and then he'll be like, "Oh, I'm gonna continue this on Rockfin or wherever, Odyssey or whatever." That's good though, because that gets people into it. Like I wasn't into Rockfin until Slow News Day got me into it.
Yeah, I've been suggesting to the streamers for a while that what they should be doing is using YouTube as the platform to get people. It's almost like a commercial. So do your commercial on YouTube, get people into it, and send them to the platform where they can actually get the stuff.
Yeah, I mean we're gonna have to. They're like removing our videos like arbitrarily at this point, not even telling us.
Okay, but the decentralization is the answer, because you have to be everywhere, exactly like Independent Left is saying, because that also creates the incentive for them, these big ones, to want to keep you on that platform. I mean, like, I'm not very hopeful that they will change, but that is at least a chance that something will change, because they want to keep you on the platform. They were losing money because you're everywhere. You no longer need them, so maybe they think like, okay, we have to do something to at least keep them on. Maybe we allow this again. We allow this kind of speech, whatever, right?
You know, that reminds me of what the Last American Vagabond recently went through. So out of nowhere, they give him back his channel because he was doing this thing where he would have people, I don't know if it was him or other people, pirating his stream live. So it was like a bunch of different channels that were still like live simulcasting him. They would send him their keys, and then he would put it on their channel. And then YouTube finally gave him back his channel, and the first video he did, they cut him off, right? They cut him off like 3/4 in. So then he re-uploaded the video and they left it up there. So they're kind of like trying to intimidate or something like that. I don't know.
They were cutting down really hard, by the way, on his videos, because I mean, it's like his wire chat, and then he posts all these pirated streams one by one, right? And then a day or two later, you see them all, they're all gone. Like they all disappeared. All for like violating the terms, and they're all different pirate channels. Like in 2 days they're gone. Like, I was surprised by that.
Yeah, but so I mean, for now, it's really.
Go ahead.
Oh, for now, it's really easy to sign up with an account and just do another one. But the thing is, at some point, are they going to try to use this to make like an Internet ID Act?
Yeah, exactly. They're going to ask for like.
Oh, you know they are.
Exactly.
Yeah. If you don't have your corona vaccine, you can't access the internet anymore. You might spread it online.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, like a fingerprint. They will use that for definitely.
Yeah, but what if I have Norton antivirus?
Yeah. No, but they will first voluntarily make you switch by saying like passwords are no longer secure, and they want to catch like 80 or 90% people who switch voluntarily, and then they're pushing it.
So we've been warned about this, Chinese sneaking system and their whole social credit system and such, and now it seems like we're just implementing it. Funny thing, the whole thing came from China too, and now we're just listening to China and following China and giving China the global market on everything, because while the rest of the world shut down, they kept their businesses going, kept producing, and took over a big share of the market, bigger share of it. So,
I know like 10 or 20 years ago, when I was part of a forum, online forum, conspiracy forum, they were talking about BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and I forget what else. These countries are like supposedly trying to come up with their own monetary system, but then you realize it's bullshit, because the guy who started that system was like Goldman Sachs or one of those big banks.
Yeah,
it's such a fake opposition, like another Cold War, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the same thing again. Yeah, the same people behind the scenes playing this whole left and right thing, fake opposition thing. Yeah.
Yeah, this is game theory in practice here, and that's what it is, a game, and people are addicted to gaming, and it's a problem. The people on the highest levels play in a high level game that's like called world domination, but it's still like a game, just with real players.
I think the Cold War is a very good example. Yeah, what you gave, independent left, like.
Yeah.
Like as Europeans, we knew that even right now, when you have the whole Russian scare going on, we know that Russia makes the biggest deals ever with Germany for gas pipelines at the same time, which is a huge NATO partner, right? And then you have this whole story, like everyone is like scared of Russia being fighting with NATO, the USA. No, they're making the largest pipeline ever to Europe. And to Turkey too.
That's mostly American type propaganda, because we're neighbors with Russia. We don't fear Russia any more than we do Finland. They're just like, Putin is a funny dude who rides bears in memes, and like, we don't have a big problem with those people. They're the ones who kicked the Germans out of our country, by the way.
Russia has a smaller economy than California, and we're calling them like we're playing like they are the ones that are pulling the strings of the world.
Yeah, pretty much.
But you know what's funny about the whole Russia thing? This Ukraine thing was basically about gas too. And I remember a couple years before the revolution, Tymoshenko, she was the president or whatever, they were siphoning, like they were stealing gas, because Russia gave Ukraine like a cheaper price. And I remember I was on the plane when I'd never watched cable news, but on the plane they had the cable news, and they were talking about it, and they were bitching because they were stealing that lower price gas and reselling it, and Russia was like, no, we're going to shut it off. So they shut off the gas, and I think all the gas prices went up like crazy in Europe. But the thing is, you want Russia to be your ally, because they're your, like you said, they're your neighbor. So only an idiot would say, yeah, I'd rather have American liquid natural gas. You know what that is? It requires them a lot of energy to freeze gas into a liquid and then ship it over by tanker. That's insane. You have to keep it like minus 270 or something like that. I work on one of those plants.
Of the whole, petrol, economy and petrol dollar and the whole thing. Everybody's fucking addicted to oil, And that is what's been driving the wars the last like 70 years. Strategic control. Go ahead.
But the normal person is using less and less. But what the United States has a high number of whatever gallons of oil or whatever energy consumed because of the fucking military, which is the number one waste of energy in the world. The U.S. military.
Somebody hit the nail on the head here. Yes, and this is the thing. If you have your military on top of the oil resources and you can keep on sucking them out, you make sure that nobody else can tank up their fucking tanks. Yeah,
but look at the USA. You have the largest national debt, so to speak, right? You're borrowing more money to wage wars, right? And what do you need to borrow money is collateral. So what do? You're conquering real estate around the world, and you're conquering resources, and you're offering it as collateral to international bankers to provide you with money for your wars.
And now, Afghanistan, they're going to be using private soldiers, and that's just what the Romans did at the end of their reign, where they just started hiring mercenaries.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what is the military, person in America today? That's pretty much private, too.
Yeah.
They act the same way.
And most of the military budget is going into like making these weapons and such. And I was saying earlier, I was going to say that when the population, if they do reduce the population, you think like they're going to still be able to have power, but it's not true because all these weapons and drones and whatever require a lot of manpower. That's why all these states always support the military, because they get a lot of jobs from these military contractors. But without that military, you could say, manufacturing base, tons of people, what are they going to do? They can't fix their own shit. Fauci doesn't even know anything about medicine. You see what I mean? Our leaders are the ones who pretend to know.
Well, yeah. So basically, what is the problem here?
Right now?
Yeah, can we boil it down to one single thing that is triggering the whole problem?
Yeah, the psychopaths that run the world.
Yeah, but they're that's a complex. I mean like one specific thing that made these psychopaths do what they did.
Their supporters.
Oh, at the end of the day, this is all about money.
All about the profit motive.
Yeah.
It's about a magic tool that makes you think that anything is possible. It's brain fuck. It's magic. The evil kind. But everybody swallow that money is something, and the drive for money is what you are supposed to go at.
But you could see that the whole idea of profit, like in the original idea of the form, which was like you have labor that makes stuff, and they make stuff, and you make a margin over that, right? That was the original idea of profit, right? Capitalism. But what we have now is actually, it's really messed up. Like the way the Federal Reserve and IMF and all these banks work, we see it now with the Corona bailouts all over the world. This money is actually nothing. It actually.
But you say that was like the idea or theory or what? Whose theory? People are greedy fucks. As the individual, even though that wasn't my theory. My theory was grabbing as much as possible and stepping on as many people as I could in the process.
Yeah, but in general, people. Okay, so excuse me. They found out like in like socialist countries, as long as you give them the basics and they have a livelihood and they have the community, people aren't greedy. What we are greedy for is because we are like the whipped dogs, like we are the tortured animal that we want that treat. Every time we want a treat because we want to justify our suffering. So that's why people want Mercedes-Benz or this big gun or this thing. Consumerism, George Carlin was basically saying it. Consumerism is what makes us stupid.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if we're like a successful nation, we will be having more kids, consuming more of the earth's resources, and just expanding as such. We don't have any plan for population control.
Actually, that rat, what was it? The rat experiment where they said that if you let them have food, then they're going to turn warlike and then they're going to kill each other. That experiment was wrong because they never had given them another thing to do. Like, they were put in this cage or whatever you call it, room or whatever, and they were just given food. That's it. And there's another experiment where they gave them like cocaine or something like that, and they went nuts because they had nothing else to do. But if you gave them, like, let's say whatever, puzzles and things to do and socialize, instead of just focusing on food or money or whatever, that we are always like, we are on this edge of like, we're feeling like, oh, there's not enough money. But the thing is, there's not enough money because you look ahead and you're like, I can't work 40 years and be able to retire. So I'm going to work really hard now and I want to make a lot of money now and fuck everyone. But if you didn't have that in society where you had like a more of a community kind of thing, there would be no, like, humanity wouldn't be like this. But it's almost like they're domesticating us to be like this kind of competitive species.
But aren't they human as well?
Who? The people?
Back to the aliens? Who's running the show? If we were these, social beings that wanted to function more than we wanted to be greedy, then wouldn't the problem have solved itself? How did we get into this predicament then?
Just like the Stanford experiment, you put rules on people. You are the enforcers, you guys are the prisoners, and you guys are the support people. And just by putting them in this job of like, I'm the guy on the top, you're the guy in the middle, and you're the guy on the bottom, which religion has done too, right? Blessed are the poor. They're trying to say like that's your role. You create this division, and then you have this competition all the time. Like, I think Marx was trying to.
That means that the previously, more social system was unsustainable and just fell apart.
Well, before the Bolshevik Revolution, and this is I can't find it, but I remember reading, and I wanted to find it for someone else. The Tsarist regime, whatever you call it, the people were actually the ones that had the wealth, and the royalty were poor because they were in debt because they didn't actually produce anything. And the Tsar didn't give a shit, right? He was happy that whatever his people were doing fine. Like, you're a farmer, you're doing well. There's no this profit margin that's extracted from you. Because like right now, if I want to sell corn or whatever, I have to sell it to someone who marks it up 5%, then sells it to someone else who marks it up another 5%. Same thing with Bitcoin, right? Until Bitcoin is not directly related to goods and services, it's just another market. And all these fucking markets are just more and more people who don't do anything profiting off of it.
But
and that's
isn't crypto based on blockchain technology and mined
but it's
blockchain technology? Well, that's a product.
It's still traded.
That's a product.
It's traded like as if it in itself can do something. Even gold can't do something. Like I could buy 1,000 pounds of gold, and the gold itself doesn't mean anything. It's the relation of what the gold is towards what is needed in society, right? So like society needs gold.
And you have to mine the Bitcoin in order to make a value. It's not enough to buy and sell it on the international market. So basically, you're saying that money is the problem.
Well, the way that money has been used in the last, whatever, 200 years, 300 years, I think in Europe it started with the tulip revolution and all that stuff. It's this boom bust cycle that comes about from the idea of interest or the idea of investment. Like instead of like you can fix cars, let's say. You fix cars, your labor is worth this much, right? But in an economy where the most money is made by the... Did I get disconnected? Oh.
No, it's still there.
No. Yeah.
Oh. In an economy where most of the money right now, like in the United States, finance industry is like one of the top third or whatever of the economy. But all they do is trade. They don't actually create anything. And right now, Bitcoin is being traded like that. It's not actually directly...
Yeah, so what you're saying is that we need some kind of a resource-based economy system. Let's just call it resource-based economy, RBE, for short.
Oh my god, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's not going to happen until this one collapses. That's what I think.
Well, maybe we can help that collapse along by undermining. Do we have new members in the chat here? I see.
How are you going to first divide the resources like in a fair way? Because you know who collects all the resources now and who will own everything. If we move it to an RBE now, you know where the power is going to be.
We will count in calories.
No, I mean I'm very serious. I mean, you know where the power is going to be.
You can count anything in. Seriously, you can count anything in calories. I'm not even kidding.
You sound like a physicist. Budgeting the what is it called, thermodynamics of the world.
Yeah, but that's not far off there. So, yeah.
Well, everything life is entropy, right? So you need energy to create the entropy.
See, now you're starting to get it. Yeah. Just a little science will straighten everything out.
Educated.
Yeah, something like that. Anybody else got something to say?
I see Steve jumped down.
I see unknown knowledge, AK.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch a couple of bites of food. I've been live streaming for like the last 6 hours. I haven't been able to eat yet.
Oh, Thor,
Yeah,
I wanted to tell you... Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I wanted to tell you earlier about that whole global dimming thing. It reminded me of something that I watched, Suspicious Observers on YouTube. They were talking about this classified document that was declassified. It was a weird ghost-written book, and it was about the sun having these micronovas every certain 1,000 years, I forget. And supposedly the stuff they got from the moon, whether there were men there or not, I don't know. There was this glass, right? And there's 3 types of glass. There's like a green glass, a yellow glass, I think, and a black glass. And the black glass is made of temperatures that are like not even in volcanoes, right? So somehow this black glass got on the moon, whatever. And then when they put them in the microscope to see what was, they're made of, they saw traces of like radiation that went right through it, alpha particles or whatever the hell they call it, when radiation comes out. And then they started getting obsessed with trying to get to the moon or something like that. They were trying to map something out, but they used this ghost-written story to kind of like hide what they were doing. It's a really weird thing. I'll link it in the forum. But if we are indeed looking forward to a next solar, or whatever you call it, micronova, like huge solar flares or whatever, maybe this crap they think that they're spraying in the air is going to protect us.
Yeah, and that's actually what they're doing. First of all, communication will get fried by that level of radiation.
Yeah, it happened before with telegraph lines.
Yeah.
The telegraph lines caught fire.
They need to just block everything out in order to keep their communication up, first of all. And second of all, you know, we're in for it. You know, because that's probably a very dumb way to do it anyway. We should start about thinking like protecting whatever's on the ground here, you know.
Well, Jeff Bezos bought a mountain or something like that in New Mexico, where he's gonna probably put another tunnel. But I know the last 20 years, the conspiracy crowd was like big into this underground tunnels thing. But underground is the only way they're gonna probably, these assholes will survive this next thing.
Yeah, they already planned that out, you know. We've seen that stuff, like large underground facilities. We're talking like hundreds of kilometers, you know.
Yeah, they use nuclear weapons to make them.
Yeah. So you know they maxed out the.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no! The nuclear weapons, when they found out they were detonating underground, it made a glass, like a cave of glass. But that's the funny thing. What's going to happen if the earth shakes and rattles and stuff? That glass is going to collapse on them. So who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah, no wonder Elon Musk wants to go to Mars there.
Yeah, but even Mars doesn't even have has a really weak magnetic field, so it has like 10 times the radiation that we do, even though it's far away.
That's what I'm saying. He wants to just fry first, like instead of frying slowly, like we are. Like,
how about
he
we
wants
all
to be the Red Skull? He already looks like the Red Skull, so he's going to do the whole Red Skull.
Maybe it's like Battlestar Galactica. We end up going to Mars and we realize that we were there before.
Exactly. And then we meet ourselves in the door, and of course we fucked it up before, didn't we? We fucked it all over, just like the end of Planet of the Apes. You fucked it all up. Yeah, that kind of stuff.
History repeats in a circle or a spiral, as the what do you call it? The pagan religions thought of the spiral as the time. So everything repeats in a cycle.
Well, yeah, in cycles. So we're about to enter a new cycle now, according to a lot of people, the so-called Age of Aquarius. Yeah, that's the one with all the hippies and stuff.
Yeah, I've heard really weird backwards interpretations now, because like the Age of Aquarius, they were saying was going to be this enlightenment, and right now we're like the opposite of enlightenment right now, and then they come up with all these interpretations of the zodiac and all that. I'm like, come on, man, when are you guys going to realize you're just another religion?
Well, this isn't about the zodiac, actually. It's about you know, the star phases, or you know, what they call atmospheric phases. Anyway, we call what we're entering now Aquarius, because we have that Aquarius star sign there, but it's the positions of the stars we're talking about, and not the actual star sign.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder why they have such a significance. Like, there are some people that actually believe that it changes the way things are.
Well, you know that just like the sun sends radiation to us, so does the stars. And some of those stars, even though they seem to be very, very far away, they're so much bigger than our own sun that they're actually sending more of a certain type of radiation to us than the sun is.
Oh yeah. Quasars and stuff. They could shoot far enough, like, to hit us if they wanted to. But that's like.
Oh, they're hitting us. just the fact that we can see the light from a star means that we're getting hit with photons, but there's lots more stuff coming through that radiation. And a lot of these things are like supernovas, so big that they produce frequencies our own sun does not produce.
Yeah, and it happened. It happened in the past, but now it's getting to us.
Yeah, as the sky turns, of course, new stars will be pointing at us, from different positions as such.
Yeah.
So
but it's pretty freaky that the light that's coming from those stars is like from thousands or millions of years old. That's insane.
Yeah. That sounds. So we're looking into the past in all directions. Yeah. So time becomes more relative to observation here. And of course time is right now, and of course that would be also the origin of time and space right now. Or now. You get it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's where we're going to. It's also known as the gathering, or the tabernacle, if you will. The tabernacle is everlasting and indestructible. So once we gather again as souls, we can have a long discussion about this. Was it fun this time? Individual.
The thing that kind of I remember once thinking about when I was watching The Matrix is like, does it happen the same every time?
Well, do you remember?
No. If you don't remember, then I guess it does.
Well, then it's just a fantasy then.
Yeah.
Let me explain. The future is a fantasy. The past is a memory. You have a memory that belongs in the past. If you just have a vision, that probably belongs in the future.
Yep. And the only real thing is in front of you right now.
Yep. So we're here again.
Well, that's the whole the conundrum of consciousness. I listened to this one cool podcast, I forget. And they had a neuroscientist talking about the perception of time. Time.
Sorry.
Time is this thing that, we really don't know what it is, but it actually makes sense if you look at, a tick, for example. The tick detects certain smells, and it goes forward for it, right? And then it detects other smells, and it backs up and turns, right? Time is like that for us. It's our highest perception. So we are always moving forward, trying to avoid something in the future. And that's what you were saying. Everything's based on fear. It makes sense. Fear is...
Yeah, of course. We think there's some inevitable doom, end that we're going towards. So everything is based on that fear of slowly going to that thing.
We are the only...
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. We are the only species that can think far enough to our own death. So it explains why we're pretty crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And we lost any sense of purpose. We're just here to die. So nihilism is the result of that. People think they live in a world without consequences, and it makes for a very abstract mentality. And
or a belief in something.
I guess it's not until you actually go through spiritual and ego death, that you understand that death in itself is an illusion that could never be real.
Yeah. Well, death is the experience of death, like near-death experience. I've had experiences. Is a side effect. I believe it's a side effect of the way that your brain is trying to figure something out. Because I had near-death experience where everything was in slow motion, right? And actually, when I was reading all these studies on the near-death experience slowing down time, they tried to study people that would jump off with the bungee cord with a clock. And they were trying to figure out if they could actually see this clock, which was going faster than normal, and pick out, the number that was popping up randomly in the pattern, right? And none of them could do it. So then they started theorizing, like, what if their perception of time slowing down is actually created after the fact? So they fell and then they survived. So then they created that fill in the blank of that, whatever it is, 10 seconds of falling. And it felt like an hour. Perception is the thing that everything we see is modeled in our heads. And we don't even know if animals do that. I mean, they probably have a different kind of modeling, more direct. But we're modeling things that are like in the future, like, oh, I shouldn't say this to him because he might not like me, and then he might say something bad about this, and then my sister will hate me, whatever. That's a human mind. We're neurotic like that.
Yeah, when it comes to death, for most people, that's like a fact. But again, I say it's secondhand information. Is something you heard from somebody else. You haven't died. You come back after you die and explain to me how it is. Then I'll believe that.
Yeah, well,
you want to hear something funny? I've never ever seen a dead body in my entire life, and I'm not a young person.
You mean a dead human body?
Yeah, I've eaten a few animal bodies, but they don't count because we just made them for food.
That's what the Bible says, right? God made them for food.
Well, what do you want me to do? You want energy in your body, so you can actually, so you can experience what it is to be alive. Then you actually have to consume that.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to get to the point where it's all petrochemical. So, like, modern agriculture.
You can't sustain it on petrochemical. It has to be from the source.
Well, they're synthesizing that fake meat and all that crap. Who knows?
You know that a cell starts like one thing and then it divides up to several and several and several and several.
Yeah, mitosis, I think.
That is pretty much the reality we are based on too. Once we came out of one, and now we are many.
Yeah.
So,
and then one day we'll be few. Who knows?
Well, according to some people, one day we will be one again. But that is not, what the history tells us. It's supposed it's supposed to keep on building, but we're also building, a bridge back to what used to be, knowledge that, was lost, I guess.
Well, it kind of reminds me of like a whole bunch of weird esoteric stuff I used to read, but they were obsessed with this whole idea of order and peace. And the one really weird one was called Darkness in Tibet. And it was this guy that traveled up to Tibet and he met like all these masters, because it was like in the 1920s or something. So back then, it wasn't that explored, and they had a weird, not pedophilia, but they had a lot of children that were around their, whatever you call it, monastery. And he theorized, he didn't see anything going on, but he's like, a lot of these yogis and stuff, they claim that they are 200 years old or 100 years old or whatever. And he's like, maybe this was like a form of them like draining energy from these younger kids or whatever. And now you see it what's going on with these politicians, Epstein and all that. Who knows? I don't know. Like, it's very strange that these Buddhists would be like so obsessed with like kids. Even I think Jesus said, "Blessed are the children," or something like that.
Yeah, but of course they start pretty early in Tibet by indoctrinating children.
Yeah.
I'm actually like a Tibetan Buddhist and pretty much a teacher. So
no, I'm not saying
I can go on for hours, but yeah, that. They put them straight on the book, and they start reciting mantras from a young age.
But you know what the twisted thing about Buddhism is? Like the solution, the goal that they're looking for is what? Nirvana, right? And it's a state of nothingness but beingness. So then, like, kill yourself. There you go. Nirvana. Kill yourself. Like, that's what I thought to myself. Like, that's the joke, though.
Simplification of the Dharma. Then you didn't pay attention. I can elaborate and explain to you exactly.
Yeah, but what is the point? What is the point of being conscious if you don't actually need to think anymore?
Well, that is again an extreme simplification and not what Tibetan Buddhists teach. I can give you a long introduction about Tibetan Buddhism and Buddhism on the whole and what the actual knowledge about escaping the wheel is about, like escaping the Matrix. Isn't there something outside the Matrix? And they found something outside the Matrix, didn't they? And that's what I'm asking you to do. Escape the fucking Matrix, the wheel, okay? I'm not asking you to fucking die or give up. I'm asking you to actually put in some effort and get out of the fucking slave state you're in right now. Why do you think I understand stuff that, like, oh, that sounds correct, and I haven't actually thought of that before? And I can go on and on and on and on for hours.
Gotcha.
You understand?
Yeah, and I'm saying that religion, as religion comes about, is this idea of escaping the world that you don't want to face and fix or whatever.
That is not what it's about. It's when you recognize the fact that you are in a partial illusion, and that if you just go along with this illusion, you will probably just go through a pattern and end up, pretty much at the same place as you started. But yeah, if you actually wake yourself up to the fact that you're in sort of a pre-programmed state, then you can take more control over yourself. Be the master of your own destiny as such. It's not about giving up, it's about the exact opposite. If Jesus was alive today, he would probably be Buddhist. I doubt that he would be Christian.
Yeah, I liked a lot of, using this sink. I liked a lot of Zen Buddhism, and I like Alan Watts, where he was saying about free will. It's one of those conundrums, like you think you have free will, but a lot of the things that you do are automatic. And if they weren't automatic, you wouldn't be living right now. So you have to have faith that your automatic processes got you to the point where you are, and now your consciousness is there to choose. Even if the choice... Exactly. Yeah. It made so much sense to me, but like when I try to get into traditional like different Buddhism before, because I went to a high school that had a lot of Asian students, and I just couldn't get it. Like the way that they were talking about Buddhism to me was kind of like it was flat, like one-dimensional. It almost sounded like the same like Christianity, like do the good things, then you will not have to reincarnate anymore, and then you will be free. And
yeah, of course, Buddhism has been around longer than Christianity, and is subject to the same problems of being and then put into normal contexts and schools and stuff, and in all kinds of attempts to teach it out to people. They've been indoctrinating people, and it's pretty much all counter what Buddha would have suggested they do, but it's all based on the same thought of releasing people, and at the end of the day, you'll probably have an easier path to that release through that system than you have these Western systems that do not emphasize anything of the sort, where you're just supposed to wait till God puts you in some kind of paradise, and I don't know, you eat ambrosia forever or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, like, but I'm as an agnostic, like, I don't know if there's anything beyond, but the thing is, I'm not looking to do bad things here because I need to serve something. I'm not doing good because I'm told to do good, and I'm not doing bad because I'm told to not do bad. But I see a lot of patterns with not really the Buddhism, but the other religions, where it's like, this is good, this is bad, this is good, this is bad. You must follow this, then you will get your reward. But when you look at like pagan traditions, like even let's say Celtic stuff, they had a different thing. They had a lot of gods out there, and this god was the god of rain, this god was thunder, this god was the god of trickery, whatever. But it wasn't like you had to pray to these gods all the time. It was like, if you, let's say, you needed rain, and then rain happened, then you would, at the altar of the rain god, you would give them thanks. And it was like acknowledging...
The pagan gods were depicted more like, beings like ourselves than any sort of, actual super power. And they have the same relationship we would have with, animals or lesser stuff around us. And, if you rub up against them the right way, they will reward you, and vice versa. And that was pretty much the whole thing. It sounds more naturalistic, actually. I would believe in such a god much faster than I would believe in an ultimate one. But yeah.
Yeah, and actually, people were saying that it was more like a natural kind of science. Like, we have physics, and let's say you fall off the building, and you land, and you just so happen that you landed and you didn't break your leg, right? And you go, oh, thank God, I defied gravity. Like, we think of gravity as like a god nowadays, because we have physics. But before then, they interpreted it differently, because they had their own different science, you could call it, in quotes. And that's why our system of science can be such a corrupting influence, too, like what we see with this pandemic.
Yeah, like our thing now is anti-science, and that's been, the tradition pretty much since Protestants came about. That they actually put the whole, flat Earth thing on the agenda. That doesn't come from the original church. That comes from Protestants.
Wow, they're crazy.
Yeah, they're typical, they just want to, twist stuff around. They want to protest. It's in the name.
The Protestant, they started it because, what was it, the Catholic Church didn't want to give the king some kind of power? Something like that?
Well, the Protestants came about because some guy wrote some verse,
sorry.
you know.
Yeah, it was Martin Luther. Yeah.
You know the whole
The
story.
other one is, yeah, there's these offshoots that are just insane. Mormonism, which came from the guy that found some stones and he claimed all these things, and people believed him.
You can have a bunch of wives if you're a Mormon.
Yeah, I mean that's what the guy wanted, and he came up with a good bullshit story. No offense, but you know.
Well, that's how religion works, dude. You know,
yeah, South Park.
I tell you a long story that ultimately will benefit me, and I tell you that some big, scary, powerful thing will punish you if you don't, listen. So yeah, that's religion.
And if the people were stupid enough to believe it, that's it. Like that basically it's
and
that point.
People were stupid enough to believe it, you know. That's just a sad truth. But they were. There's millions and billions of people who actually believe that stuff. And they swallowed the hook, line, and sinker. And, that's why Buddha came. He was a reaction to Hinduism, Which was full of gods, and you had to, pray and, jerk off gods all fucking day. It was like, no more gods!
Actually, the original, paganism religions were more free, you didn't feel like you didn't have to pay tribute in advance, right? And then they came with these religions that are like you have to pay tribute because this is the ruling god or whatever, right? And then now,
the pagan god system was the one that introduced blood offerings and such. I come from a pagan background myself. My name is Thor, it's too obvious. But yeah, we did offer, both humans and animals to these gods in the past. Thor, Odin, and all that. We we have a name for it, bloat or blooding. BLOD.
Yeah, but we don't know what happened before then, because, for example, when you look at Judaism, for example, we don't know what happened before because the Jews.
We know pretty much, the whole procession there from our early hunter-gatherer friends in the Kalahari Desert who have kept their very primitive lifestyle, if you will, intact for thousands and thousands of years, all the way through Central African, voodoo cultures and onto East Asian, and of course Central Asian, Indian, and all the pagan gods, and we started centralizing our gods around the Middle East there. But we still have a connection to our hunter-gatherer past from the Kalahari. Everybody here on this panel has markers in their body that are the same as the Kalahari people. These are the first people on, the first genes on the planet. So we can learn a lot from the hunter-gatherer lifestyle. They're very simple. They almost never have any conflict or any drama or anything bullshit like we have.
They were studying, they always said that our lifespan, in the 1800s or whatever, we'd die at 40 or whatever, right? And then they say because of technology and medicine, we got up to the age of 70, right? But that's a fallacy. It was actually clean water. And they found out with these tribes, if you don't count all these birth deaths, because that happens in animals too, where stillborns and whatever, those tribes had a life expectancy comparable to what we have today. And the only reason why they had that life is because they had clean water. For the 1800s, people were drinking water from rivers that were polluted with farm chemicals, manure or whatever.
Yeah.
These tribes lived to 70, and we just never wanted to admit that human body is made to live this many years or whatever, genetically. But when we had a lower life expectancy, that's when they came up with the solution. We got medicine.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, it's very hard to say, what ages we live to in all our ages. But we do have some bones and stuff where we can tell that we're getting older and older for some reason. That is partially because we're not eating as much crap in the form of parasites and stuff. That's what killed most of us young back in the past, like dangerous stomach parasites and stuff like that. And we have pretty much eradicated from our system.
But I mean, it wasn't just parasites, because Tom Cowan, when he was talking about smallpox in England, when the way that they fixed smallpox way before any vaccine was just like getting clean water. And what it is that your body needs clean water to be able to detox whatever, fight. And what the hell do people do today? They drink soda all day. You wonder why people got all these sicknesses, and you're like, it's coronavirus. No, it's people drinking.
As time progressed, we learned to filter and source water from safer places. And hundreds of years went by, and we perfected our water filtering systems, and we came up to a place where we actually were healthier. And then we started making tons of chemicals. So now we fucked it up in the last 200 years, but we did have like a good run there, like for a while.
Yeah.
Now we're just too many people, and too many people create fear and panic and fights.
Actually, that's interesting too. Birth control and the whole population thing. There was a study that they found out, like when you give better economic situation for everyone, like better resources, right? Women tend to have less kids. Tribes.
Yeah, but that is a guarantee. That's not a tender. We know that's stamped as fact, and that is because of the economic situation in many countries. I can tell you that in India people have like 9 kids because they're creating workers for their fucking fields.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
that's how we work.
And the more we run this society where we have a concentration of wealth, that is what creates the population to go up and up and up, because there's more and more people competing for the same small piece of the pie.
Yeah. And of course, we're digging our own grave here, but it's like still not registering with people. I don't know what magic word to use. I've been at this for like 12 years now. Nobody's listened yet. If somebody has any magic word, just,
Well, you got to think about this. I mean, like, you and I we read this stuff like 20 years ago, 30 years ago, whatever, all this conspiracy stuff, and we're like, no way, that can't be true. But now's the time where it's becoming more apparent, right? Because they're becoming desperate. They're trying to get more and more power, and the higher you go, the more control you try to get over people. There's more like that. You could say, like, you like try to stand on like a tiny little a needle instead of standing on like a wide base. They're trying to make this, you could say, pyramid of control, and they're trying to stand on the top, and it could topple over at any time. House of cards.
Yeah.
That's the terminal of the saying. It's like a house of cards, Soon as the foundation shakes, that's it. It's coming down. And we see that in the media, right? Like, you ever look at the YouTube videos about whatever vaccines or whatever? The downvotes are like 10 times more than the upvotes. So how are they saying that most people are pro? or is it that the people who are questioning it are more active? I don't know.
Yeah.
Because that is a question of the media. Like the non-active people that just sit around and listen to the news and they don't act on it, right? Are they really counted equal to one of you or one of me, or are they actually a fraction?
Yeah, but nobody puts any emphasis on that. At the end of the day, you have these controlled news outlets that will tell you what the truth is. And no matter how many, alternative versions of it you got during the day, the official narrative will be told to you when you turn on, the people with reach. And of course, that, just like that room with all the actors, that all the other people are probably just, following along here. So you should probably do the same, or you're going to stick out like some or some.
Yeah, but I think the one time that room analogy is good, because when there is an actual fire and you feel your skin burning or you can't breathe, you will get up and get the fuck out of there. So like until people physically are inconvenienced by the system, which they still think they aren't, that's not when they're going to fight. Like, you learn to punch someone when they're threatening you, right? When they're going to do something to you, you can hit them.
That is not the truth for most people. Most people today go into apathy mode when they're attacked. They will, go into surrender, and there's no cutoff for that thing. That's programmed into the system, and they will burn with the house.
Yeah. I mean, like, let's say they reduce the population or whatever, and they think they can keep control of everything, right? With the reduced population, minimal amount of people to fix their things. You see what I mean? It's easier and that time, not like now, where it's very distributed control still. Then when they centralize control, that's when whatever you're going on, what fighting the system will work. I hate to say it, but it's like these guys will not fall right now. They still kind of have a redundancy, but when they get rid of that redundancy, then they could be taken out.
Well, I will heal them anyway, so.
Heal them?
Yeah, they're sick. I told you this a trillion fucking times. And I will heal them. Okay.
How?
Well, that's complicated. It's a long process. I can start with you. How do you feel today?
Here we go.
Good.
I'm kidding, but yeah, it's like I promise you, there's always ways to actually, communicate with them. But you have to communicate on their level. You have to understand what drives these people.
Yep.
Well, no surrender, no compromise. Or what did he say? No sellout, no compromise.
Yeah. Sorry, I jumped out for a second there. Like the Discord crashed for a second. For listeners, it happens. Sorry.
Well, it's almost 4:20 here, so I think it's time for a bond.
Okay. Not stopping you there. For some weird reason, Discord crashes sometimes.
For a while. I guess they are throttling you.
It didn't mess up for me.
No, I just
it might be my cell connection. The glitches.
My entire Discord crashed. I was going out of it entirely.
Oh, mine does that when I'm in Linux.
Yeah,
like all the time.
Yeah, and I'm in Linux. That happens sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to mention this a few times, but this thing has a billion fucking bugs, trillion fucking bugs, and it's not really functional. You know, we should find the thing that works best for calls and stuff.
You mean like you're gonna make one, or because I don't know any commercial one that's like even Zoom I can't stand. Like the voice quality is horrible on Zoom.
Well, I don't know. Well, make one then.
I mean, there are options out there. It just depends on if you want group stuff or one-on-one or whatnot or video or. But there are other alternatives to Discord.
Oh, I was wondering. Like, okay, so when I'm talking right now, it's being repeated by Discord to, let's say, you 5 people, right? But nowadays with bandwidth, even cell phones, like I could repeat this voice conversation to like 20 or 30 people without a problem. Like a simulcast thing. Why? Yeah, like we still have centralized systems though, because like Discord server has to handle all the whatever you call it, repeating. Is that how it works?
There's like, the Discord bandwidth requirements are super low as far as the voice goes, but like, the way most like decentralized software is moving is you can set up your own server and stuff like that and still communicate with the other ones, but you still have that centralization problem.
Yeah, like if it was like a true peer-to-peer, like direct, or even peer-to-peer, like if you have a node that has higher bandwidth, like let's say I'm on fiber and you only have like a 128 upload or whatever, like it could use me as a repeater. I think that's how online gaming is nowadays. Like my nephew has Xbox. I think they no longer host it on their servers.
Well, one of the issues, the problem with voice and stuff is like, if you add any latency, like it's disturbing trying to talk over. So it's like, live stuff is a little harder to decentralize than like, uploading a video somewhere or something like that.
Yeah.
So does anybody have any bandwidth here? I only have 1,000 down and 1,000 up.
You're bragging.
Yeah, I have this.
Look at Norwegian internet. It's like beats all.
I've got shit internet.
He's on a 1 gigabit connection, Sleepy.
Yeah, I have the same thing. I have Fios. Verizon, whatever, Fios, fiber.
I have no choice. It's the smallest connection you get.
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding.
Forget it. Forget it. If you live in Norway, you're lucky.
Now you just bragging.
No, but right up here on the mountain, you don't actually get like even the real cell phone coverage almost. So whoever invested in rolling, the fiber optics through here, they opted for businesses and people who really use the internet, and the smallest they provide is 1 gigabyte. So yeah.
Well, with fiber, fiber, it's really it's kind of fucked up. It's like one fiber. Like I remember talking to a telephone company guy when he's hooking it up. He's like, one fiber can carry like my whole zip code, and I'm like outside the city. It's not that sparse. One fiber, and all they do is just have these multiplexers, and each person has up to 1 gigabit. And add on TV, whatever TV channels are going through that. So
I have that too. By the way, the TV box, and I haven't actually used it yet. I hate TV.
Yeah, but every channel is 10 to 20 megabit times 500, let's say. So that's another whole gigabit. That's amazing, because back in the day, when I was growing up, it's like, we had even websites had like limits.
Well, it would pay $800 a month for 100 megabit in a data center, to be honest.
Oh no, it was even worse. It was like $1,000 a month for a T3, and I don't know, a T1, which is like 1.5 megabit.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was the big way. If you have that kind of like a T, like yeah, that was big stuff.
Oh, I
That was the
remember.
Napster days. The Napster days.
Okay, well, that's really long ago. Okay, but I mean, like in 2005 or something, I remember there was like 100 megabit for like 850 a month at the Amsterdam Internet Exchange. 100 megabit.
If we're talking about decentralization and access to information and stuff, like the whole torrent thing, they killed that off. You know, we should revive that. That's still
It still
functional.
exists.
I know, but they killed off all the big ones. You know.
Yeah. The funny thing about it is that it also killed itself because I had friends. I mean, like back when I had cable internet, it was very slow upload, so I couldn't leave my computer on all day to seed. So a lot of things no longer were existing, right? But now there's more communities where they have like ratio, and they expect you to seed it for this amount. And if not, then you kind of have to trade off, and you might want to seed something else. But that requires like your computer being on all the time, right? And that's the thing that they're still kind of now cell phones. Who knows?
I know I can design a smarter system, you know, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people out there can do it better than I can, but.
Yeah.
You know, this is just about, you know, thinking about in and out and up and down here and how to do this. I would go ahead.
What is the point of blockchain when you can have, like, let's say a peer-to-peer system, decentralized peer-to-peer system that can handle your, let's say, media platform? I think that's how originally BitChute was going to be.
Yeah, but of course that's pretty much what blockchain is, a peer-to-peer system.
Oh, I see. So it doesn't require that heavy hash computation, whatever that energy-intensive, processor-intensive crap, right?
No, the blockchain works by hooking up a bunch of users in a decentralized network, and they all, you know, contribute to this code as such. So no one person has control over it. It's like they're verifying trades or you know, transactions. So it's like a code verifying system that's spread out over everything. You know, something you could never take control over.
But it's funny how we had torrent system, decentralized, whatever, it could have been improved. And then it turned into something more crazy complicated because it deals with money
now. That's what I'm talking about. We can combine this, you know, and we can put it on the fucking app and even put it on fucking Facebook if we want to.
I think LRBY, Odyssey, you know, like they became Odyssey. On the phone app, there's an option to become a node, like to stay on the node, which is pretty interesting because on cell phones, you don't always want to waste like bandwidth and power. But at some point, who knows if they're going to be able to do that or they're going to use our phones against us.
Yeah, that's why we want more decentralized, systems out there. So it's more or less impossible to shut us down. But then people start yelling about all the evil pedophiles that will fuck it up. And I don't think that there are that many. I just think they're over-focused. You know?
Yeah, Whitney Webb said that the highest traffic or storage or whatever of pedophilia is the U.S. military, Pentagon, and all that shit. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, no, that's not crazy at all. And you know, we're trying to you know, stop the whole monster there. So you know, we're going to have to use the resources available to us. Nobody's going to scare us away with any bullshit about pedophiles. We're using blockchain where we're you know, making our systems, you know, unmutable as such. Yeah. That's pretty much the plan. Whatever, you know. And whatever happens in blockchain land stays in blockchain land forever and ever and ever and ever. I'm just kidding. But yeah, they can't stop us then, you know. We just need more people, you know, joining the whole party.
Well, like when you look at yourself, let's say, you know, at some point you stepped off the mass media and you got onto the internet, and then at some point on the internet you stepped off their, whatever you call it, gate. What was AOL like? A fucking gate? Garden, walled garden, right? Like your internet is here. You got your news here. You got your sports here. You got your weather here, right? Some people are still stuck in that, but at some point they will step out. Maybe the next generation. Who knows?
Yeah, hopefully people will wake up right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Because like I see my father. He's a smart guy, and he's watching Fox News. And when I pose a question to him, or even when Jimmy Dore goes on Tucker Carlson and says we should free Assange, and it's like it wasn't until that Tucker Carlson said it that my dad believed in it. Isn't that crazy, right? Like this, people just watch the TV to get to be told what to think.
I think it's funny now. The right wing is like the underdog and now supportive of Assange, and they wanted his head off.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, the wings are funny. I like the bird.
It's very obvious if you have half a brain, but most people don't. I mean, the progressive left. I don't know if you've heard AOC and all those politicians. They've been doing nothing, and they've just been running interference for the Democratic Party. And the whole joke about it is
they're planned.
Yeah, you're supposed to be. Yep, trust the plan, right? That's what they are. They're the Q of the left.
Yeah, blew it on, dude.
Yeah.
if you want to sabotage something, then you sneak on the team, you join the team, and you sabotage yourself. That's how it works. That's smart stuff, you know? That is real operation. You know? They're in control of all these fucking people. Trust me.
Well, they found out, like, in studies of, like, happiness or whatever, that, like, too much choice causes distress. Because then you're like, I don't know what to pick.
Now you're getting it. And that's why they dumb down some of it, like, simplify it to annoying degrees. And then they overcomplicate the rest of it that we really should be thinking about, but they just bombard you with like terrorism and death and disease and like asteroids from space and now fucking aliens too, like all day and night, and that is of course too much for people, you know.
Yeah, well,
they go to the simpler solutions, and Jesus will fix it, you know.
Yeah, my family's from Eastern Europe, right? And you know, during the USSR, they knew the media was full of shit. So when they approached the media, they would just go at it and be like, "What do I want to find out?" You know, like the weather, whatever. Over here, it's like this artificial. I can't explain it. Like artificial choice or whatever belief. Where like you feel like there you can get the absolute truth somehow, and that's not true.
Well, I think it's like you capitulate psychologically, and like sort of a Stockholm syndrome, like overlord syndrome. Like, yes, master, I'm happy, master. You know, like you're crying on the inside. But you still say you're happy to the master, you know. House slave, if anybody gets that analogy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
There was an shit. I forgot already.
Oh, that's a good sign. That means they're,
Oh.
targeting you with their weapon.
No. It was about Cuba. I was debating my girlfriend about dictatorships. I said, like, Fidel Castro or whoever now is there, Raul Castro. Like, yeah, it's a dictatorship. But here's the thing: with a dictatorship, there is some balance of power, because if the dictatorship doesn't provide for the people will overthrow the dictatorship. But what we have is wait your turn, wait 4 years, wait 2 years to the next vote. Wait 3 years, wait 4 years, wait for this bill, wait for that bill. So the people are like trained that there's a system that will solve their problems.
Yeah, that's the problem with the whole representative politics thing, and that's why we keep on talking about this direct democracy. And in the past, that would be more or less impossible or a logistical nightmare. Today, it would be easy. It would be click, 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 social media, whatever. We'd set that up in a week.
Yeah, but with the social media being controlled, right? Even if you had direct voting,
I'm talking hypothetical. If we had control, like as such, so implementing a direct democracy would be very fucking easy. So everybody understands what I'm saying. We can fire those motherfuckers and make the decisions ourselves, and then you can blame yourself if you fuck it up.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it reminds me of California. They have all those propositions. Like, instead of not only having a law passed by the Senate or whatever, the House, they have also where they have these bills that people petition. Let's say a bill for legalizing weed, right? And the people go out and vote. But the thing is, the advertising is so heavy to sway people one direction or the other. So it really doesn't matter, like, whether they have the right to vote or not. They're going to vote basically what the media pushes them into. That's why press freedom is like the biggest thing. But
yeah, to a certain degree, but still, why haven't they just handed over the controls then? There's a reason for that, because in some context, me and you and everyone would vote against their interest, and that's what they are against. They know this is the last verse here. They're singing like a dying whale song, and people are going to wake up to this fact very soon. But like everything that's about to die, it will fight ferociously. This is where you get most resistance. So take it as a good sign.
yeah, I mean, I like the analogy of the Matrix, where he was saying that anyone can turn into an agent. It's the people who are not self-aware that they are serving some kind of false god, whatever you want to call it, whatever, science, politics, progress, the false idea of progress. If they don't realize that, they will defend it to their death, even if they are a beta or whatever. And that's kind of what you saw in like Brave New World, where they had the Gammas were like fighting, like they're fighting for the system because they were rewarded by the system in their own cheap ways.
See, now we're just talking like alpha, beta, gamma. Now we're talking, that Brave New World. That's that's good stuff. Is that Huxley, isn't it?
Yeah,
Anyway.
Huxley. And he also wrote Doors of Perception. And here's the interesting thing. He said in Doors of Perception, which is about psychedelics, he said he didn't think that psychedelics should be widely distributed, but should be distributed among the people who actually were capable of looking into themselves.
Yeah, but
And-
he also believed in a world of, an elitist world of artists and actors and philosophers and he did really cater to the top to a certain degree.
Yeah.
A lot of these people have a tendency to just plain out tell you the truth and then have totally opposite, you know, connection to that truth themselves. Like some of these Freemason people that say this toil and strife and war and stress, it will churn out the perfect human.
Yeah, those are the Darwinists that forget that cooperation is also evolutionary advantage. They're purely on the survival of the fittest.
Yeah, but if their theory is right, of course, then you know, the most fit will learn to communicate. Aren't we communicating? You're hearing me, right? My mic on. I'm just kidding. You get the point. You know, at a certain level, people, you know, click themselves together and create these elite things. You know.
Well, it's like here's an analogy of the Matrix, where, you know, some people wake up and then they wake up others, but it's a slow process, but it happens because some people are the ones. Oh, that's what was he saying? He said, when I forget who again. Sorry, he said that it's harder to wake someone who's pretending to be asleep.
Yeah, no, of course that's sarcastic there.
I mean, like, a lot of people are pretending to be asleep out of fear. Like, they don't want to wake up because they feel like...
That's what I said. That's what I said. It's like the Stockholm syndrome. The happy slave. I'm happy, master. I comply with the orders, master. You know?
Yeah, and that's why they bought...
No, deep down inside, they know it's not true anymore, but they still want to believe in it. That's the thing.
Yeah, but they don't want any conflict. They're sick of the stress. You know, they don't want to be pushing back on something that is much stronger than them. So they give up.
And I think that's the rise of mental illnesses that are happening right now. It's the people are still denying reality. They still want to. So, like, imagine your consciousness is aware enough to see that there is a fucked up system, right? But you still want to feel like when you were, you know, not intelligent enough to see that. So you have to kind of negate that part of your brain. And that's why schizophrenia and all this shit is happening more and more and more. Because people are trying to separate, they're trying to dissociate. You said it one time. They're dissociating themselves from reality so they can be happy, but they're not really happy. You see what I mean? Nature is fighting back.
And of course, at the end of the day, nature will win, and the more we try to fight that, you know, the worse it's going to be. But, you know, back to this, you know, denial thing. People really like being in fantasy land. If I say follow the white rabbit, I know that 80% of you would think that, yeah, we should follow the white rabbit because then we find the seed. That's not what it means. That's not what it means or refers to at all. It's about you going down in circles and you know, going a bit nutty in your own echo chamber. You follow the white rabbit into these, you know, mazes and you know, mysterious whatevers to distract yourself, you know.
Well, there was a...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. There was a guy who was saying that the fear of not being impartial, like, let's say I am right now questioning COVID, but like if I had a fear of being a dumb denier, then I would seek out, like, you know, pharma and all these mainstream things to try to see if I'm really, really correct, right? And my girlfriend gets stuck in that. She's always worried about whether she's correct. But if you're okay with being in an echo chamber, but you're also open to stuff, so like whatever echo chambers I was in the past, you were, but you still heard other people because you were acknowledging that, yes, I am in this echo chamber, yes, I like this stuff, but it can change. But if you don't own that...
It's not really an echo chamber. The only thing you hear in the echo chamber is a fucking echo. That's the whole point. That's the meaning of the echo chamber.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that, like, the people who are worried about being in an echo chamber are the ones who are actually not in an echo chamber.
Yeah,
But we
much.
feel
And people in
guilty.
echo chambers are- but say your typical Trump voter or your Biden supporter or your Republican or Democrat or people watching Tucker Carlson, like those, have their camp. They're going to stick to their guns like such. Facts and stuff. That's just annoying and distracting. They don't want that. They want their team to win. It's very primal stuff.
There was this one mayor who, like, this is years ago, who got arrested for like embezzlement, and it was clear as day that he was embezzling money. They had proof, and they seized all his assets or whatever, and the freaking townspeople went out and they supported him. It was like the weirdest thing ever, and it was like you're seeing this, like, still like you said, Stockholm syndrome. Like, people do that with the media. As long as Rachel Maddow is telling me what I want to hear, I don't care if she's lying about Russia.
Yeah, and that's the point.
Yeah, until people, I guess the thing is, like, when the media becomes so bad, because they are losing a lot of viewership now. I think they're down half of what they were with Trump. They're losing their grasp on, like, the pulse of the nation, right? Like, because they're actually, like, it's like a feedback loop, right? So they give the people what they want, and then the people want what they given, right? This bullshit Russiagate or whatever, right? But now it's kind of like going away, and they're trying to grasp it in social media, right? Because all the people are flocking to social media, TikTok, whatever. But even that is not working properly, because you see how hard they have to censor things.
Yeah, of course. There's always the brain, and sometimes it works, and people are like, oh, but that's not right. I remember getting taught this in like kindergarten, and yeah, you get like small sparks of people actually reacting, but ultimately it goes back to their control system. It's pretty well established. Shutting us up isn't really a priority because we have no reach. We reach ourselves, so
Yeah, but that comes about. That doesn't come about in good times. Like, in good times, corruption spreads. Like, it's like the analogy of cancer, right? Cancer survives when the body doesn't really have there's these diets that people do, like, limited calorie diets that actually help them with cancer. And the idea is that when your body has low energy, it is more resourceful and it keeps away the energy waste on this cancer, right? So, like, a rich society, a wealthy society is like it just breeds cancer. It's like pure sugar, right? There's no nutrition. It's just energy, and people are becoming this cancer right now. But at some point, there's not enough sugar, right? The media, the politicians, they can't even keep the people fed. That's when the people start pushing back. But we're not at that point yet.
well, we're more people on the planet than we ever been, and I would say we're in more shit than we've ever been too. So if this is not the time, when will the time be? I think we're in for it. I think we're going to see mass starvation and death and wars and real shit before things get any better. Unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, at some point, let's say the liberal, the left, the progressive left that wants medical insurance for all and all this stuff, that didn't get it, and they're still defending them, those are the people who are the middle class, upper middle class, right? There's a joke like in New York City, in Brooklyn, that's where all these like left fake progressives are, right? And Vice Media and all those fucking fake, fake left people, right? But those are the upper middle class. Those are like the sons and daughters of like these well-to-do boomers. These ones are the ones that are propping up the false reform system. But when those people are the ones that end up being poor, because who knows what's going to happen, then it's going to change. You see what I mean? Like their money has a lot of influence. But when they're gone, when they don't have that money, when it's all concentrated in Bezos or whatever, that's it. Like these people are going to be back on the normal side of like, well, what the fuck are they doing?
Yeah, but this is kind of the problem here, because right now you see these people, you think they have influence and power and such, but they're being controlled by a narrative as well.
Yeah.
A few of them, of course, are part of the big plan to just confuse the voter and make them think that this is like, we have these left people and they're doing this and they're going to take over, and make everything good again. Or we have like the right wing Trump people coming in and arresting everybody and making everything good again. And if you look back in history to the beginning of this two-party system, it was kind of set up to throw this ball back and forth like that, but make sure that certain people remain in position all the time. The referees, as such, because if you have fight going, then you need the referee, don't you? And that's the politician. So welcome to the two-party representative politics system.
But isn't who plays the role of referee in this system? Because there's two sides. Who is really pretending to be the impartial one? Science?
Well, the impartial one is the money.
I think it's science, though, because when I'm looking at this like Great Reset agenda, it's like this belief that they have to do these things or else we will die off, right? Global warming and all this stuff. That is
not what's driving the planet. The planet is being driven by capitalists and the capitalist agenda, and the capitalist machine. It does not, it does not feel sympathy. It does not have any morals as such. It's based on a tactic of just gathering up resources and claiming resources
and information.
The problem is that this is kind of type machine type thinking, and it takes over the human brain, and people get sick of this stuff. It's like game addiction.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, as long as people, what is it, like the Roman times, as long as the people are distracted with the bread and circuses, it doesn't mean every people, but the people in you could say the upper middle class, the ones that are still well off, are distracted with these football games, baseball, whatever, soccer. They end up being the ones that keep promoting the system that keeps giving them what they want. So when they don't get what they want, whatever it is, when it becomes this great reset, if it becomes like such an authoritarian system, I don't think it's going to be feasible to continue. Or they would have to dial it back. I don't know how it's going to work. I just don't see humanity being able to kind of suffer that much for some kind of lofty goal of like saving their environment or whatever bullshit that they want to use as a reason.
What is this data hour? It's like the first data hour is 7 hours.
Data error?
That air. Because no one is
Oh, dead
talking.
air.
Yeah. Sorry. It's my accent.
Well, it's getting late by me, and you guys are in the morning, right?
Yeah, we did 7 hours, but we could probably end it, I guess.
Well, you gonna put some clips?
I got caught off again.
I know a clip to end with. So I want to play the full Collateral Murder video, uncensored.
I'll put George Carlin on when he speaks to the media. You want me to find the video?
Yeah, you
When
can,
he's
but are you
telling
sure? How is that with copyright? Do you know that?
Let me see where it's put. But he was talking to the media, telling them how they're full of shit, and it was hilarious.
Okay.
George Carlin.
Check real fast for the copyrights and stuff, because it would be sad if after 7 hours the entire stream gets terminated.
Yeah, you know what? Let's not even do it. But it was like one of his when he went up to the press conference. You know, like when they do like those press junket things, and they did it with him, and he was just like ranging on them. But yeah, maybe copyright. I don't know, because Carlin is a big name. Yeah, forget about it. They'll probably filter it out really quick.
Yeah. I've seen
You
it
know,
before.
it's funny that
I don't trust Carlin because he has reach.
You know what the weird thing is? Like, even without copyright, like we did like documentaries streaming, and then even like Aaron Swartz documentaries, which are totally not copyrighted in that sense, but they still took it down, and I had to like message these people to give copyright permission, but YouTube still didn't fix the stream, even though I got written permission from them.
Yeah, I've been through that.
Yeah, you know what's weird about that is that it was happening like 10 years ago when YouTube was like a lot of people that would do game reviews. They would have like screenshots or whatever of the game, and then like if the company that made the game didn't like the review, they would do a copyright strike. And then they were going after that because that was clear. So then they had like these weird third-party companies. Like I was watching the BBC documentary, the latest one, not the Century of the Self. The forget what it's called. The latest one that he did, Adam Curtis, and part 5 and 6 were auto banned, both by different copyrights. And it was really strange because it was done like instantly. The first 4 came out fine. The 5 and 6 were just insta banned. The filters are strange. Because I think 1, 2, 3, and 4 had a lot of copyrighted stuff too. You know, like videos from the news and stuff like that.
You know, it's an algorithm with the human operator behind it that makes this final decision there. You know.
There's
Yeah, go ahead.
one of the game reviewers. You know what he would do? He would play a bunch of different songs in sequence and different videos, like for the first 30 seconds. And he described later why he did that. It was called a copyright deadlock. So like if 3 or 4 companies try to claim copyright on one thing, then YouTube has to look into it to see who gets the rights.
The documentary, Adam Curtis documentary, The Power of Nightmares.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
It's a good one.
The rise of the politics of fear, and I had to Google it, but yeah, I found it. But yeah, that was at least the newest one I saw. I don't know if he made more stuff actually.
I'll link in the forum the other one. There's the Adam Curtis page. Adam Curtis.
But yeah, The Power of Nightmares, and that goes, into the whole Bush and 9/11 and Iraq stuff. So it explains why the 2000s are the way they are.
And Actually, the 2000s also led us to this biosecurity thing in the United States. I think also Europe too, right? With this whole bioterror thing.
Yeah, lots of, World Police, United States. Everybody's following along. So when they tell people who to be afraid of, course, everybody falls in line.
Yeah, like you can debate about that, of course, because you're talking about the U.S. government, but who runs the U.S. government? Is it Americans? That's the second question, because we're dealing with
Yeah, but at the end of the day,
old European families.
It's a power cabal that it's probably not more connected to the U.S. than they are any other country. They're above countries as such.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing. America is just a tool, right? The American government is used as a tool for these people. There's a big army and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the people controlling this planet are, the military power. But who is controlling the military again is the question. And how does the military, function in practicality? That's something we know very little about. It's all done behind closed doors. We know the result of it. It's boom, bang, crash, and dead people. But we don't really know, what they're talking about. I never just sat in on any Pentagon meetings, personally. I don't know about you, Pete. Personally.
Yeah. Who knows?
So I would like to do that. We should get some webcam in there and listen to what they're talking about.
Yeah. That's probably what we shouldn't discuss on air, though. But
I think it's more like it's actually not as organized as we think, because it seems like even like when they come up with these false flags and all that, they're pretty sloppy. You would think that someone that intelligent or whatever to come up with this whole plan would be like able to not do it so sloppily, like the COVID thing. Even like it's pretty obvious.
You're talking giant fucking operations. It's pretty hard to keep, even small operations watertight. But they have the deniability thing to go by. It's just deny everything and then control the media afterwards. That's almost easier,
Yeah. I think they're just doing it. It's weird. It's like they spend all this energy on controlling everything, and then they're really, really cheap in keeping people compliant. Because now they're just more and more they're using psychology to control people. Because what is it? The last 50 years of psychology, they found all these ways to train people and get them compliant, and like they think they have a shortcut, and it is a shortcut, but they're being cheap on it. Like they're kind of like, just shut up, sit down, don't worry, like they'll fall into line. But they could trick people in a better way, like Kings did, when they had like actual, whatever you call it, honor. There is no honor anymore.
Well, one thing I've learned is you keep pushing on Mother Nature, she's gonna start pushing back. That kind of tactic is probably gonna backfire in a big way. So,
yeah, I mean, even with this DNA technology, like I think they're actually trying to find their own fountain of youth where they can live forever. And whatever they're doing, they're trying to map the genome and cure cancer or whatever. It's not really for us, it's for them, right? Like that movie Elysium, where they have the rich people live up in this space station in the sky and they have all the technology and everyone else on Earth is just a slave, right? That's kind of what they want.
Is the game for the players or the audience?
Yeah.
Of course, the players are the ones making the big bucks and getting all the prestige and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
We are the fans sitting by the sidelines cheering for a fucking team, not realizing that we're sitting there, we're out of shape and can't do shit. We live vicariously through our heroes.
Yeah, or our god.
God, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what this is about. All of this projection, like we made this shit. One day, everybody will understand that.
Yeah.
Okay, seems like a good ending message. Okay, to all of you listening, guys, I want to say thank you for staying with us for over 7 hours. My eyes literally hurt from the screen at this point.
Yeah, you one guy who probably listened the whole way. Get a life. I'm just kidding.
Quite a few people listening still, and some of them I've seen since the first minute, so it's really, really good.
Well, then they should contact us and join our Press Freedom Day server on Discord and join the team.
Definitely.
This is not a spectator sport here.
No, and we are not here to lead anything either or something. You have to all take control over your own lives again, and that's the only way we can actually solve something.
Joining forces and discussing a few plans is the way to go, and for those ready to do that, the door is open, and we do have some resources already, so
we do.
Let's go.
Thanks, Watchman. I know you're already there. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm probably going offline now, but I'll just play the Collateral Murder uncensored video just to end this and show the importance of journalism waking up the world.
Last calling station, Hotel 26. Hotel 26, District Charlie out. Right, do you want your hotel 2 element?
And a black vehicle on our target. So right to the north of the mosque.
Yeah, I would like that, over.
Moving south by the mosque dome. On that road.
Okay, we got a target 15 coming at you. It's a guy with a weapon.
Roger.
There's about 4 or 5.
Bushmaster 6, copy at 16.
This location, and there's more that keep walking by, and one of them has a weapon.
Roger, received, target 15.
Hotel 26. Okay.
208.
See all those people standing down there?
Stand by, Roger. Stay firm. And open the courtyard.
Yeah, Roger. I just estimated there's about 20 of them. There's one, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Correction, Bandit 14, Route 23.
I don't know if that's a Bushmaster element. Copy at White 6. That's a weapon.
Yeah. Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18.
We'll call for exchange by Charlie Mike Bravo.
Speed 37.
Number at White 6, Bushmaster 6, Romeo. Roger. Fucking break.
Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18. Have individuals with weapons.
4 radio.
Rio Bandit 14. Yep, he's got a weapon too. Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18. Have 5 to 6 individuals with AK-47s. Request permission to engage. Roger that. We have no personnel east of our position, so you are free to engage, over.
Alright, we'll be engaging.
Roger, go ahead. I can't get them now because they're behind that building.
Any Bushmaster element? Copy at
We got
White
an RPG.
Alright, we got a guy with an RPG.
I'm gonna fire. Okay.
No, hold on, let's come around.
Behind building our point of view. Yeah, we're gonna come around and get some RPG getting ready to fire. We won't. Yeah, we got a guy shooting. Now he's behind the building. God damn it! Speed coming around.
Negative. He was right in front of the Brad. About there 1 o'clock. Haven't seen anything since then.
Just fucking. Once you get on, just open them up.
Okay, Roger. I see your element. You got about 4 Humvees out along this.
You're clear. All right, firing.
Line here. With the stage line.
Let me know when you have it. Or shoot. Light them all up.
002 traffic 260.
Come on, fire.
Hey, Roger.
Keep shoot. Keep shoot.
Bushmaster 2-6. Bushmaster 2-6. We need to move time now.
All right, we just engaged all 8 individuals. Yeah, we got 2. We're still firing. Roger. Got him.
6 is a 2-6. We'll move, but we got 13.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well,
bypass.
God damn it, Kyle. All right. I hit it by heck. All right, you're clear. All right, I'm just trying to find targets again.
Bushmaster 6. This is Bushmaster 2-6.
Got a bunch of bodies laying there. All right, we got about 8 individuals. Yeah, we got one guy crawling around down there, but yeah, we definitely got some. We're shooting some more. Better. Hey, you shoot, I'll talk. Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18.
Crazy Horse 18. This is Hotel 26. Over.
Roger. Currently engaging approximately 8 individuals, KIA, RPGs, and AK-47s.
Hotel 26, you need to move to that location once Crazy Horse is done and get pictures. Over.
Sergeant 20 is the location. The Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18. Oh yeah, look at those dead bastards. Nice. 26, Crazy Horse 18.
Negative, Spear 02 in flight. 3 change zone 4 this time.
Spear 02, 3 change.
Nice. Good shoot. Thank you.
Hotel 26.
Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18.
Crazy Horse 18, Bushmaster 7, go ahead.
At Bushmaster 7, Crazy Horse 18. Location of bodies, Mike Bravo, 5458 8617. Hey, good on the kitchen, that's good.
5458 8617, over.
It's Crazy Horse 18, that's a good copy. They're on a street in front of an open courtyard with a bunch of blue trucks, a bunch of vehicles in the courtyard. There's one guy moving down there, but he's wounded.
To the south.
Alright, we'll let him know so they can hurry up, get over here. It's 18. We also have one individual, appears to be wounded, trying to crawl away.
Roger, we're going to move down there.
Roger, we'll cease fire. Yeah, we won't shoot anymore. He's getting up. If he has a weapon though in his hand? No, I haven't seen one yet. We'll see. You guys got that guy crawling right now on the curb? Yeah, I got him. I put 2 rounds near him, and you guys are shooting over there too, so we'll see. Yeah, roger that.
Bushmaster 36 element. This is Hotel 27. Over.
Hotel 27, Bushmaster 7, go ahead.
Roger, I'm just trying to make sure that you guys have my turb. Over.
Roger, we got the turb.
Okay. Come on, buddy. All I gotta do is pick up a weapon.
Crazy Horse, this is Bushmaster 5, or Bushmaster 4, break. We're right below you, right time now. Can you walk us onto that location, over?
This is 26, Roger. I'll pop flares. We also have one individual moving. We're looking for weapons. If we see a weapon, we're going to engage. Now, Bushmaster, we have a van that's approaching and picking up the bodies. Where's Where's that van at?
Right down there by the body.
Okay, yeah.
Bushmaster, Crazy Horse, we have individuals going to the scene, looks like possibly picking up bodies and weapons.
Let me engage.
Hey, we need to stop that so we can get down there. We need to straight out. Do you see my location?
Roger. Break. Crazy Horse 1-8, request permission to engage individual.
Picking up the wounded. Yeah, we're trying to get permission to engage. Come on, let us shoot.
Bushmaster, Crazy Horse 1-8.
We're taking him.
Bushmaster, Crazy Horse 1-8.
This is Bushmaster 7, go ahead.
Roger, we have a black SUV or bongo truck picking up the bodies. Request permission to engage.
This is Bushmaster 7, Roger. This is Bushmaster 7, Roger, engage.
1-8, engage. Clear.
Come on.
Clear. Clear.
We're engaged.
Coming around, clear.
Roger. Trying to,
Clear.
Roger, I lost him in the dust.
I got him.
I'm firing.
George, this is Bushmaster 4. You got any BDA on that truck, over?
You're clear. This is Crazy Horse, stand by.
Not shooting for some reason.
Go ahead.
I think the van's disabled.
Go ahead and shoot it.
I got an azimuth limit for some reason.
Left. Clear left. Alright, Bushmaster, Crazy Horse 1-8. A vehicle appears to be disabled. There was approximately 4 to 5 individuals in vehicle moving bodies. Your lead, Bradley, should take the next right. That's cruising east down the road. No more shoot.
Crazy Horse, this is Bushmaster 4. We're moving a dismounted element straight south from the Bradley.
I have your Bradley element turning south down the road where the engagements were.
Left call on stations at Bradley element. Say again.
Rogers, Crazy Horse, your lead Bradley just turned south down the road where all the engagements happened. Should have a van in the middle of the road with about 12 to 15 bodies.
Oh yeah, look at that, right through the windshield.
Alright, there was approximately 4 to 5 individuals in that truck, so I'm counting about 12 to 15.
I'd say that's a fairly accurate assessment so far.
Roger that.
One, just be advised, Bushmaster 6 are getting mounted up right now.
Okay, Roger. Hey, we can't flex down that road towards that, where Crazy Horse engaged. So, I don't know if he wants us to do so or stay put, over.
Why can't they go down there?
Hotel 26 is Bushmaster 4.
I think we whacked them all.
That's right. Good.
This is Hotel 26.
Roger, you got my dismounted element right here to your left, over?
Yeah, Roger, I see him. Hey, yeah, Roger, be advised, there was some guys popping out with AKs behind that dirt pile, break. We also took some RPG and stuff earlier, so just make sure you men keep your eyes open.
Roger.
And Bushmaster, Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 1-8.
Crazy Horse 1-8, this is Hotel 26.
Yeah, 26, Crazy Horse 1-8. Location, have approximately 12 to 15 dead bodies. Where else were you taking fire from?
Currently, we're not being engaged, but just south of that location, break. You should see dismounted elements with Humvees moving to the east, over.
This is Crazy Horse 1-8. We have elements in sight.
Bushmaster 3-6.
I'm going to get down a little lower.
Push down.
Alright.
So I'm going to come down a little lower and take a quick gander.
Roger that.
6, this is 4. We're heading
Bushmaster 6, this Hotel 26 request to go to the south to our original BP, so that if you flush them to the south, we will be there to intercept. Over.
Hey, this is Bushmaster 7. We're coming up on the ass end of the Brad.
Yeah, any crazy Bushmaster elements, copy White 6, break. We're moving in the vicinity of the engagement area. Looks like we got some slight movement from the van that was engaged. Looks like a kid. Over.
This is Bushmaster 7, roger. We're about 100 meters behind you.
You got that big pile to the right? Roger, you gonna pull in here? Do you want me to push up so you can get clear? Right on the corner. Got that big pile of bodies to the right on the corner. Right here.
We got dismounted infantry and vehicles. Over.
Again, roger.
Clear. Left.
Roger that.
Baghdad radio, band 1-4.
Band is 1-4 radio.
There's a Bradley right there. Got him.
Band is 1-4 radio.
Baghdad radio, Banners 1-4 is off 3-3 Sheriff, zone 1.
Band's 1-4, 4
Hotel 26, are you at this grid? Over.
Yeah, I wanted to get you around so you didn't shoot just at that one dude and scare them all away. Yeah. It worked out pretty good. And one of those fuckers that run away and scatter. Yeah.
Bushmaster 6, Hotel 26, roger. We linked up with our 2 element. They are all mounted up in our trucks break. We moved south so that we could possibly intercept personnel being flushed south. So we are vicinity 5th Street and baseline Gavin's. Over.
Alright, bring the trucks in. Cordon this area off.
When we move the Bradley forward, we bring trucks in and cordon off the tanks. The Bradleys can take the south cordon. That'd help out a lot.
Bushmaster, all elements. Which element called in Crazy Horse to engage the 8-man team on top of a roof?
Bushmaster 6, this is Hotel 26. I believe that was me. They had AK-47s, and we're to our east. So where we were taking small arms fire. Over.
Easy 5-7.
Hotel Crazy Horse 1-8.
Crazy Horse 1-8, this is Hotel 26.
Yeah, 2618. I just also want to make sure that you knew that we had a guy with an RPG crouching on the corner getting ready to fire on your location. That's why we requested permission to engage.
Okay, roger that. Tango Mike.
Hotel 26, do you understand me? Over.
I did not copy last. You got stepped on. Say again, please.
The cordon off the building that the helicopters killed the personnel on. Don't go anywhere else. We need to cordon off that building so we can get on top of the roof and SSE the building. Over.
Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 1-8.
This is Hotel 26.
Yeah, let whoever's talking about rooftops know that all the personnel we engaged were ground level. I say again, ground level.
Roger, I copied ground level. Over.
1-8, roger.
Can I get a grid to that one more time, please?
Target 20. Roger. You want me to take over talking now?
Bravo 7.
Go ahead.
7-6 on the over.
Roger, I've got 11 Iraqi KIAs, 1 small child wounded. Over.
Damn. Oh well.
Roger, we need a to evac this child. She's got a wound to the belly. I can't do anything here. She needs to get evac. Over.
Bushmaster 7, this is Bushmaster 6 on me. We need your location. Over.
Roger, we're at the location where Crazy Horse engaged the RPG fire break.
Forward. Right.
Grid 5458.
Oh, it's their fault for bringing their kids to a battle. That's right. We got, say, 11. Yeah, roger, we're monitoring. Sorry. No problem.
Correction, 8616.
Looking for more individuals south.
Bushmaster 6, Bushmaster 7.
Back to radio, Viper 52.
Viper 52 radio.
Yes, Viper 52, departing zone 208 for zone 4. We call frequency. I just drove over a body. Yeah.
Viper 52, report free change zone 4.
Maybe it was a visual illusion, but it looked like it. Oh, they're dead, so. Yes, sir, we are.
Bushmaster 6, Hotel 26, over.
Crazy Horse 19, report next 30 departure.
Crazy Horse 19, welcome.
Viper 52, sir, be advised zone 30 is closed.
I copy from 3.
6, this is 4. I got one individual, looks like he's got a RPG round laying underneath him, break. Next 30 departure. Probably like to get hit.
Shoot his ass.
Bushmaster 6, Hotel 26, over. Bushmaster 6, Romeo, Hotel 26, over.
Baggage radio, Spear 02 and flying off of zone 4 for zone 1. We'll call free change zone 1.
Spear 02.
Bushmaster 6, Hotel 26, over.
6, correction, 264 is off of 208, route zone 4.
And we'll be looking for traffic for Spear 02.
Viper 52, traffic 26 is off 4 for 1.
Hotel 26, Bushmaster 7, co-located with 6, send it over. Hotel 26, Bushmaster 7.
Bushmaster 7, Hotel 26, over.
Hey, Roger, we got a little girl that needs to be evac. What's your location, over?
On Route Gaddings, I am all the way to the south, so I am Gaddings and 5th Street. I say again, Gaddings and 5th Street, over.
D57, free change proof.
Bushmaster 7, Hotel 26, do you want us to push to your location?
Hey, I need to get the brass to drop ramps. I got a wounded girl. We need to take the rest of mine.
Bushmaster 7, Hotel 26, do you want us to move to your location, over?
Baghdad radio, Spear 02 and flight, free change zone 1.
Spear 02, free change proof, zone 1.
Bushmaster 6, Hotel 26, over.
Hotel 26, this is Bushmaster 7. Roger, come to our location.
Okay, Roger, we're moving up north on Gaddings, and then we will push east to your location. Bushmaster Elements, be advised, we have friendlies coming from the south to your location, over.
Alright, got them moving up from the south.
Bushmaster Elvis, be advised, we are coming up from the east. Over.
Baghdad radio, aggressive 20, flight of 260s off of zone 4, en route zone 311. We'll call arrival.
Aggressive 20, Commando 89ers active, port arrival 311.
20.
Baghdad radio, aggressive 34 is off zone 208 for zone 1. We'll call for change.
Aggressive 43, zone, correction, aggressive 34, zone 30 is closed, report free change zone 1.
Aggressive 34, welcome.
Roger.
Hey, Y2, go ahead now. Follow me. I'm going to try and get us out of here as quickly as possible.
You guys alright back there?
Yeah, we're with you.
A lot of guys down there. Oh yeah. Came out of the woodwork. This is Operation Cure. And we got 50 rounds left. Yeah.
266 Romeo, over. 26 Romeo, over. Yeah, Roger. What's your current location, over?
Station Romeo.
36 Romeo, 6 Romeo, over.
Roger, at the 616, action on this guy.
Washington.
What you got for us? Full action on. Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18.
Negative, do not action on that target yet, over.
66 Romeo, Roger.
Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18.
We'll call departure.
Aggressive 20 for departure break, Viper 52 radio.
Yes, Viper 52, zone 200 for zone 4. We call frequency change.
Viper 52, report free change zone 4.
We're 52. Master 6, Crazy Horse 18.
Roger, you have traffic, over.
Roger. Just wanted to have it. If you had anything else you wanted to get eyes on.
Yeah, Roger, keep eyes on us for the time being, over. 6 Golf, 6 Romeo. Can you tell Battalion the 2 civilian children casualties are coming back to West Maya and the Bradley, over?
Departure from L1 en route 125. We'll call Mark Charlie. Bravo.
6 Golf, 6 Romeo.
Bushmaster 6, cover White 6.
Top Red White 6 is Bushmaster 6 Romeo, over.
Roger, that's a negative on evac and the two civilian kids to Rusty. They're going to have the IPs link up with us over here, break. IPs will take them up to a local hospital, over.
That's a good copy, over.
Roger that. White 6
They're all going to.
Say again.
Where all those dismounts are going to.
I got 6-4 ready.
They're going into this house.
They got
Sorry.
6-4 last report to battle zone 2-2. Bandits 1-4 traffic 264s, all 4 of them out 2-2.
Bandits 1-4, traffic, thank you.
They got 6-4 traffic 260s, all 4 of them out 125.
Radio address 4352, this is off 40 for 330, we'll call free change.
Aggressive 4-3, 4 free change zone 330.
4-3.
Three six, Bushmaster 6, Romeo, over. Roger, Bushmaster 7, once and up on all personnel in your platoon, over.
Roger. Friendly's on the roof.
Crazy Horse 1-8, this is Bushmaster 4, over.
Bushmaster 4 is Crazy Horse 1-8.
Roger, I can hear a small arms fire from your engagement area at 2000, about 300 meters from that objective, over.
Crazy Horse 1-8, understand. Small arms fire at 200 degrees, about 200 meters.
That's 1-4 free change approved.
Just to the southwest.
Yeah.
5-5, ladder off zone 87125, we'll call free change.
We got 5-5, Roger, report to switch.
4-3. We're by where we engaged.
Yeah. Wait, see one of them fucking lines that RPG or whatever. Right.
He's got a weapon. Got an AK-47.
Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 1-8.
Gonna lose him.
Crazy Horse 1-8, this is Hotel 26, over.
Roger, have another individual with a weapon.
Griffin 20, Roger.
Damn it.
He's in the same building.
Hey, roger that. Just ensure you're firing from west to east, over.
Just went in the building.
This is Crazy Horse 3 and 4 will be on their way. The individual walked into the building previously past grid, so there's at least 6 individuals in that building with weapons.
Now we can put a missile in.
If you'd like, Crazy Horse 1-8 could put a missile in that building. It's a triangle building, appears to be abandoned.
Yeah, it looks like it's under construction.
It appears to be abandoned, under construction. Like I said, 6 individuals walked in there from our previous engagement.
Crazy Horse 1-8, this is Bushmaster 6, Romeo. If you PID'd the individuals in the building with weapons, go ahead and engage the building, over.
Crazy Horse 1-8 will be setting up north to south, engaging with Hellfire.
Alright, I'm gonna do manual.
Alright, we've been cleared to engage with
This is Bushmaster 6, Romeo. Crazy Horse 1-8 is going to be engaging north to south with Hellfire missiles, over.
This is Hotel 26, roger.
Alright, you ready?
No, I'm trying to get over to November, but trying to find the fucking van.
This is Bushmaster 6. Is that RPG round extended already, or is it still
5 to me there.
You know when you're gonna fire. Alright, I'm fucking having a brain fart. Where's the band advancement?
Missile band, you got one on the collective at the bottom left on your door.
We will out here. You'll take care of it. Over.
Roger, we'll be standing by here. Got it?
No. Alright. Want me to just put a kilo in there? Okay.
Back at radio Spear 02.
Got it?
The one where the guys ran into?
Spear 02, report card.
Building here.
Roger that. Right, put a kilo in?
Alright, let me back. Let me get. I'm gonna come around and get some more distance.
Yeah, roger that. You're clear.
Alright, more individuals in there. You want to hit it from north to south? You want to go from west to east? I don't want to fire with the friendlies right there, you know?
Yeah, go north to south.
Cruiser 04, Roger, report next 30 departure.
I'm going to do a little off, like north to southwest. Alright, coming around right.
I'll just let you guys put one in if they want any more.
Bandage 14 radio.
Radio Bandage 14 is my
ID.
Bandage 14 is
what's going in that building. We're clear to engage.
Okay, roger that.
Change my problem.
Alright. How's the missile?
616. Roger, I'll get you in constraint. You're clear.
Alright, firing. Target hit. You lost a missile.
Left.
You're clear. I'm above you.
Crazy Horse 1A, was that explosion you engaging over?
Crazy Horse 1-8, roger. Engage the building with one Hellfire.
Let's come around and we'll clear the smoke. We'll fire one more. Hey, we're going to wait for the smoke to clear.
It's Crazy Horse 1-8 now. We're going to put one more missile into the building. Yeah, did it go in the building? I see the wall knocked out of the way. Yeah, it went in.
Bushmaster 6 Romeo, Hotel 26. Yeah, roger. That was Crazy Horse engaging with one Hellfire. Over.
Spool up our November.
Yeah, roger. I got a November if you want.
Fire away.
You want us to fire?
You ready?
Bushmaster 6 Romeo, they are going to engage with one more Hellfire
You're clear.
in that building. Over.
Shit. Why do I have ATA flashing on here?
For 52, report next 30 departure 66.
Right to Wickham. Brown, if you can watch this fucking shit.
Call next one. Okay, we're gonna come around. I need a little more distance. Alright, you want me to shoot?
You guys following hot.
Roger.
You are clear.
Roger. You gonna brush the missile?
Roger.
And firing.
I'm down. There you go. Fire.
Firing.
Roger, I'm still trying to work the blast
I've got back scatter.
Alright, come around.
Roger.
Around left. Head back scatter.
Okay, if we don't get back.
Hey, 6 Golf 6 Romeo, do we have clearance airspace yet? Over.
Roger.
No. I'll let you know when they do, though. Roger.
Firing. There it goes. Look at that bitch go. Swoosh.
Bushmaster 6 Golf, Ranger Mike, you're net. Over.
Roger, and we'll be inbound. We got a little more room. Nice missile.
Did it look good?
Sweet. Alright, you ready?
Roger.
Bushmaster 6 Golf, Ranger Mike, you're net.
There's a lot of dust.
Crazy Horse 1-8, this is Hotel 26. Was there a BDA?
engaging with another Hellfire. Alright. Clear.
When I'm clear.
Roger that.
Big Ed Radio, American 20's off of 311 for...
Alright, you on it.
And Hotel 26, Crazy Horse 18.
Aircraft Corps radio, say again.
Go ahead, Crazy Horse 18.
Roger, building destroyed. Engage with 3 Hellfire.